today. Good morning, everyone. I can say today, happy Monday. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County. We have our unemployment insurance public hearings today. Before we get into all of that, I will allow for committee introductions. Today, we'll begin with Representative Warren. If she is still here, we'll go to Representative Pepworth.
Good morning. I'm sorry. I'm here. I'm Sophie Warren, and I represent my hometown here in Scarborough District 29.
Representative Pepworth.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133, which is in the Blue Hill Peninsula and includes Brooklyn, Brooksville, Blue Hill, Castine, Sedgwick, and Surrey.
Representative Drinkwater.
Good morning, Representative Drinkwater, District 121.
Senator Guerin.
Good morning, Senator Guerin, District 10 in Southern Penobscot County.
Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy, and I represent House District 98. That is Winterport, Searsport, Frankport, and Swanville.
Representative Prescott.
I'm Dwayne Prescott, House District 17, Waterboro and Lyman.
Senator Miramont.
Hello, Dave Miramont, Senate District 12, Knox County, except for the town of Washington.
Representative Rader.
Hi, Amy Rader. I represent District 125, which is a portion of Bangor.
Representative Morris.
Good morning. I'm Representative Joshua Morris. I represent House District 75, which is Turner, Leeds, and part of Livermore.
And Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Representative Mike Sylvester. I represent District 39, which is the Eastern Peninsula portion of Portland and the islands of Casco Bay, where we like to think as new species swim out to us, we put the zoo in Zoom. I'm going to be your timer today. So if you have your view in gallery, you'll be able to see all of the committee. And as I will hold up the phone at the beginning for your 3 minutes and then hold it up again at 30 seconds. So you can see it count down before I gently nudge you to finish your thoughts.
Thank you, Chairman. And today we are going to hear 6 public hearings on unemployment insurance benefits. We will open the public hearing on all of the bills, and then we will have the bill sponsors present their bills in the order that they are listed. We will have any legislators or co-sponsors and co-sponsors present their testimony, and then we will take testimony last to first, which means I will open up public testimony on LD 1571 first, and we'll go backwards. So that will accommodate all of the different scheduling concerns that everyone has. It's a new day. We're going to do it that way today. I do not see Representative Bradstreet, however. Does anyone know his ETA this morning? I talked to him yesterday and did not hear that he would not be here on time. Representative Drinkwater or Senator Guerin, have you heard from our colleague this morning? Okay.
I have not talked to him today, and that is unusual. So I'll send him a text and see if I can find anything out.
I appreciate that. So Ms. Thompson, if you could let all of the bill sponsors into the room, then that way there won't be any delays between bills, and we may have to not go in the order that I thought we would. So with that, I'm going to open up the public hearings on LD 1020, LD 1032, LD 1260, LD 1509, LD 1564, and LD 1571. And I do see Representative Stetkes here, so I will begin by we will have Representative Joe Stetkes from Canaan present an act to promote the sustainability of the state's unemployment insurance system by linking the duration of benefits to the state's average unemployment rate. Good morning, Representative Stetkes. I see your name. Are you able to?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Unfortunately, my bandwidth this morning is not going to allow for video.
Okay.
I'll crash. So hopefully, can you hear me just fine?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. So good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and the rest of my friends in the Labor Committee. I am Joel Stetkes. I represent District 105, which are the towns of Canaan, Palmyra, St. Albans, Heartland, Ripley, and Cambridge on the southern frontier of the Moosehead Lakes region. Here this morning to introduce LD 1032, an act to promote the sustainability of the state's unemployment insurance system by linking the duration of benefits to the state's average unemployment rate. Keep it sweet and simple to fit within the 3 minutes is, indexing the unemployment benefits to the economy sounds like common sense to me. As someone who has dealt with unemployment as an employee and an employer for close to 3 decades now, it just makes sense that when times are tough, the length of time that benefits are available for people looking for work should be longer than when jobs are plentiful and finding work is easier. It also makes sense that preserving the limited resources in the unemployment fund during good times so that they are available during the bad times for those who need help to find work. Might need a little bit more time. So thank you for your consideration. I would just say that Representative Bradstreet has almost a completely identical bill coming up. So some of the comments on that one would also apply to this one, or maybe you bundle them all together. I'm not sure what, but thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any easy questions you might have.
Thank you, Representative, for presenting your bill. Senator Guerin has a question.
I think this is a very interesting idea, and I wondered if you had any more thoughts on it. You said you had run out of time, so just wanting to hear more if you had more to give. And I also wanted to say to Senator Hickman that Representative Bradstreet said he's still not able to turn on the video, and is there a new invitation?
I just saw his face, so we will.
Oh, okay, good.
I appreciate that feedback. So Representative Stekis, you have a question from Senator Guerin.
Well, thank you, Senator Guerin. No, I think the idea behind the bill is pretty straightforward. That during good times and it's easy to find work, probably ought to be handled a little bit differently than when times are tough and people are having a harder time looking for work and need a little bit more extra time to get back on their feet. I think it makes sense to not just have a one size fits all. So outside of that, though, pretty straightforward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Representative Stekis? Seeing none, we will move on to Representative.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You can introduce yourself, Representative Bradstreet, and you can also introduce both of your bills. An act to promote the integrity of the unemployment insurance program, LD 1020 and LD 1260, which is the same bill we just heard presented from Representative Stekis. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee. I was just able to get on, so I was not able to catch part of Representative Stekis' presentation. Okay, the first bill, 1020, LD 1020, an act to promote the integrity of the unemployment insurance program. I have talked to Laura Boyette in the department, and they're already doing this. So this is a bill I would wish to have ought not to pass at some point in time. So I would consider this bill dead.
Oh, thank you. That was fast. I guess we won't take any questions on that. Now, we will take that up later today. LD 1260, an act to promote the sustainability of unemployment insurance by linking the duration of benefits to the state average unemployment rate.
Again, thank you. I did not hear Representative Stekis, so if I'm repeating something of what I said, I apologize, but I'll just run through this quickly if I can. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and fellow members of the Committee on Labor and Housing, I'm Representative Dick Bradstreet of House District 80, which is comprised of Windsor, Somerville, part of Augusta, the unorganized territory of Hibbett Score, and my hometown of Vassalboro. I'm here today to introduce LD 1260, an act to promote the sustainability of unemployment insurance by linking the duration of benefits to the state's average unemployment rate. LD 1260 would rename the Employment Security Law to the Reemployment Assistance Program in order to more accurately reflect the ultimate goal of the program, to encourage people to become reemployed and to index the maximum time an individual can receive unemployment insurance benefits up to a maximum of 20 weeks. The bill establishes a 5.5% unemployment rate benchmark at or below which the time a person can receive benefits at a maximum of 12 weeks. For every 0.5% increase in the unemployment rate increases above that benchmark, the recipient may receive benefits for an additional week. Once the unemployment rate is over 9%, the recipient may receive benefits for a maximum of 20 weeks. Proposal recognizes that the higher the unemployment rate, the more benefits tend to be needed, while at the same time understanding that the system is designed to act as a bridge between jobs and not be utilized as an extended disincentive for returning to work. The bill is being introduced in light of the fact that employers all over the state are desperately trying to fill job vacancies, in most cases offering much more than the minimum wage, while many potential employees continue to qualify for unemployment insurance benefits. Surely the COVID-19 pandemic has altered the unemployment picture in a major way, and the hesitancy of many to return to work is understandable. Yet as the worst of the emergency passes and it becomes much safer to return to work, it is time to take a serious look at our unemployment situation. The federal government has injected hundreds of millions of dollars into the pockets of Maine's unemployed, which has been of immeasurable help to them and their families. Unfortunately, its continued use has provided a significant disincentive for able workers to return to their jobs. LD 1260 helps to address that situation. I believe that more and more Mainers are starting to agree with me that it is extremely unfair that so many hardworking employees are faithfully doing their jobs and supporting their families, while others who are not working are receiving more money than they are. I have even seen workers and employers become very angry when discussing it with me. Frankly, it's hard to blame those who choose to stay home and continue to receive benefits. It's something we all would be inclined to do, but it's still not right, and we should do what we can to fix it. Many people believe that the longer people remain unemployed, the greater chance they will fall into long-term welfare dependency. This is certainly not good for them and not good for an economy that is begging for people to re-enter the workforce. Not only will the enactment of this bill help get those jobs filled, it will even more importantly enable many more Mainers to experience the value and satisfaction of providing for themselves and their loved ones, along with the human dignity that comes with it. I hope you'll join me in supporting LD 1260. I'd just like to add to it, I think this is something that, again, that we need to discuss the whole big picture of people returning to work. And those particular figures that I gave you, those are kind of a discussion starting point. I think it's worth certainly discussing. So I think I also included a brief synopsis of a survey that was taken showing that more people do believe that people should be returning to work and it should be indexed. I want to point out that survey was taken pre-pandemic too. So I think even regardless of that, when things return to normal, this would be a good path to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions? Representative Pedworth has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Bradstreet. I have two questions. One is, are there differences between your bill and Representative Stetkis's that you could outline for us quickly? And the second actually is a question for our analyst. If at the work session, we could have information about unemployment. I'm not familiar enough with the program to know, Representative Bradstreet mentioned a statistic about the longer people are on it, the longer they are apt to stay on it, I think was sort of that. And I would be interested to see the main data if we have such a thing.
Thank you. I don't have a deep analysis of the differences between my bill and Representative Stetkis's bill. I know, I think the impetus came from the same source, but I didn't even know that his bill was going to be here till I started looking at our schedule. So I didn't really analyze that. I'm sure the analyst can do a much better job than I can anyway. So thank you.
Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Bradstreet. It's an interesting idea, and I was glad to hear that you had had conversations with the commissioner and the director, because I had the same question. is it legal to do this, to rename the program under the federal guidelines? And I guess, and this may be a question for someone coming later, or if you know yourself in your conversations, or if we extend the weeks or shorten the weeks, does that put the state on the hook for the extra weeks if there aren't a federal program? So those are my two questions, and they may be for you or for someone coming later.
There would probably be legal questions for probably someone coming later. I don't pretend to be an attorney or even analysis.
I know. Yeah, I just, every time I put my hand in the unemployment honeypot with a good idea, I find out that there's some regulation against it. So that's why I was asking. I knew you just said you'd talk to them. So we'll hear that later, I guess.
Sure. And I had a bill last year that I eventually failed because it was not in compliance, or it was pretty much unworkable. It had to do with direct payments from communities on workers' compensation, not on unemployment worker. No, excuse me. Yes, it was on unemployment law. And I talked to the Ms. Boyette then, and I understood that was probably not going to be a workable bill. And I think LB 12, my first bill at 1020 is the same thing. This bill, I think, is I'd like to pursue conversations on this because I think it's something that in the long term, maybe we should take a look at.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questionings, we'll move on. For people who are joining, we are hearing all of the bills at once, and then we will take testimony from the bottom up. So next we have Senator Paul Davis of Piscataquis to introduce LD 1509, an act to provide that Maine school bus drivers are eligible for unemployment insurance in certain circumstances. Welcome, Senator Davis. You are not muted. Are you speaking? Can you hear me, Senator Davis? Because we can't hear you. We can see you. Representative Girwal, Senator.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're on.
I'm sorry about that, Senator. This new technology is foreign to me in many ways. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Paul Davis, and I have the honor of representing the good people of Senate District 4, which includes all of Piscataquis County and parts of Somerset and Penobscot. Representative Sector said he lived on the frontier of Moosehead Lake. Well, I live right in the middle of it, so there's a difference. I'm here today to present you testimony on LD 1509, an act to provide that Maine school bus drivers are eligible for unemployment insurance in certain circumstances. Despite the legislature making some changes pertaining to unemployment insurance eligibility before adjourning the 129th legislature, school administrative employees were faced with uncertainty on when they would return to work or if they would at all. This posed a problem for many of our school bus drivers. Now, I understand that Representative Dodge from, I believe, Belfast has also put in a bill similar to this, except that she includes all employees, whereas mine is restricted to bus drivers. I submitted this bill after hearing from many bus drivers in my district and some from Representative Dodge's district, one of the bus drivers I believe you'll hear from today. Although they receive payment through the end of the school year, they are unable to collect unemployment insurance because they had signed a letter of intent to return to work. If they did not sign, they were told that the school administrative district would find someone to replace their position. By signing this letter, many bus drivers were put in a bind. They could not collect unemployment insurance, nor could many seek other employment on the chance that the school would return as usual following summer vacation. We were right in the middle of the pandemic, and it was very unclear as to when they would actually be called back to work. As the legislature made exceptions for individuals in other professions, our school bus drivers were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Should we be faced with a similar circumstance working forward, I think it's important that we look into addressing this issue now. For that reason, I have submitted LD 1509 that would allow school bus drivers to be eligible for unemployment insurance for any week that the school does not require their service due to extraordinary circumstances like the pandemic, which is beyond the bus driver's control, and obviously most of ours too. Our school districts, excuse me, are already facing difficulty in recruiting and retaining bus drivers. Through the passage of this legislation, we can address an important issue while simultaneously showing current bus drivers and those who may be interested in driving bus, we are looking out for them, not just now, but also during extraordinary times. And I would also point out, I believe schools are going to have a difficult time finding new people, as everywhere I go, I see help wanted signs. So with that, that's what I have for you this morning, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Davis, for presenting the bill. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Representative Gear, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I had my own technical difficulties getting in this morning. I'm Tracy Gear. I represent House District 9, which is Kennebunkport and Coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk.
Thank you. And we also, of course, have our awesome clerk, Melissa Thompson, today, who will help out with technical difficulties, and our awesome analyst, Stephen Langland from OPLA. He has put for the panelists 2 links into the chat box. One of them is the testimony from today, and the other is briefing materials from the Department of Labor on unemployment insurance from orientation back in January. Next up, I will welcome Majority Leader from the Senate, Eloise Vitelli, to present LD 1564, an act to amend the laws governing unemployment compensation.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Eloise Vitelli, and I represent Senate District 23, which includes all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County, and I reside in the beautiful island community of Arousik. I am before you today to introduce LD 1564, an act to amend the laws governing unemployment compensation. I'm pleased to be sponsoring this bill on behalf of the Department of Labor. As we know, many of us during the first half of the pandemic, when Maine's tourism season was decimated, tens of thousands of Mainers found themselves applying for unemployment insurance, or UI, many for the very first time. They were confronted with a system that was both unprepared to meet the sudden surge in demand and out of sync in many ways with the needs of many Mainers. To make improvements that will directly benefit Mainers, giving them meaningful help when they need it most, the department is proposing several changes to existing policies. First, keeping workers connected with their employers or with the workforce more broadly makes it easier to go back to work full-time when the time comes. One provision of this bill increases the wages a recipient can earn while still receiving partial unemployment insurance. This makes it easier for people to work part-time and still remain in the labor force while supplementing their wages with benefits so that they can afford to live. Another provision will make reemployment services available to more recipients, particularly those who may find themselves repeatedly receiving unemployment insurance. These individuals are in fact most in need of the additional support in order to find long-term employment and are currently not able to benefit from this program. Other elements of this bill are designed to support working families who were hit hard during the past year. Data show that during the pandemic, women in particular were forced to leave the workforce and have been slower to return at higher rates than men. The disparity is even higher for women of color. Caretaking responsibilities disproportionately fall to the women in a home. And when child or elder care suddenly disappears, these women often have to leave work until they can find a new solution. This bill will allow workers who have to voluntarily quit a job because of sudden loss of child or elder care to still be eligible for benefits once they are able and available to work again. By allowing this, we are not penalizing workers who have had to leave a job in order to do what's right for their family. For similar reasons, this bill raises the weekly dependent benefit recipients with children can receive. These benefits help to bridge the gap while recipients seek out new childcare, and this new amount more accurately reflects the costs of having a child at home. This bill also undertakes to modernize the system in several ways. Throughout the pandemic, when in-person meetings were too risky, recipients going through the appeals process were allowed to participate in hearings remotely. This bill enshrines this practice in statute, making remote participation an option moving forward. Remote participation is not only useful during a pandemic, but is beneficial for many rural Mainers or Mainers with limited transportation who may already face additional hurdles to getting back to work. In addition, the bill offers several measures intended to streamline the unemployment insurance system. During an emergency or rapidly evolving situation, it can be difficult for the Commission to come to a speedy decision. This bill therefore transfers rulemaking authority and the ability to grant overpayment waivers, for instance, from the Unemployment Commission to the Commissioner, who is better equipped to respond in a timely manner. This bill also puts in place automatic triggers of extended benefits, allowing a quicker response in times of high unemployment like we've just seen. I want to thank the committee for its thoughtful consideration of these complex issues. I know you're being presented with several options to solve the challenges we face, and I'm confident this committee will pass a set of solutions that will improve the lives of Mainers. I would point out that Laura Boyette, who's the director of the Unemployment Compensation System, is also here to testify today, and I would encourage you to direct questions about the specifics of this bill to her. But again, I thank you for your consideration, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions? Mr. Prescott.
Well, thank you. Where is the checks and balances for when somebody says they lost home health care? How is somebody supposed to prove that to the Department of Unemployment?
I'm sorry, so when they've lost home health care, just so I understand your question, Representative, they've lost home health care and therefore are not able to go out to work themselves. How does that get certified or approved?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good question. I would suggest you ask that of Ms. Boyette, because she will be able to give you the details of how that actually happens, because I'm sure it has happened.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions for Senator Vitelli from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
I will welcome now the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Speaker Ryan Fecteau, to introduce LD 1571, an act to strengthen the unemployment insurance system to better serve Maine workers. Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Ryan Fecteau. I represent part of my hometown of Biddeford, and I have the distinct honor of serving as Speaker of the Maine House. I'm here today to present LD 1571, an act to strengthen the unemployment insurance system to better serve Maine workers. This bill brings accountability and reform to what has been proven to be an unreliable system. It modernizes UI benefits by reflecting the realities of today's workforce and strengthens the safety net by connecting unemployed Mainers, employers, and training programs to navigators who will be able to ensure Mainers are able to access the benefits they've earned and are reconnected to the workforce when they are able. We all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has taken a major toll on employment in Maine and across the country. 160,000 Mainers had to interface with the unemployment system during this crisis. Unfortunately, for struggling workers who bore the brunt of our economic challenges, the unemployment insurance system let Maine people down when they needed it most. I want to explain a little bit about how we got here. Back in 2017, I was serving as the House Chair of the then Labor, Commerce, Research, and Economic Development Committee. And then the Department of Labor informed us of plans to roll out a new unemployment insurance system designed by TCS, a multinational IT company, which was headquartered overseas. It was developed with a $90 million grant from the U.S. Department of Labor. Before the rollout, employees at Maine Department of Labor and the state's Office of Information Technology expressed concerns about the system's readiness. The administration at the time, the LePage administration, moved forward with the system anyway, and the result was quite painful. Even with low unemployment at the time, those trying to file for benefits faced locked accounts, unprocessed benefits, a problematic user interface, and long waits on the phone. Some claimants received mysterious double payments. It had seemed the system handled claims made during the remainder of 2018 and 2019 without issue. As a result, legislative leaders were under the impression any issues with the system had been resolved. However, then came late winter 2020. COVID-19 proved that impression to be quite wrong. The UI system's flaws reappeared, and given the volume of people applying for benefits, Maine people faced its unbearable challenges. With bills to be paid and families to support, the unpredictability and stress caused by this system was just completely unacceptable. While Maine people have made great strides at meeting the public health challenges of this pandemic, the challenges of the UI system have also directly impacted over 160,000 Maine people and the families that they're trying to support. And we need to meet those challenges as well. In 2020, a record number of Mainers lost jobs by no fault of their own. Many of the people affected work paycheck to paycheck. They didn't have savings to last them months. Delays in benefits put families in a horrible bind. Lawmakers fielded their phone calls and emails from the outset. I heard anxiety in the voices of my constituents, people who just wanted to be able to pay their rent, purchase groceries, and return to work safely at some point. Like many of you, I am frustrated with the many issues presented to us by the $90 million UI system since its launch. I believe firmly that TCS developed a faulty product. I remain steadfast in my commitment to ensuring that Mainers receive benefits. Continued pressure from lawmakers over the summer resulted in a new process for constituent issue resolution. Weekly updates from Commissioner Laura Fortman to lawmakers provided a transparent look at the status of claims and issue resolution. To date, my House caucus, House Democrats have worked with over 1,000 people to resolve their cases with the Maine Department of Labor. While these were steps forward, a substantial review of the UI system must be conducted to avoid such a catastrophe in the future. Lawmakers need to consider moving away from retaining outside vendors like TCS and instead make the internal investment to produce the state's electronic systems. The bill before you, LD 1571, will address some of the most significant flaws in the system, crafted with input from Mainers who express the system firsthand and after being laid off or losing business during the pandemic. This bill reforms parts of government that simply aren't working for Maine people and businesses. LD 1571 will modernize Maine's unemployment system insurance program to ensure that Maine workers receive timely and adequate unemployment benefits and that our system runs smoothly to help them get back on their feet. The bill sets up a process for Maine to improve the number of unemployed workers who get unemployment benefits. According to the US DOL, only 1 in 4 unemployed workers receive UI benefits in Maine. It creates an unemployment navigator program to help unemployed workers access benefits and in order to identify systematic problems and connect those same workers with training opportunities to then re-enter the workforce. Increases supplemental unemployment benefits for dependent children for the first time in 20 years. Increases the eligibility and benefit amount for workers who are partially unemployed. Requires employers to file unemployment claims for employees subject to a mass layoff or reduction in hours. Removes the disqualification for workers who must leave work for a compelling personal reason, such as a loss of childcare or transportation, holds employers accountable if they discourage workers from applying for UI benefits. I've communicated with the Maine Department of Labor, which is also proposing a bill, which we just heard, to fix some of these same problems. There's overlap between my bill and the department's bill, as we do share goals and recognize opportunities to improve the system for Maine people. One substantial difference, however, is that LD 1571 creates a navigator program similar to the health insurance navigators that are crucial to people finding the right plans on the ACA marketplace. It can be hard for any organization to ramp up when times are tough and more people are seeking help, which is what happened last spring so suddenly. That makes a great case for having non-governmental, nonprofit community navigators who are standing by and can respond when needed. We need credible organizations embedded in Maine communities to do this work. We have a responsibility to make things right and reform our system so that it works for Maine people. For me, this is not about blame. It's about looking at the hardship and making an easy choice. We've got to improve this system. What we've learned over the last year gives us a framework for how we can build a better system for Maine people. Maine deserves better. We can do better. And I thank you for your consideration of the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Speaker Fecto. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have the little thing on my screen to raise my hand anyway.
Well, that's fine.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your testimony. And we all agree that we just witnessed a lot of problems. Some of our problems, though, was the lack of manpower. And you mentioned about, working with our constituents to solve their problems. But in your bill, you're saying hold employers accountable if they discourage workers. Is there any penalty for holding the employer accountable? I didn't see any in your bill.
Yeah, so there are currently there's current law that relates to penalty for employers, I believe, on partial unemployment, and the department may be able to speak more clearly to some of the current law that's on the books related to discouraging employees from accessing benefits. But there are, I believe, in the bill we do embed new penalties for discouraging an employee from accessing benefits in totality. And so that's in the bill. I think it's in, I don't have the bill in front of me, but I think it's in I think around page 4. So you're testing my memory of the bill's layout. So I apologize for not being to answer the question directly.
No problem, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure we'll have somebody that can direct us that way. Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing this bill. Having served with you on the LCRED and the 128th, and then to see this implementation, and then serving as chair during the rollout of UI during the beginning of COVID. To me, this bill does two things. One, we saw a number of technical changes that I think are good in the department bill, but this seems to bring the discussion into the light of the day and to have some legislative oversight problems we saw in both those time periods. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. I mean, it's the focus of the bill is trying to address the systematic issues that clearly exist in the system. I mean, we've seen two periods of time. One where it certainly could not possibly compare to what we experienced over the last year. Obviously, there were so many people applying for unemployment over the course of the pandemic. But back in 2017, there wasn't necessarily a surge in demand. There was the seasonal demand of unemployment, as you see, in the fall and winter. The system has had challenges in two instances that aren't really comparable in terms of the demand and people applying for UI. There are clearly challenges with navigating the interface. I think we all probably had constituents who called us saying how confusing it was applying for benefits. I think because the system, if you log on and you read the questions, In many cases, they seem to be asking things that an employee of DOL would understand, but not necessarily, people applying for unemployment. The language we use matters, obviously. And when we put language that's public facing to folks applying for UI benefits, we need to make sure that we're using language that is understandable and isn't just the lingo of UI law. I think that's in part what we have. Even something as simple as claimant. I was talking to an employer last week in Biddeford who had employees who struggled to file for benefits, and he said he had a couple of employees who English is not their first language, and the word claimant doesn't translate in Google Translate. When you use the Google Translate feature on a web page, doesn't translate very well. And so using the word claimant versus something like applicant or unemployed worker or something that makes it more clear. But that is the first thing you have to click in order to start the process of filing a claim. And so, the things that are currently that are embedded in the system, I think require a real hard look. And my hope is that through this bill, we can start to really have that process take off. I mean, I know the department has done a lot of work over the last year reviewing the system. I know there's been some changes to the interface, and I really appreciate that work. I think, we have to continue to make sure that we are refining the system to work the best that it can.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Speaker Facto, as you said in your testimony, most folks are familiar with the navigating system within the healthcare system. This committee has been hearing about the emergence of navigators in the housing system in several districts. And I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how you think the navigator system that this bill proposes would have helped rather than having the navigator system of the good legislators of the 129th.
Great question. I think the navigator portion of the bill is perhaps the most important item that we're proposing, because the reality is the department and the legislature will never hire the amount of people that are needed at DOL for the times in which we experienced over the last year, whether it be a pandemic or a recession, to have employees retained for peak unemployment circumstances. It's just not reasonable or rational, really, from a fiscal perspective. I mean, why would we retain more workers than are needed just so we can have them on board when times are tough, which are obviously more infrequent. But what we can do is by launching a navigator program, we will have organizations in our communities who know people, who people know, that will have their employees trained and ready to respond when those circumstances arise. So that instead of having the department frantically search for and train new employees, which is what we saw at the beginning of this pandemic, you already have folks who are in our communities, who are part of organizations that can be at the ready when called upon to help the department with responding to claimants and getting folks to file claims successfully and navigate the program. The other side of the coin, when times are good, helping those who are unemployed get connected with training programs, apprenticeships, and getting reconnected to the workforce. So the navigator portion of this bill is twofold. It's first helping folks get unemployment benefits when they're eligible. Secondly, helping those same folks get reconnected to the workforce. So there's a dual aspect to this. I think it's a really key portion of the bill, and I think we'll go a long way to improving the user experience. There was a New York Times article I should have embedded in my testimony about folks getting assistance with trying to file for unemployment through Reddit. There was thousands of people across the country who sought out advice on how to file their claims from Reddit threads. And I mean, that's just, and I guess in some ways it's heartening that they found some source to provide them with some degree of guidance. But people should not be relying on blogs and the perspective of untrained and frankly unqualified people to provide them with advice on how to file claims. And I think the key here is making sure that Mainers have access to the resources they need to file claims successfully. And that's what the Navigator program will do.
Thank you.
Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, and thank you, Speaker Fecto, for being here and for presenting this piece of legislation. You mentioned in your testimony that the bill was crafted using outreach done in the community, and I was wondering if you could expand on that. Was this a survey that was done? Are you talking one-on-one conversations? How was that outreach done?
Yeah, there are probably some organizations behind me that can speak to outreach to the community, but there was a survey conducted related to UI and getting the experience of users, those who interfaced with the system over the last year. And certainly, I don't have the statistics or the results of those surveys in front of me, but I know that there were some pretty significant results in terms of how people felt about the system. Those who experienced challenges with filing for benefits, the percentages were rather skewed in the direction of not good. Things that we will want to, we want to be able to improve the system. And the fact that we have so many folks who experience challenges certainly is a huge indicator of the work that's before us to make sure the system works better for Maine people in the future. Thanks.
Representative Gear has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks very much for presenting this bill, Speaker Fecto. My question has to do with a kind of a very alarming statistic that you mentioned, which is that only 1 in 4 unemployed workers in Maine accesses UI benefits. Mm-hmm. And so I was wondering if you had any background on that statistic. I mean, for me, I'm thinking about UI being a key safety net thing that is there so that people don't fall into poverty and kind of go into that cycle, and then also as a tool for taking the next step and trying to find another job and move forward in your career and develop a career. So what do we have any insight as to what's happening to people if they're not accessing UI?
It's a really great question. I think the statistics for those who were UI eligible and successfully accessed UI benefits was much higher in the recent past. I think as we see a shift in the work that Maine people and people across the country do, we've gone from hundreds of people employed at mills and at one location. Biddeford, obviously a good example of a place that at one point had hundreds of people employed in our mills downtown, and now we have people who are employed either in the gig economy where they are not eligible. At least they weren't until the feds made changes for this particular circumstance around the pandemic. But we have people in the gig economy. We have people who are working for smaller employers, even manufacturers. They certainly aren't operating with hundreds of employees. There are more smaller manufacturers than there probably were in the recent past. So I think the changes in employment and the way in which people are now employed versus the past, I think has changed things. Because when you had a layoff at a mill, you have rapid response sent by DOL. People are provided the information about how to apply for unemployment. Now you don't have those necessarily the same kind of mass layoffs that you may have seen decades ago, where that rapid response was there and people were informed of how to apply. Now layoffs or reduced hours, I think, operate in a much on the micro level versus otherwise. I had another thought about this, but it's now escaped me. But I think generally that's plays a big role. There's another thing that's really underutilized, and that's work share. When hours are reduced for an employee, a lot of employers and employees don't know that they are eligible for partial benefit. I think that's an area of focus that we should all take. I think there's an opportunity there to ensure that folks who see their hours reduced at work, that they can actually that there's a program that already exists over at DOL that can really provide a great deal of relief and help. And I think that's an area of focus that we should definitely bolster. But that's a general overview of why I think the numbers have decreased so significantly.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the Speaker of the House? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Appreciate all your questions.
Next, I'll be taking testimony from Senator Richard Bennett, who is the lead co-sponsor to LD 1571, followed by Representative Cloutier, who is waiting patiently. Good morning, Senator Bennett.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Rick Bennett, and I have the honor of representing the beautiful Lakes region and foothills of Western Maine in the Maine Senate. As the lead Senate co-sponsor, I congratulate Speaker Fecteau and thank him for his leadership on this important bill, LD 1571. I think it's obvious to everyone that the unemployment insurance system failed terribly last year, and Maine people suffered just when they were facing one of the most trying and stressful times of the pandemic. Many people were told not to return to work, and they had no idea when they would return. Many still haven't. And when they went to apply for unemployment, they were greeted with confusion and chaos. Our unemployment insurance system is built for stability, not calamity. But when a big event occurs causing massive usage, that is the time when the system needs to be most resilient. Though I did not serve at the time of the initial shutdown, I've heard countless accounts from my colleagues and constituents regarding the troubles people faced trying to navigate the system. To cite a few, Maine workers who had previously been on unemployment and couldn't remember their password couldn't get through to a live person to reset it. A young mother from Senator Guerin's district who was on maternity leave when the shutdown started and as a result found that her account required additional approval could not reach anyone with the authority to help. A constituent of mine had to contend with voicemail purgatory, being dropped countless times over a number of weeks while dealing with the straightforward matter of having her name changed due to her recent marriage. Then came the fraud, and thousands of Mainers had to send in documentation proving who they were. Accounts remained locked long after accounts should have been verified, leaving people without the income they desperately needed. People lost their homes, vehicles, and racked up credit card debt to pay the bills. The UI system, like the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, is one of the few times many Mainers engage with a customer service experience in state government. Yet the unhappy experience suffered by our constituents forced the administration to take the unusual step of awarding McKinsey & Company, the global consulting firm, a $6.44 million no-bid contract for advice on how to fix it. By the way, we paid McKinsey this sum at the same time the firm was agreeing to pay Maine $3.14 million in a legal settlement for their role in advising Purdue Pharma and the Sackler family on how to make billions killing Americans on opioids. It defies belief that our failures will enrich such a firm where their partners earn $1.3 million a year consulting state governments on fixing their broken systems. Our Maine's WorkShare program could have been a tool many businesses turned to during this time, but it is, as the speaker said, consistently underutilized. WorkShare is an unemployment option that helps businesses retain their workforce during a temporary slowdown in work. The program allows employers to voluntarily reduce the hours of staff in lieu of layoffs. Employees of the business are allowed to collect a partial unemployment benefit to help them offset the loss of income. This program seems made for the circumstances we have been under for the past year and could have been a much better help to those affected by the pandemic had their employer chosen this option. The Reemploy Me system software was developed by the Reemploy USA Consortium, as you've heard, a multi-state pact formed to share the cost of creating and maintaining state unemployment systems, whose software vendor is Mumbai-based Tata Consultancy Services, TCS. 5 states belong to the pact: Connecticut, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Maine, and Rhode Island. However, only Maine and Mississippi have fully implemented the system. Reemploy Me has been plagued with problems since it was implemented in 2017. The current platform is not user-friendly. If applying for benefits been more self-explanatory, our constituents would have not had such difficulty applying. About the new Navigator program established in this bill and hopefully eligible for federal funding, I believe it will help employees and small businesses get the most out of the system they are paying for. The program will educate and assist laid off employees about their unemployment options, help connect them with education and training opportunities, and work to identify systemic obstacles that prevent people from receiving benefits and services they are entitled to. Overall usage, as you've heard, of the unemployment insurance system is down to about 20 to 30% of eligible participants. 10 years ago, it was about 50%. The fact is, Maine's economy relies on many smaller employers, and often these companies don't have human resources capabilities to direct laid off employees on how to apply for benefits. The new Navigator program will help fill this void. I encourage the committee to construct it in a way that it serves both employees and small employers. The bill before you also promises to modernize our unemployment compensation system to be compatible with Maine's unique and emerging economy. Maine has a vibrant and growing gig economy, with many of our constituents working temporary or freelance jobs. We need to think about the future. Most importantly, this legislation will demand more accountability from the Department of Labor, including reporting requirements to the legislature. While the department experienced an unprecedented amount of work seemingly overnight as the pandemic hit last year, as legislators, it is our job to look out for our constituents, many of whom are still having difficulties with the department a year after the pandemic began. I think additional accountability is not only justified, but essential. I thank you for your time and attention to this important issue. I'd be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bennett. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Next up is Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I am Kristen Cloutier, and I am proud to represent House District 60, part of my hometown of Lewiston. I am here today in support of LD 1571, an act to strengthen the unemployment insurance system to better service Maine workers. At this time last year, my days were consumed by responding to emails and phone calls from desperate constituents trying to navigate our unemployment system. While each individual's experience differed slightly, they all shared an underlying frustration with accessibility. I heard on countless occasions that despite calling over and over again, it was impossible to speak with an actual human being. Those who were able to reach someone were not advised adequately or told that the person they were speaking with was unable to solve the issue on file. I had constituents who had to wait weeks, and in most cases months, to have the funds they qualified for released to them. I am certain that many of you experienced the same thing, feeling helpless as legislators to address the issues raised by the people who elected us to serve them. The COVID-19 pandemic has shed an enormous light on the inefficiencies of our unemployment system. This bill aims to directly address these issues and consists of three main components: accountability and reform, creation of a Navigator program to help struggling applicants, and the modernizing of the UI system and strengthening of the safety net. This bill is a direct result of the experiences of Mainers suffering unemployment through no fault of their own during COVID-19. Each component is crucial to correcting the shortcomings of our current system and increasing accessibility for workers. No individual should be unable to access resources that they are entitled to, especially resources needed to survive and provide for their families. As lawmakers, we must ensure that no one is left behind. The changes this bill proposes are long overdue and will help rebuild needed trust between the Department of Labor and hardworking Mainers. I am proud to be a co-sponsor of this legislation and hope this committee will join me in supporting it. Thank you for your time today, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Cloutier. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now open testimony from the general public and the department. I will weave in. Chairman Sylvester, you have a question.
No, I just wanted to remind folks that now that we are moving off of sponsors and co-sponsors, that we will be moving to a 3-minute time limit.
Thank you. So please, when you are promoted to the room, you will be made a co-host because we had a technical difficulty today. So you will be able to show your face to us. We have a lot of people signed up to testify in favor of LD 1571. A few people signed up to testify in favor of LD 1564. I will do my best to move us through this. We will take some testimony in opposition to the bill after a slew of testimony in favor. We will return to testimony in favor of the bills after we hear some opposition and also from the department. So right now I'm going to call forward Matt Schlobom, followed by Susan Young, Melanie Klein Robinhard, Tammy Stone, and Sandy Butler. Welcome, Mr. Schlobom.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I am Matt Schlobom. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine AFL-CIO, and it's great to be with you. We testify today in support of LD 1571. And I think this committee knows well that UI, unemployment insurance, is our state's first line of defense to maintain economic security for laid off workers, to keep milk in the fridge and bread on the table, and to stabilize our economy and to make sure that consumer spending doesn't disappear when layoffs occur. The problems that all of you experienced through your constituents and that many of us know very intimately that we've experienced over the last year were structural and decades in the making. Happy to talk more about what we see as the causes of those things. But suffice it to say that this pandemic has laid bare the dire need to strengthen and improve the UI system. For the last year, organizationally, we have spent a massive amount of time helping thousands of workers troubleshoot, navigate, access benefits, hear their stories and their pain, and make sure they get the little bit of dignity of their unemployment benefits coming through. This bill grows out of those direct experiences. Every single provision in this bill comes out of the experiences of your constituents, of the 160,000 plus Mainers who interface with this system, and they are solutions to make it work a little bit better, be a little bit more humane, and help achieve its formal purpose. The core, and you'll hear people's stories today about all of this and the various provisions of this bill. I want to start by just highlighting a couple pieces. The first, Representative Geer asked about it. Pre-pandemic in 2019, only 1 in 4 laid off Maine workers got unemployment benefits. That is an anchor that we are trying to address in this bill and fix. If you think about that in another realm, if only 1 in 4 Mainers gets vaccinated, if only 1 in 4 kids were going to public school, we would scream it out as a crisis. There is a huge problem in UI around that recipiency rate, and we have to address it. This bill proposes a number of ways that we try to do that. My testimony lays out the consequences of only 1 in 4 laid off workers getting UI benefits. A second provision I want to lift up has to do with the Peer Navigator program. We've been doing this work, and a lot of other organizations you'll hear from today have been doing this work intensively for the last year. We know from all the research that people are most able to access benefits when they can go to someone they trust, some organizations they know. This is a model that's been used and is tried and true in the Affordable Care Act and other programs. And we think that the recipiency problems and the Navigator program are a bit of a lock and key. We will not improve that recipiency rate if we don't have a system in place whereby people can get human contact to help resolve issues and help resolve problems, which I know all of you spent an enormous amount of time doing in the past year. We think the Navigator program—
Unfortunately, that is your 3 minutes.
Okay.
And so you could summarize your thoughts. Yep.
Thank you, appreciate it. I think the Navigator program holds tremendous value, and there are a number of other provisions in this bill which we'd be happy to talk about that seek to modernize, reform, and strengthen this unemployment system so it meets the needs of Maine workers and employers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schlobom. Representative Cuddy has a question for you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Schlobom. Could you just go into a little more depth about what the Maine AFL-CIO and partners did around navigation?
Yeah. So like in March of 2020, our phone started ringing off the hook, and we put up a portal on our website with other groups. We created an unemployment insurance Facebook page. People started referring folks to us, and we helped thousands and thousands of workers. I think the number when we do the tally right now is well over 5,000 workers. And that was everything from detecting pattern problems across the board and taking them to the department. That was helping people with simple things. That was talking people through the logistics of how to apply. But it was in essence being a navigator. This is a complicated system. Most of the people who engaged with it had never used it before. People had serious delays, as you all well know. And so we did the nuts and bolts work of helping people solve their problems, helping people get their benefits, identifying systemic and pattern problems for the department, trying to get those resolved, and trying to give people the slight peace of mind that they were going to see light at the end of the tunnel.
Chairman Sylvester has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Schlobaum, thanks for being here. Recipiency is something I'm very, very worried and interested in. I wonder if you could speak a little bit more about that, about some of the barriers, both intentional and unintentional, that sort of set that up to be at 1 in 4. And if you could point out specifically the parts of the bill that address this and what it's trying to achieve.
Absolutely. So I think if we're going to build an equitable, fair economy, if we're going to have a UI system that works the way that it's intended to, we have to get at this issue of why it is that 3 in 4 laid off workers pre-pandemic were not getting UI benefits. And that's true. Maine is not the only place this is happening, right? This is a nationwide problem. Some states do better, but the national average was 27%. So the consequences of that, just to be clear, obviously that harms workers, right? They're not getting the economic relief that they need. It harms our overall economy because unemployment insurance is a stimulant and it's designed to stabilize. That's one of the fundamental roles. It makes it more likely that workers are going to drop out of the labor market, not get the kind of retraining they need, not get into the workforce training programs. And in a state that has the demographic and workforce challenges and the oldest population, we have no margin for error on that. And I think it is a very bad strategy to have a UI system that's excluding 3 out of 4 folks. So in terms of 2 things, why is this happening? And then what the bill does. The best research on this is that there are a couple core reasons for this. One is people don't know they're eligible. They don't know how to apply. They think that is for someone else, a manufacturing worker. Speaker Fecto spoke to this. Our economy has changed dramatically. Or people try and then give up. So that's one bucket. And then there's a set of eligibility rules about who can and can't get UI, how much time you have to work, all of these things that make it more difficult. So what the bill does is it says to the department, let's analyze and assess why it is that we have a low recipiency rate. Let's put forward our best thinking and set very concrete public goals about how we improve that and benchmarks. Let's report to this committee and have a public conversation about it. And then let's do the other things in the bill, like a navigator program that can help raise that recipiency rate and make sure that people have the support to get the benefits they need. The last thing I'll say is, for us, this is a both and. We need to strengthen staffing in the department. We need to address funding for the department. We need to address the decades-long decline in administrative funding, and we need a navigator. We need both things to be stronger for this to work, and the navigator is a supplement to a robust unemployment insurance division that can do the work it needs to do.
Thank you.
Representative Gear has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here, Mr. Schlobaum. I have 2 questions. I hope I can ask both. One is I'm curious if there has been any research to investigate the connection of lack of recipiency or access of unemployment insurance benefits and the increase in child poverty that we've seen here and elsewhere in the country.
Great question. I don't know the research answer to it. I can only assume, and I will get back to you with hard studies, that when 3 out of 4 workers in Maine are not laid off workers are not accessing UI benefits, that it makes our poverty rates and our child poverty rates worse. But let's dig in and get you those answers in a more formal way. But I think it's a great question, and I think you're absolutely right to be thinking along those lines.
Great, thank you. And then my other question is, do we have examples of other states that are using navigators for employment issues?
Yeah, so we have numerous examples of navigators in other programs. The ACA, I think people are probably most familiar with. SNAP, a lot of community colleges use navigators to help students stay in college. There are past examples, and Maine has done this at times, of peer support workers during mass layoffs. So you hire people from the plant that has had a layoff because people know them, they trust them. It raises the recipiency rate dramatically. It gets people into programs. Maine has done that. Other states have done that. It has worked incredibly well. And what we're trying to do is to really build this out in a more systematic way that covers the entire state and make sure that people can directly access someone to troubleshoot, to gain the benefits, and critically also to gain the workforce training and the educational opportunities they need to get back into the workforce.
Thank you. I have one other question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
I'm also curious, Speaker Fecto talked a bit about gig work and how that's been increasing. Back in the day, I think we used to call it the informal economy, right? People kind of getting out of a formal job and saying, hey, I got to make some money. I'll deliver stuff for people or whatever. Again, I'm just curious here in your role, if you've seen research or investigation of what this kind of shift means and for us as a country and how we need to think about that.
Yeah, this is a massive issue, and I appreciate the question. I think, so a couple thoughts on it. One of the fundamental challenges with UI is that it was a program that was designed in the 1930s. It was designed in an economy where typically there was one worker, often the male in the family, that would go to work in a factory, would earn a decent income, and would support the family on that. Obviously, we're 85 years later, or more than that. The economy has changed dramatically. The workforce has changed dramatically. You have less manufacturing workforce. You have many more workers in the workforce, many more women, many more people working part-time. Unemployment insurance has not adapted to that. And that's part of the reason we had so many challenges. The system, the UI system federally, the state level, has not been modernized and supported to deal with the workforce of the 21st century. The second piece is to truly address the gig workers and others like that. We need federal reform to get at that in the most effective and meaningful way. That conversation is more alive than it's ever been, and we should, as a state, stay in close contact with it to, again, cover the folks that need covering in 2021.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, Mr. Snowball, from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Next up is Susie Young.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Susie Young, and I am a self-employed sheep farmer and fiber artist from Winniport. I am testifying in support of LD 1571. I joined the Maine AFL-CIO Facebook group as a member the first day self-employed were eligible to file for unemployment under the CARES Act. People in the group quickly became frustrated as the computer system became overloaded. I began posting positive things to keep the morale in the Facebook group up. I would encourage people while they desperately fought to get the benefits they were eligible for, but sometimes they had to wait weeks or months for many to receive they were eligible for, but sometimes they had to wait weeks or months to begin to receive their first paycheck. Even then, it was a struggle for many to receive the back pay to the date they originally filed. Maine AFL-CIO asked me to assist in moderating the group. I took it upon myself to learn as much as I could about not only the state, but the federal unemployment benefits. I read as much information as I could. I needed to understand all of the programs and components so I could help these people who desperately needed help. Members began turning to me for answers. I wasn't even sure I would be able to save my animals in my barn or the roof over my own head, but I was sure if someone needed my help, I would help them if I could. I would suggest to many to contact their state representatives. I referred them to grassroots organizations who might be able to help. The long wait on the phone with the MDOL to speak to a live person was more than some could handle. They gave up only to call back the next day to get the same results, or if they did get a live person, to be told to just wait, it will happen. I continue to post updates in the group when new information and extensions are released. I follow every new extension and program to great length. My mindset is if I can help just one person, it is a good day. Many were desperate. They were watching their savings deplete and struggle to pay for housing, car payments, and other basic needs while waiting for MDOL to give them answers and process their benefits. Many were destitute, and I made myself available 24 hours a day just to answer questions and oftentimes just to listen to their frustration because they felt alone. A few wanted to end their life because of the stress and depression they suffered while waiting for their claims to process. A recovering addict needed a referral for someone to help her with her finances because she had suddenly received 5.5 months back pay and she didn't trust herself. She had struggled and suffered so badly through the process of waiting and she didn't want to relapse. I referred her to Maine Equal Justice, who gave her resources. 5.5 months is more than anyone should have to suffer through not knowing if or any help is on the way. The MDOL computer system is like a cracking foundation that has had many programs added to it, and it crumbles.
Ms. Young, unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes. And
okay.
But it's more than possible that someone will ask you a question to see if you had anything else in your testimony that you wish to say.
Okay.
Representative Warren has a question.
I thank you so much for your testimony today. And I'm wondering, it's amazing what you've done. And I'm wondering if there's anything you would have added additionally from your testimony that you're not able to.
The navigator system is very important because one wrong click and it can create a 5-week hold on benefits. For the last year, I've been a volunteer navigator for hundreds and hundreds of people. I've helped them get benefits, troubleshoot problems, and make the system work. A formal navigator system would be able to perform these functions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Also looks like Randy has a question for you.
I do. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Ms. Young, for being here today. And I was just wondering if you could take a stab at estimating how many hours a week was it that you spent on this Facebook page trying to help people?
Approximately between 60 and 70 hours a week. And I was available 24 hours a day.
I know you were. Thank you very much for your time today.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Young? Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for all that you did to help out people when they desperately needed it. Next up, we have Melanie Klein-Robenhauer, followed by Tammy Stone, Sandy Butler, Melissa Hunnable. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Melanie Klein-Robenhauer, and I'm from Bangor, Maine. I'm testifying in support of LD 1571. I've lived in Maine since 1989. I have been gainfully employed for my entire adult life. I have 2 master's degrees, one from Harvard and one from the University of Maine. I've been a math teacher in addition to working in various capacities in educational administration at the secondary and post-secondary levels. I own a home here in Bangor, and I'm really involved in my community. I've had to collect unemployment benefits twice while living in Maine, and fortunately for me, the process was relatively uncomplicated. I attribute this to my extensive computer skills and my ability to navigate a complicated online system of policies, procedures, and communications. I'm grateful for the safety net. It's helped me in countless ways. And this is why I'm testifying in support of improving the system and making it easier for others who've not had such an easy time of it. And there are many. I've also been involved with the Facebook group sponsored by Maine AFL-CIO. I've become friends with unemployed folks across the state. These people have lost employment through no fault of their own due to the pandemic. Once self-employed folks gained access to unemployment benefits, there were a lot of people who were completely lost and unable to navigate the program to gain benefits. The state system was overwhelmed. Many people were made to wait for weeks, even months, for money to put food on the table, heat their homes, and keep a roof over their heads. I've heard countless stories from claimants who've called into the MDOL office to be told to call back later and to be placed on hold for hours. They give up. It's been a stressful experience for many people who only ask for a sense of security and support during a terrible time. My friend Susie Young's testimony is not an exception. She helped countless people, gave countless hours. I've read heart-wrenching stories. These are the people this bill is helping. In closing, I support LD 1571 because it creates the Unemployment Peer Navigator program that will help unemployed workers access benefits, identify systemic problems in the UI system, and get help accessing job training programs and other supports. I sincerely thank you for your time, and I urge you to support passage of this critically important piece of legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Klein-Robenhard. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none? I do not see, thank you. I don't see Tammy Stone unless she is here registered under another name. If that is the case, please raise your hand. Okay, we'll move on to Sandy Butler, followed by Melissa Hunneball, Loretta Layton, and then Claude Reganja. Welcome, Ms. Butler.
Thank you for having me. Let me just get my notes up here for a second. Excuse me. Some problems with the computer. Oh dear, maybe I just do this. So good morning, Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester and honorable members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Sandy Butler. I live in Orono, and I am a professor of social work at the University of Maine. This testimony is provided in support of LD 1571, which proposes changes in the UI system, changes that are badly needed in order to better meet the needs of Mainers experiencing unemployment. The COVID-19 health crisis did not create the problems in our UI system, but it has served to expose them. As you already heard from several people before the pandemic, 1 in 4 unemployed Mainers received UI. And I'd like to talk about those other 3 who did not receive them. These were part-time workers, low-wage workers, women, and long-term unemployed, and people of color being the most likely to be left out. This very low recipiency rate reflects ongoing neglect of the UI system, which has failed to adapt to the changes in the US workforce over the past 50 years, including far more part-time employment and far more women in the workforce. In order to learn about the experiences of Mainers trying to access UI during the pandemic, several organizations collaborated to survey unemployed workers throughout the state. A report on that study was published in March and I believe was distributed to legislators, but there's a link to it in my written testimony. The report was called Lessons Learned from the Pandemic, a Data-Driven Approach for UI Reform. Based on a sample of 321 respondents from all 16 counties, the findings support the changes proposed in LD 1571. In the interest of time, I'm only going to speak about one of the recommendations from this report that does have to do with those that have not typically received unemployment in the past. Individuals who leave their employment due to caregiving responsibilities, such as loss of childcare, and this happened a lot during the pandemic, they are not typically eligible for UI, But last year, the federal pandemic unemployment assistance program provided benefits to such families when leaving a job was COVID related. Yet even with this federal assistance, 1 in 4 respondents to the survey who were disqualified for UI left their work due to challenging family circumstances. This was likely due to administrative confusion and misunderstanding of this valuable but temporary federal measure, because typically these families would not be eligible for UI. The system needs to be updated with an understanding of how caregiving roles frequently conflict with employment, particularly for women and low-wage workers. These survey findings of the experiences of unemployed Mainers over the past year underscore the need to update the UI system, and updates that the state has some control over.
Ms. Butler?
I'm done. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to my testimony. I hope you'll take a look at the written testimony, and I hope that you will vote in favor of LD 1571, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for being right on time. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Melissa Hannibal.
I believe Representative Geer had a question for Ms. Butler. If she has.
Butler, are you still here?
I'm still here, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We didn't lose her to the wormhole, so that's good.
Oh, no.
Yeah, my question does have to do with the rich data that we're looking at here, and wanted to get a sense of the proportion of unemployment situations that we're aware of that did have a connection to some change in childcare or other home circumstances. Do I have a sense of how much of the issue had that as a cause?
I would not have those numbers for you right now, but I can certainly see whether those can be found. Do you mean within the sample of the survey, or do you mean within all the applicants for UI in the state in the past year?
I think I'm looking for an understanding of, when we look at everyone who went into some status of unemployment, how many of those was driven by, I have to be home to have the kids in school from home and that sort of thing. Yeah.
Whether they applied or not.
That's another interesting point. Yes.
Yes. Well, I'm going to see whether I can find out something for you anyway of the different kinds of populations, either those that didn't apply because they didn't think they were eligible, or those that did because of loss of childcare. So
that would be great. If we could have that for the work session, that would be great.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, Ms. Butler.
Thank you.
And welcome, Melissa Hannibal. You are next, followed by Loretta Layton and Claude Reganche.
Good morning. Greetings and thank you to all present. I strongly support the intent of Bill 1571. My name is Melissa Honeybell. 3 minutes is not long enough to tell my story. I've been unemployed since COVID-19 entered Maine last April, and I have not been able to access benefits. According to the latest information I've received from the Department of Labor, I am eligible for benefits, but I'm not eligible to apply for them. My work experience includes managing free meal programs and AmeriCorps programs, so I'm not intimidated by the complicated process of federal and state-run programs. Being unemployed is depressing and degrading. And when I muster the initiative to ask for support to keep my life stable as I rebound, I'm met with a confusing system of convoluted language and devoid of help. The online questionnaire format forced me to submit inaccurate and incomplete information because it doesn't allow for any circumstances not listed. While unemployed, I've been taking online classes and am volunteering to run my town's food pantry. I'm doing all I can to use my talents and skills to help my community, and I'd be thrilled to work on revising the system while receiving benefits. To save money this year, I've taken my car off the road. I don't visit friends. I don't buy anything. I'm insulted by some of today's comments suggesting that I would prefer to remain unemployed. I don't want my tax money to continue to be wasted on maintaining this current system. If nothing more happens than a redesign of the online application system, it will help immensely and should be done immediately. I hope everyone attending this hearing understands the urgency of passing this bill. I thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Honeybell. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Are there any questions? Representative Prescott.
Well, thank you. Well, hi. You said that you received information that you qualified for unemployment, but you weren't allowed to apply for it. What was the reason for that?
I don't know what the reason is. The online system allows you to check off boxes and you may or may not get a response. There's very little information online. It's unclear to me, and I want to stress that English is not my first language. I've held many positions in various capacities, and I don't understand the communications that I've received from the Department of Labor. I don't know where I stand. I just know that the online system blocks me from submitting a claim.
All right, well, thank you.
Like I said, I don't have enough time to explain everything to you.
Well, no, I think you gave me the answer. You just said that you were blocked from moving forward. So that's what I was looking for. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here, and hopefully we can get the situation rectified. Next up, Loretta Layton.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Dr. Loretta Morse-Layton, and I'm from Wiscasset, Maine. I'm testifying in support of LD 1571. I'm a licensed clinical professional counselor and am in private practice in Bath. This year has been incredibly challenging due to the pandemic, and I have never been as busy as I have been this year. I am, however, one of the fortunate ones who's been able to continue working full-time and then some, and I've not been personally impacted by unemployment. I've taken this time off this morning from my practice to share how much I support changes in the unemployment system outlined in LD 1571. Many of my patients lost their jobs and businesses due to the pandemic. Along with their job loss, they also lost their health insurance, forcing them to pay for needed medical appointments and medications while also struggling to pay for their mortgages, rent, vehicle payments, and even food. These are individuals who had never utilized the unemployment program. They were lost on how to proceed, encountering many obstacles in accessing the unemployment system. For some that were able to apply, they waited in some cases months before they received any type of unemployment money. During this time, I had patients who had to sell their possessions, withdraw their children from college, make horrible choices between food or medicine, and some lost their homes. For example, I had one patient who had to sell her deceased mother's ring, another who had a yard sale to sell their daily furniture, including their very bed. I've had many individuals in crisis, suicidal and feeling hopeless. Being employed brings a great deal of pride, feelings of self-worth and purpose. Not one of the individuals I have worked with wish to be on unemployment, but have had to be in order to provide for themselves and their families. LD 1571 would address some of these challenges these individuals have encountered. The proposed peer navigator, for example, would assist people who are having difficulty applying for benefits, as well as to help with necessary job training and other vital programs. Further, increasing the benefits of workers who are partially unemployed would help them tremendously. I urge you to pass LD 1571. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Layton. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for being here today. Next up is Mr. Claude Waganje. Good morning. You are on mute, sir.
Good morning, Senator Hickman. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Representative Sylvester and honorable member of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Claude Waganje. I am a Westbrook City Councilor and Executive Director of Prosperity, Maine. I have also submitted my testimony in writing in support of LD 1571. Because of the time, let me just go to the point. My organization, Prosperity Maine, supports many immigrants, refugees, and asylum seekers. But I spend most of my time at Prosperity Maine in 2020 not providing our programs, but instead supporting a struggling family who lost their jobs and helping them to apply unemployment insurance benefits. COVID-19 revealed the disparity that exists in BIPOC communities in healthcare here in Maine, but also in income gap. I do not want to remind anyone that back in 2020, 30% of the total COVID-19 cases were related to BIPOC communities, even though Maine has only 1.4% of the same population. This means that most of those individuals lost their jobs and needed help to get food on the table. The system of unemployment insurance was designed, and it still is designed to support individuals who are fluent in English and individuals with the IT experience. For Prosperity Maine, out of the 100+ individuals it served and it continued to serve, only a handful of them were able to navigate the system on their own, and many others could not even create an account on their own. And again, of course, because of language barrier. As social service provider, I didn't have a choice other than trying to help those families even every day, but I was limited what I could do. Here are some of the challenges that I encountered. Every time I had a question that I could not answer while I was helping someone, because I was limited on a system, I had to stop and call DOL. One day, I had to call them 59 times without getting a single answer. I understand the system was really heavy, but that was the case. I called at 7 before they opened to make sure that they will get back to me. No one answered. I called at 8. I called at 9 until early afternoon, and I gave up. All that to try to help someone who was unemployed. Oh my God. I'm not sure if the system was made harder to discourage people from applying. If that is the case, it has had success mission against those families. Let me say this for the sake of time. One of the many solutions that this system can do is actually to create a navigator who can help those people who either don't speak English, can't even have access to the IT, or can't even have access to the computer system. So please read my testimony. Unfortunately, 3 minutes is not enough to say what I have done in the last 13 months trying to help someone make a food on the table. Some of them, let me say this, please. Some of them haven't even had the benefits until today, as you have heard from so many. Please, I urge that
Councilor Wanje, unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes, but I'm sure there's going to be questions for you.
Please support LD 1571 to improve the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reganje, and Chairman Sylvester has a question.
Thank you, Councilor. My question is, you're in your position, I think many legislators found themselves in the same position, trying to learn the UI system on the fly. And I wondered, had you been trained in how the system works, how would that have made a difference in the people that you tried to help?
Absolutely, a huge difference. So definitely, let me say that even in my own self-training, my organization was actually able to help other navigators, even with the little experience we had. They were relying on the experience and expertise of Prosperity Maine, like many other ECBO, to train them on how to do the navigation. So I think that will make a huge impact, and that will also build the trust between DOL and the people they work with. So definitely, among many other things that this system can do, that's one of them that I'm recommending myself.
Thank you, Councilor. You anticipated my second question about whether, how people would view the DOL differently if there was someone in their community. So I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Now we will hear from Marie Pinio, followed by John Doerr, Julie Delmonico. Good morning. You're on mute.
Sorry. Good morning. My name is Marie Pinio. I'm from South Portland. Thank you for your willingness to hear our testimonies today, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, Speaker Fecto, and seated members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I would also like to thank the sponsors of this crucial piece of legislation, all the sponsors, that I believe will improve the morale of the entire workforce of Maine's people. I first want to say that I'm in favor and support of all parts of LD 1571, especially the peer support section and the accountability and reporting section. You must understand that in such a rural state as Maine, online community is crucial for the advancement of our culture, and to leave peer community support out of this bill would be working against our common goals. I've read in the summary of this bill, it also requires an assessment of the staffing capacity within the Department of Labor and requires the Commissioner of Labor to submit a report of these findings to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I would like to tell you my story and the story of countless others I have come to know in peer group on a social media who supports each other through the tragedies of our current system's flaws. I'm a part-time seasonal on-call employee at LL Bean. This year was the first layoff I've experienced since 2015 when I took a break from that work and went to a different job. Until the spring of 2020, when the pandemic closed our state, I had not been laid off since August 2017, when I returned to work from what I'd hoped was my very last period of unemployment. 2021 was not my first application for unemployment, but it was my first new claim filing where I experienced a bureaucratic nightmare that was waiting for me. My mind was blown. I didn't care if there were 43,000 claims filed in 1 week. I cared whether I could make it to the next week while still helping support my neighbors, and I can't do that without a paycheck. This system has not served us. It has provided us with an all too familiar unspoken form of off-putting designed to protect people in power from being held responsible for their duties. I filed for UI benefits on March 9. Here's why I was not as unfortunate as others who have had to wait up to 5 months for their claims to be approved and released for payment. I quickly learned that I was not talking to someone in Maine when I inquired for the second time about the length of the time some are waiting to have their hearings. Hiring out-of-state contractors to do work for Maine when they're Mainers, when their understanding of our living conditions and our climate combined with the Maine's rugged and rural nature is an unspeakable disservice to us. These people are ill-prepared for absorbing the urgency with which Mainers who apply for unemployment need to have their claims handled. A blanket approach by someone without the firsthand knowledge of how Mainers live is unjust and can be tragic to the households who already suffer food insecurity, let alone a need for transportation outside of walking distance.
Ms. Pinio, unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes, and I hate to be one of those people putting you on the time after what you just discussed, but that is the end of your 3 minutes. I'm sure folks have questions, though.
Thanks.
Representative Drinkwater has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Pinio, for being here. As you dealt with the nightmare that we as legislators also dealt with, having received hundreds of calls from constituents, do you think it would have helped if at least a live person would have answered the phone, or a recording that says leave a name and number and we will call you back?
I don't think a recording would have helped, but I do think a live person would have helped. I really, the times that I was able to call and get someone live on the phone, it was extremely helpful in that at least I had the feedback and the ability to discover why people were having such problems. And when I did discover that and I pressed the person on the phone, they actually, the first person put me off indefinitely. The second time I called, I actually got someone and I said, can I speak to a supervisor? Can I speak to someone who has the ability to help me now? Because I'm not willing to wait indefinitely. And that's what you're telling me I have to do. And you don't understand the situation I'm in. So I did, I pushed, and I managed to get someone. But it wasn't until then that I was actually told that we were being triaged by people that were out of state. And that infuriated me for a lot of my neighbors.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, and thanks for your help earlier as we tried to solve our technical.
Thank you for squeezing me in.
Next up, we will hear from John Doerr, and followed by Julie Delmonico, if she is still here, followed by Martha Donovan. Welcome, Mr. Doerr.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the committee. My name is Tired. I've analyzed Maine's labor market and workforce developments for over 40 years. From 2004 to 2011, I served as the director of the Center for Workforce Research and Information at the Maine Department of Labor, and I have worked with the Maine Community College system over the last few years. My experience at the national level includes working at the National Center on Education and the Economy, Jobs for the Future, and the Georgetown Center on Education and the Workforce. I'm in strong support of the efforts to reform Maine's unemployment insurance system to better serve both workers and employers for the 21st century economy. Profound economic changes have occurred, and more will come as technology, innovation, and globalization continue to reshape the nature of work and the employment relationship. Job loss remains one of the most traumatic events undermining our self-confidence and economic security. We need more highly responsive systems that replace lost income and assist impacted workers to move from one job to the next and to shift careers. I urge you in considering this legislation to do more than simply fix the failures identified in their most recent crash of the Maine economy, but to anticipate future challenges that will impact the lives of Maine workers and the competitiveness of Maine employers. And I just want to add this note. It's mentioned before, but Maine's slow population labor force growth combined with aging and rapidly retiring workforce also means significant opportunities for workers that have struggled in low-wage, low-skill employment and have the opportunity now to enter high-skill, high-wage jobs. To the extent that we reform this system and have effective and efficient labor market intermediaries, we will prevail with meeting those kinds of results. The failure to effectively match unemployed workers with jobs will mean opportunities lost not only for individuals, but for the state overall in terms of the loss in GDP and the retarding of our economy. Key themes of reform that have already been sounded that I want to repeat. Recipiency rates and benefit levels are simply too low, and we must incrementally expand coverage to more Maine workers and increase benefit levels to reflect a higher percentage of earnings replacement. Part-time workers and multiple job holders must be more effectively covered. Emerging realities of contract and gig work are here to stay and even desirable for some workers, and we should develop contribution methods for both workers and employers who operate in such employment relationships. The attraction of workers for out-of-state employers but live in Maine will also create new challenges, and our system must incorporate, I think, a responsiveness to the emerging reality of the labor market that's in front of us. Work share innovations, another important innovation. For some time, we had the option in Maine to avoid full layoffs and retain workers on a part-time basis while assuming partial payments under the unemployment insurance program. There's too little awareness and knowledge among employers. This strategy is common in Europe and effectively avoids total worker dismissal, helping employers retain worker skills and productivity levels as the economy recovers.
Mr. Doerr, Mr. Doerr, unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes. I'm sure there'll be some questions for you.
All right. Again, more of it is covered in my written testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Doerr. Representative Cuddy has a question for you.
Thank you, Senator. I've been the recipient of Mr. Doerr's wisdom on more than one occasion, and so I would, if you had more that you had brought that you would like to get across to us, Mr. Doerr, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, just wanted to add that the work share program to me represents a win-win outcome. It helps employers retain their workforce, allowing when the economy recovers to achieve productivity levels, and it allows workers to retain partial income and attachment at a critical time when they get estranged from the workforce. The Navigator program I also want to endorse strongly because there's nothing more important in terms of really getting people be able to move from one job to the next, and increasingly, I think, also be able to move from one career to the next. We've got to help people, in effect, make those transitions. We've got to invest in reemployment systems and career transition systems much more than we have. We've woefully underinvested, and I think we've paid a price in terms of keeping people out of the labor market and preventing people from realizing the kind of earnings that they really could achieve. My last comment, Representative Scott, is to, in effect, talk about the computer system, because you can do all the benefits you want and do all the improvements that you like. If people can't access these systems, it will do no good and will keep people out from benefiting. Clearly, one of the things I think that has been very effectively done in the state of Virginia is a heavy involvement of talking to workers directly and to talking to frontline staffs in terms of building and designing the interface for these computer systems. And I think we need, if we're going to go back at rebuilding these systems, place a much more reliance on the people who've been on the front lines and the workers who've been directly impacted by these systems. And finally, I would add, there's no reason why we cannot stress test these systems in ways that a lot of other systems get tested under, to ensure that we don't hit the third time of having our systems collapse when, as we can fully expect, another kind of major demand on the system will occur at some point down the road. We need to be ready. I mean, we failed at this twice now. Boy, we shouldn't fail a third time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, we will hear from Martha Donovan. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Martha Andrews Donovan. I live in Tremont, and I am speaking in favor of LD 1571. Like many other Mainers, I work several part-time jobs to make a living. In the course of 2020, 2 of my 3 part-time jobs were impacted by the pandemic, decreasing my earnings significantly. I applied for unemployment, but my weekly income of $360 as an adjunct lecturer exceeded my weekly benefit amount of $251. As a result, I was unable to collect unemployment insurance for the 20 weeks when I was teaching, and this required me to dip too early into retirement funds in order to pay my bills. Under LD 1571, I would have qualified for partial UI benefits and received a weekly benefit of about $71, and that would have made a difference. Although I'm an educator with a master's degree, I had difficulty understanding the MDOL application for unemployment. In fact, I got stuck at the very first question, are you unemployed? I had one of my jobs, but not the other 2. What was I to say? My state representative, Genevieve McDonald, one of the co-sponsors of this bill, was terrifically helpful and supported me through this and many subsequent difficulties. I nearly gave up and probably would have if someone hadn't suggested that I contact my representative. If the system was designed to discourage users, it surely succeeded at that. My personal story is not an uncommon one for women in midlife who find themselves unexpectedly self-supporting and struggling to secure a livelihood. When I moved to Maine, I arrived with no spouse, no house of my own, no job. I scrambled to patch together a mix of contingent, on-call, and seasonal jobs. I lived with family for 2 years until I was able to find affordable housing. I learned to live simply. I am grateful to the sponsors of this bill for recognizing that there are hardworking folks who rely on several part-time jobs to make a living. When one or more of those sources of income disappears through no fault of one's own, meaning basic living expenses becomes challenging. If the proposed bill had been in place last year, I would have been able to collect some unemployment insurance during the 20 weeks when I was adjunct teaching. I'm glad this bill creates a navigator program. I sought help from MDOL, but my email letters were never answered. The one time I was finally able to reach someone on the phone, it took 4 hours, half of that on hold, and did not resolve my issue. When I received a letter denying me benefits retroactively, I turned to the good folks at Maine Equal Justice to help me sort that out. But what happens to those who don't know where to go for help? Having received assistance from a healthcare navigator when I first applied for health insurance through the Affordable Care Act, I know how helpful navigators can be. I firmly believe that creating a navigator program to help workers access UI benefits is essential. This bill deserves broad bipartisan support. Taking care of each other is what Mainers do. Let's make sure our legislation does so as well. Thank you for considering my story. I'd be glad to answer any questions you have. I do have a longer written statement. I have a few more things I could say if anyone's interested. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the committee? Chairman Sylvester.
Ms. Donovan, I am interested in the points you weren't able to reach. If you could touch on one or two of them.
Well, I do want to touch the reader, especially in light of other testimony you've heard that I found very compelling, is that I could very easily have been one of those 3 out of 4 who would not have accessed. I have a folder that's this fat. I don't know if you can see how fat this is. And that's just the printed out stuff, never mind the stuff online. Just if I gave you the timeline that I had prepared for my appeal for my benefits, it turned out I was put in the wrong program, mistakenly put in the wrong program, and had to, I mean, it's a long record in my personal, but my heart goes out. My heart just goes out to the folks, those 3 out of 4 who just gave up. And I so many steps along the way, I was like, this is not worth it. I would rather be spending my time looking for other jobs than trying to, I mean, I like working. I don't want to retire. I find meaning and purpose in working. I've been working in Maine since I was 14 years old. I was born and raised in Midcoast, Maine. I started working at age 14. It was a humbling experience to have to apply for unemployment benefits. I've never had to do that before. So anyway, I just wanted to add that. I think that House Speaker Fecto's comment that language we use matters. So I really support that. I mean, I have a master's degree in English. I could not figure out this system. But anyway, thank you so much for your work.
Thank you so much, Ms. Donovan. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Donovan. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, have a great day. Now we will hear from Tammy Stone, followed by Elizabeth O'Connor, followed by Arlo Hennessy.
Good morning, Senator Hinkman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Tammy Stone, and I live in Casco. I'm here to testify in support the LD 1571 to fix the state's unemployment system. I was working as a cook at a restaurant in Wyndham when I lost my job due to the pandemic. At the time, I was the sole breadwinner of my family of 4 as my partner was unable to work due to a serious injury he sustained from falling off a roof. Unfortunately, it took me more than 3.5 months to get my unemployment due to the complications with my claim and the inability of the Maine Department of Labor to resolve them. I also tried to apply for temporary assistance for needy families, but it took forever to process my paperwork. The closest food pantry is open only once every 2 weeks, and I couldn't drive there anyway because my 2003 Subaru Forester broke down and I had no money to fix it. Everything was looking very bleak. My 6-year-old daughter, Madeline, needs near constant care due to chronic gastrointestinal issues, and I couldn't afford to pay for her over-the-counter medications and medical supplies. It was still March and very cold, but we didn't have enough money to purchase wood for heat. I can't express how stressful it was for us. Finally, I swallowed my pride and I posted our story to the Maine Coronavirus Community Assistance Facebook group and asked for help. I also went to the media and they did a story about our struggles. Soon strangers began delivering food and bundles of firewood to our door to help us through this crisis. Unfortunately, I still had to reduce dosages of my daughter's medications to conserve it, and my partner and I also skipped meals to make sure that our 2 children had enough food to eat. Just 2 years earlier, my partner and I both had jobs and were very stable, but now we didn't even have enough food to eat and buy enough medication for our daughter. If the Maine AFL-CIO didn't contact me and offer to help me get my unemployment benefits, I don't know how we would have been able to survive. They also helped me secure public assistance until my unemployment benefits arrived. Due to the persistence of the Maine AFL-CIO, my unemployment benefits finally arrived in mid-June. I support the LD 1571 because it would create a system to help people like me navigate unemployment and ensure we are able to get the benefits we need to support our families when we lose work. It would also raise the weekly benefits to support children. The current benefits is barely enough to buy a loaf of bread, a gallon of milk, and a carton of eggs. Please support the LD 1571 so families like mine never have to go through the same kind of hardships that we did during this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stone, for being here today and providing your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again. Next up is Ms. Elizabeth O'Connor. Sorry. Followed by Arlo Hennessy, followed by Vinnie O'Malley.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Elizabeth O'Connor. I live in Springdale, Maine. Recently, well, a year retired from the city of Sanford, and an ASME retiree, and I'm on the board with Maine AFL-CIO. And I really appreciate the opportunity today to speak from the experience I had trying to help people through this whole system. And I very much appreciate hearing people say that they had such a hard time navigating the system. There's not much else I can say, excuse me, after the testimony of Senator Richard Barrett and Representative Christine Cloutier with the need for something drastic to be done. As someone who had worked to help people having difficulties navigating the website and dealing with what has become the most common problems, I'd like to say the most common problems that I heard people tell me personally was not being able to get into the system, not being able to retrieve their password or their account, not knowing how to answer the questions because of COVID-19, like the previous person just said, partially employed. Okay, not being able to speak to a real person and having to wait weeks and eventually months to get a hearing, to get some kind of assistance. I'd like to also mention that the people that were reaching out and asking for help were the first ones to say, well, I know that there's a lot of people way needier than I am at this point, and I'm listening to them having nothing, no hope at that point. And they're concerned that they didn't want to take the spot away from somebody that needed help more than they did. LD 1571 will help people. The safety net will see that employers have to, help people file for unemployment claims for workers subject to mass layoffs or hour reductions, by eliminating that, and also to eliminating the working week, the week waiting, I'm sorry. For many employers, discouraging workers from applying for unemployment benefits, that's a real situation there. Many were successful and people were very hesitant to apply and some didn't. 1 out of 4 is a really drastically poor representation of what should be happening. But from my own perspective, the biggest issue is the navigator system. The problems could have been avoided in a lot of situations had somebody been able to get help immediately. That to me is the most important part of this. All the parts are important, but that would really help the situation drastically. I am very grateful for the opportunity to speak up to this. And people are not inclined to stay home and not work. It is a sense of pride. And I really hope that this happens for people. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Gear has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here with us today, Ms. O'Connor. My question, you had mentioned that employers discouraging their employees from applying for unemployment insurance was a real thing. I'm just curious as to what employers were telling people that you heard about, what they were saying, what kind of messages they were giving. Just very confusing to me. So I'd love to hear what you heard.
And personally, Representative Gear, I would share with you the name of employers, but one big thing was telling people, well, we don't pay into the system, therefore you can't apply. I mean, that was ludicrous. And I heard that quite a few times, but people were definitely discouraged. They were discouraged from saying that they were afraid to go to work. If they were fear of COVID, they knew that they had to go to work. There were times when they didn't feel that work was safe, but they plowed through and they didn't realize that they had the opportunity. Somebody was talking about somebody being pregnant earlier, and I know of one person who was pregnant and totally discouraged from being able to, stay home at that point. And they didn't want to stay home anyway, you know, but they wanted to feel safe. But they were definitely, there were people told that they could not apply.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you. Just a very quick follow-up. Were these private employers, public sector employers?
Not public sector.
Okay, thank you.
And Representative Sylvester, I can share with you, or Representative Gear, but I just don't want to say it right here.
I appreciate that, and I have your number, Ms. O'Connor.
I know you do. Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Follow up to that question. Do you know if these employers maybe consider themselves self-employed?
No.
No, they didn't. So, and perhaps somebody from the department can answer that, because I believe every employer has to be part of the UI system. Thank you. Appreciate your testimony.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you.
We have Arlo Hennessy, followed by Vinnie O'Malley, followed by Jeff. I will not try to pronounce the last name. Welcome, Arlo Hennessy.
Thank you.
Good morning.
All right. Well, thank you, Representatives Sylvester, Hinkman, and Inspector Fecto. Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Arlo Hennessy. I'm a staff organizer for the Southern Maine Workers Center, and I'm speaking in support of LD 1517, which we think is a critical step towards unemployment reform. Background and why unemployment reform is so important for our members of the Workers Center. One of the programs I help run is the Workers Support Hotline. A phone service run by members. Typically 2 people share a 2-week-long shift. And before the pandemic, we typically got between like 2 to 3 calls a week. When the pandemic lockdown first took effect in March of last year, overnight, the hotline call volume tripled. And simultaneously, we lost critical in-person programs like the free weekly legal clinic we ran with the Volunteer Lawyers Project. Before this pandemic, I could count on my hand the number of unemployment cases we got over the last 3 years, but by March 2020, we got dozens a day. We supported people in dire circumstances, like you've heard throughout the testimony, people whose situation didn't neatly fit into work, healthcare, food security, or housing issues. We worked with many individuals, sometimes referred to us by coalition partners from immigrant and African community associations who are navigating this UI system with language barriers because they were not native English speakers. That's why we support the creation of this Bill Navigator program, because it would support services like ours and other coalition partners who did this kind of triage. The questions we got range from simple, applying for, completing weekly certifications, resetting passwords, to people who were calling us after calling the Department of Labor hundreds of times a day. This, was so common, we had a script for it. And then there was the really heartbreaking cases where people were navigating under the circumstances they could leave their job due to unsafe working conditions and whether or not they could still qualify for benefits. Health and safety questions were by far the hardest to answer, because though a lockdown was put into place, not a single law was passed that actually required employers to make their workplaces comply with CDC guidelines. And due to OSHA's ceasing of on-site inspections, it was the workers' words versus the employers. This meant essential workers were subject to the will of their employer. I talked to people who were told not to wear masks because it would make the public afraid to be in their businesses. They had comorbidities, had diabetes, or lived or cared for elderly family members, and they could not risk contracting COVID-19. They asked me, what are my rights? And I would have to say that there are no laws, only guidelines that your boss is supposed to be in compliance with. When people would call us in these scenarios, often the only thing we could tell them was that if they believe their workplace is unsafe, they would be legally allowed to ask for unpaid time off, or in worst case scenarios, quit, and they would likely still qualify for unemployment. We could not even guarantee they would get unemployment, but it was worth trying because the only resource essential workers had to quarantine at home and comply with CDC guidelines. That's why the piece in LD 1517 that allows for workers to get UI benefits if they must leave work for a compelling personal reason, such as loss of childcare, transportation, or I see health and safety issues. This is essential for minimum wage workers' survival, so workers are not penalized for needing to quit a job. The 2 other parts that are really—
Arlo, unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes. If you could summarize your thoughts.
Yeah, no, just all of the parts are really essential, but we see this as a critical, step forward. to a total complete system overhaul where unemployment is easy to get as a job.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thanks for being here. Next up is Vinnie O'Malley, followed by Jeff D, followed by Heather Foran.
Morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and other esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Vinnie O'Malley, and I'm a resident of Portland, Maine.
Just keep staying your email. I think
I'm here to speak as a strong supporter of LD 1571. The last time I was in front of this committee was in 2008 when my renomination as labor representative on the Maine Unemployment Insurance Commission was before you. I was endorsed and served in that capacity until October 2015 when I resigned my commission. However, that was not my first involvement with the issues surrounding unemployment. My parents were Irish-born immigrants, and my mother stopped working as a domestic pretty much as soon as she gave birth to my oldest brother. My father had become a member of the International Longshoremen's Local 861 in 1924 and retired in 1974, a union I belonged to for over 40 years. Working on the waterfront was my father's sole source of income. However, because the work was never guaranteed, it was very much boom and bust, and mostly bust after St. Lawrence River became ice-free in the 50s. My father supplanted his longshore wages by filing for unemployment. I don't believe my father ever earned more than $5,000 in 1 year, and being the only source of income for his wife and 4 sons, it's apparent to me that without the receipt of unemployment insurance, our family would have been in the welfare line. UI was a fundamental piece of the New Deal legislation passed after the Depression and has kept so many people out of poverty, and I applaud the drafters and supporters of LD 1571 for trying to strengthen the act that so many have depended upon, in particular in this cataclysmic year. I strongly support all the issues in this bill. From my experience serving the Unemployment Insurance Commission, I can assure you that all these provisions will make an important difference in people's lives. But I want to talk in more detail about one issue that I saw create a great deal of pain in my tenure on the commission. That is overpayments of unemployment benefits, and more specifically, what is a usurious rate of 12% annual interest on these amounts. To give an example, consider a person who's accumulated a $4,000 overpayment without any fault of their own. This debt can be collected by withholding funds from their weekly unemployment check. Here's what that looks like. If the worker weekly benefit amount is $350, the DOL would deduct 10% of the first 100 of the benefits and 50% of the rest. Said example would leave the claimant about $277 a week, certainly not enough to pay their rent. Bringing you back to the $4,000, the interest on the overall debt would be about $500 annually. So in order to be able to pay anything back on the principal, they set aside another $43 a month, which would reduce their already low monthly income to a little over $1,000. That's less than the poverty level for one person, never mind a family. I don't believe if the circumstances like this were envisioned by FDR when he created the federal unemployment law. By eliminating the interest rate, we will join 35 other states that charge no interest on unemployment benefits, including Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Vermont. That's 70% of all the states that do not assess interest. It would also be one less burden to the DOL to have to incorporate in the repayment schemes. Thank you for your opportunity to offer my support for LD 1971, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. O'Malley. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for being here and have a great day, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is Jeff D, and I will let you tell me how you pronounce your name, sir.
It's DeBuin, Jeff DeBuin. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Jeff DeBuin, and I live in Berwick, Maine. I want to share my personal experience with Maine unemployment with you in hopes that you'll recognize the weaknesses in the unemployment system and support Bill LD 1571. I'm 37 years old, have a bachelor's degree, and have spent the last 14 years supporting the operation of the U.S. Department of Energy's nuclear facilities. The last 3 years, I have operated as a self-employed consultant. When COVID shut the country down, so went the work I had lined up for 2020. Fortunately, the federal government enacted a law to allow self-employed people like me to receive unemployment. Like many Mainers, I had never collected unemployment before, but here I was in need of help. I went to the MDOL website to apply, and it notified me that the system was not ready for self-employed Mainers to apply yet. Keep checking in and see when they'll accept my application. Finally, after weeks of waiting for the system to be updated, I applied to receive Maine unemployment at the end of March. The system crashed repeatedly during my application process, and it ended up taking me over 3 hours to complete the application. And due to the contradicting questions in the application, Maine DOL thought my business was located in New Mexico because I had worked a short contract at Los Alamos the previous year. I contacted the MDOL by phone weekly for over a month to resolve the issue, until finally a manager was able to correct the error. I wish I could say that my troubles were over here, but it was June before I finally received any unemployment compensation. During those months of waiting, calling, and sitting on hold for hours, I was told that the system had to convert my claim from a regular UI to a PUA claim, and there was nothing that could be done to speed that process. Just be patient, with no definitive timeline in which I would receive any assistance. I was left in a reality in which I didn't know how I was going to pay my bills. I am fortunate that my parents are in a position to help me if needed, and for the first time in my adult life, my parents sent me money to pay my rent. At 37 years old, I was dependent on my parents to pay my bills. There is no question as to why 75% of eligible Mainers do not receive their unemployment benefits. It's because the Maine unemployment system is flawed in the application process. MDOL employees are unable to intervene and applicants give up. Had it not been for the supporting community of the Maine UI Facebook group and the legal support of Maine Equal Justice, I likely would have given up as well. This bill will help ensure eligible Mainers can easily apply for UI benefits through a peer navigator program, reducing the likelihood of delays that I was subject to. To use an appropriate tagline, the system is broken, but this bill is the first step in fixing it and modernizing the Maine unemployment system. I urge you on behalf of Mainers to support LD 1571, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. DuBois. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will now hear from, thank you, sir. Have a great day. We will hear from Heather Foran, followed by Chris Sheehy, followed by Jack McKay.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Heather Foran. I'm testifying in support of LD 1571 and specifically for the need for the navigator support written into the bill. I volunteered for the duration of the pandemic on the Southern Maine Workers Center's Worker Support Hotline, and I want to share with you the experience of one caller who applied for unemployment as an immigrant. He had planned to be here to testify today, but he passed away about 6 weeks ago at 62 years old, just 3 weeks after he finally received his unemployment back pay. He spent much of the last months of his life riding his bike around Portland in January and February, dropping off resumes at restaurants. I first spoke with Julio in April of last year and was in touch with him for the last 9 months on and off. He'd been laid off in March from a Chinese food restaurant and had attempted to call the DOL starting in March in order to file and wasn't able to get through, so he called our hotline. We went through a series of attempts through the website, the Career Center, and me calling the DOL on his behalf. Eventually, Maine Equal Justice was able to get him a call back. It turned out that he hadn't been able to file because he was Colombian and had 2 first names and 2 last names, and this conflicted with what had been entered for him in a previous phone filing several years before. His account was then flagged and he was told to send a copy of his social security card in order to verify his name. This wasn't an easy task given that he did not speak fluent English, was using a pay per minute phone, had no computer, and all of the libraries that had public computers were closed due to the pandemic. Once it was submitted, he then waited for weeks to hear back. This is systemic racism. There was a Eurocentric assumption baked into the boxes of the claim form that people have a first name, middle initial, and last name. Because he came from a culture that names people differently, he was put through the ringer to prove his identity, waiting for over 4.5 months to access benefits because of these complications. Around the same time he received his benefits, he finally found a part-time job and spent from July to October working at a restaurant dealing with racist comments, verbal abuse, and a lack of mask wearing. After experiencing some significant health issues, including extremely high blood pressure and severe headaches, he made the decision to try to again access unemployment. This round held many complications that I worked with him on that would take too long to explain, but he waited for his unemployment from November until mid-February when he finally received his back pay. In that time, he delayed medical care and chose not to go to the doctor for the headaches and fatigue because he was worried about the cost. I am heartbroken and I'm angry. I've debated whether or not to share his story because it does not feel like an appropriate testimony to someone's life to speak about them after their death for an unemployment reform bill. And yet, before he died, he had planned to share his story for this hearing in the hopes that the delays and stress that he had experienced didn't happen to someone else. And I think it's important to share his story now because providing support to navigate unemployment to people who have been systematically disenfranchised by its very nature is that absolute least that can be done, recognizing that for some, this really is a matter of life and death. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foran, for your testimony and for the loss of your friend. I'm so sorry. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. We will now hear from Mr. Jack McKay, followed by Ricky White, followed by Bright Lacusa.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Jack McKay. I'm the Director of Food and Medicine, and Food and Medicine has endorsed 1571 strongly, and I'm testifying in support on their behalf. Food and Medicine began in 2002 with a mission to support the thousands of workers in Eastern Maine who had lost their jobs during a period of incredible outsourcing that devastated our region. During that period from 2001 to 2004, according to some data I saw, Eastern Maine lost more jobs to outsourcing than anywhere in the country, except one region of North Carolina. Our name states our values. We don't believe that in the richest country, people should be forced to choose between food, medicine, and other basic necessities. In the early 2000s, we worked with peer support workers at the mostly unionized workplaces that shut down up and down the Penobscot River. In Bucksport, Brewer, Old Town, Costigan, Passadumkeag, Lincoln, East Millinocket, and Ashland. And these layoffs, were devastating. I think the big difference between then and now is there is a robust peer support program, which helped workers navigate the situation. And I just can't underscore how challenging those times were. We've seen that laid off workers typically have the support of their union to help navigate this world. Non-union workers typically don't have as much support and are all too often left to fend for themselves in the bewildering complexity of unemployment insurance. And the reality that only 25% of laid off workers get UI is unsurprising, awful, and avoidable. After observing the great work of the peer support program for laid off workers, primarily operated through unions, I strongly, and Food and Medicine strongly supports the navigator aspect of this legislation. I also want to speak directly to one person that we've worked with for a number of months. Earlier this year, this person applied for partial unemployment and the employer responded by firing that person. The employer bogusly maintained that the worker had made a fraudulent claim and used that as an excuse to fire the worker. The worker had a protected condition that would have prevented that person from being fired. She had a great record. And I believe that this was a bogus claim just to get out of plain unemployment insurance, partial unemployment insurance. The person would like to speak, but cannot speak now. Their claim is under appeal and they feel the risk is too great. This is not the first situation that we've come across where workers have discouraged employees from applying for unemployment, particularly part-time unemployment. I believe it is crucial that there be costs to employers who seek to discourage employees from gaining the unemployment benefits they deserve. On behalf of Food and Medicine, I encourage you all to support LD 1571. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them as best I can.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Sorry to hear about that unfortunate employee. Are there any questions for Mr. McKay from the committee? Chairman Sylvester.
Welcome, Mr. McKay. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I'm curious about that case and what the response that you received from the Department of Labor was as you reached out. Was the investigation vigorous?
So far, there's been an appeal. There's the first round and the second round, and the Department of Labor has been in favor of the employee. So that's been good, but it's been very nerve-wracking for the employee going through this process, and they're actually putting all their money in a savings account because they're afraid of having to owe it back should the person lose. And I just can't underestimate, the degree of stress that this family is going through right now.
Thank you for that.
Are there any other questions for Mr. McKay? Seeing none, I am going to go slightly back in our order. I see that Julie Delmonico is here. I called on her earlier. And so if she is still willing to testify, Ms. Thompson, can you please promote her? Let's see, she might now There we are. I believe she is coming through. The wormhole as we speak. Welcome, Ms. Delmonico.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you? I'm sorry about that. I'm not very good with the computers.
Okay, we're here. None of us are.
Okay.
Join the. Thank you.
So good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Julie DeMonico, and I'm from Baileyville. I grew up in Calais and currently live in Baileyville. Always lived in Maine. I'm in testifying in support of LD 1571. The unemployment system has been broken for a very long time, but the pandemic has brought more attention to the situation due to it affecting so many people in Maine. I'm from Washington County, a very small, very poor county in our state. It was very difficult for many people to find jobs in order to support their families and themselves. Unfortunately, up here, many of our jobs are seasonal, whether it be tourist season or Christmas or, harvest seasons. That's when we find work. For the most part. And with the pandemic, on top of that, it became even more difficult to find jobs. Many employers have no problems cutting hours part-time because they don't have to pay employees as much. Employees can't quit their jobs or they can't collect unemployment. And, if they're working part-time, in the past, it's been a problem. It brings to not only the parents, but the children into poverty. There's a lot of poverty issues with children, which also affects their health as well, that we are seeing in our area. Prior to the pandemic, both my daughter and her fiance became unemployed. And this was before the pandemic, due to no fault of their own. My son-in-law had to, his job ended. He is a contractor. And my daughter had a medical condition and was told on a Thursday that her job was safe. And by Tuesday, she had been let go. Her employer fought it. So she had to go months, and then the pandemic hit. So on top of that, her fact finding went into May. And this all happened prior. Are we at 3 minutes?
You paused. I think there was just a.
Oh, it's my internet connection. We don't have good internet connection down here either in Washington County. Sorry.
Not a problem.
We just have a little over 1 minute.
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, so both of them found themselves without a job, which led me to support them. And then I found myself without a position after the pandemic. I say wanting, but we didn't have any money coming in. Luckily, I didn't take as long to get my unemployment as they did. And I was supporting 4 people on 1 unemployment income. And, 3 of us adults. And I never received a penny from my daughter who was under 17 at the time for her, for her, the extra $10 a month, which is not nearly enough to raise a child, especially when you have an infant or a baby at home. There's just so many things that need to be fixed with this. And I have this all in writing and I have it written better than I'm speaking it for you to look at whenever you have a chance.
Thank you, Ms. DeMonico, for your testimony, and we will certainly read your written testimony. Are there any questions before we return you to the wormhole?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for sticking it out and being here today to provide your testimony. Next up, we will hear from Bright Lacusa, followed by Chris Halstead, followed by Robin Stanicki, followed by Maria Woodbury. And then I believe we will turn to testimony against, and then we will close with testimony in favor of. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Bright Lukusa. I am a resident of Lewiston, and I work for Prosperity Maine, an organization who, through education and counseling, empowers members of refugee and immigrant communities to invest in themselves, to build financial stability, careers, businesses, and wealth. I am here today to testify in favor of LD 1571, an act to strengthen the unemployment insurance system to better serve Maine workers. When I first arrived in this country, I only dreamed about becoming a taxpayer and contributing towards systems that help people, families, and Mainers get back on their feet. One of those systems is unemployment insurance. Last year, when the pandemic hit, myself and many other people felt betrayed by the lack of support we received from the Department of Labor. Above that, I and many other people who tried to help others apply for UI really felt the responsibility and burden of people's livelihoods on our shoulders as we all tried to navigate unfamiliar territory with very little knowledge, guidance, and expertise. It was very stressful and traumatic and brought on a lot of anxiety for me. English is not my first language, and even though I have become very proficient in this language, I still found myself stumped in front of the UI system. How much worse for an individual who is less proficient in English and struggling to do this on their own? This was not meant to be our responsibility, but that of the Department of Labor. More is required to support all people trying to apply for and access UI. The Navigator program proposed in this bill would really help solve some of these problems. The department needs to work within communities to change some of the scary statistics we've heard today. If community members can be trained in the UI system, it would make a substantial difference. Listening to the different testimonies, there's a question that keeps coming up about why only 1 in 4 people received unemployment benefits in recent years. And I would like to comment on why that may be from the perspective of an immigrant. Many people are scared to seek for benefits only to be told that they need to repay a substantial amount of what they have received. It is very difficult to navigate a system that you are unfamiliar with as someone who, 1, didn't grow up in this country, and 2, English isn't your first language. Many people also struggle with the shame and stigma associated with accessing benefits such as UI, and so they would rather give up than even try. It's not enough to be able to read and answer questions, but it's very important to understand what exactly the process for unemployment insurance is. There is major confusion around the UI system because it's too complicated for people to access. If I today were to become unemployed, the likelihood of me applying for UI is very low, only because I've seen how difficult and tricky it has been for people and would rather not deal with it. It's very discouraging for many people to encounter being hung up on, aggressive or rude workers, waiting on the phone for 3 hours, calling countless times with no response, speaking to somebody who is not culturally and linguistically sensitive, and many other problems reported by numerous members of the community, including myself. We pleaded the committee to consider all that we have to say today and keep it in mind while arriving to a decision. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak on this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lukusa. You're right on time. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Lukusa? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Next up is Chris Hosted, followed by Robin Stanicki, followed by Maria Woodbury, followed by Megan Lasala.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Chris Hasted. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor at Maine Equal Justice. We're a nonprofit legal aid organization working with and for people with low income to improve their economic security through policy change, education, and legal representation. I'm testifying today in support of both LD 1571 and 1564, but I'll focus my testimony in LD 1571 as I believe it provides a more comprehensive approach to the solutions needed to reform the system. I also want to go on record as opposing LD 1032 and 1260, as they will only exacerbate the problems that I'm going to discuss. You've already heard a great deal about Maine's unacceptably low unemployment insurance recipiency rate. That is the percentage of unemployed people who actually receive benefits, benefits. Those numbers have increased during the pandemic thanks to congressional action to address longstanding inadequacies in benefit coverage and benefit adequacy. But without the deliberate steps proposed by LD 1571, we'll all too soon see a return to those unacceptably low realities where 3 out of 4 Mainers are shut out of a system that is intended to help them during hard times. Certain individuals or groups are more likely to bear the burden of low recipiency. Low-wage workers are 2.5 times more likely to be unemployed than high-wage workers, but they're also only about half as likely to get unemployment insurance benefits. Similar rates of inaccessibility impact people of color, part-time workers, and those with unpredictable schedules, along with caretakers, as you've heard this morning. A few years ago, we worked on a study with the University of Maine in which we surveyed over 1,000 Maine families receiving temporary assistance for needy families, or TANF. That's a program serving very low-income families, mainly headed by single parents. We learned that only 1/3 of all respondents actually applied for UI when they lost their job. And of those that did apply, just under 1/3 actually got benefits. For too many families, TANF has become the unemployment insurance program for single low-income parents, when these families should be more appropriately served through UI. And I'll mention in response to a question Representative Geer asked earlier, that's a big reason that kids fall into poverty, because the TANF program provides substantially lower benefits than unemployment insurance does. LD 1571 is designed to respond directly to the key problems that we heard about this morning. It creates processes to resolve inaccurate perceptions of eligibility and educate and assist marginalized workers get access to UI, and it modernizes eligibility rules to better respond to the needs of a changing workforce. There's a lot to say about this. I'll just focus on a couple of points that I want to mention in response to some questions that were raised earlier. There's been some questions about the provisions in the bill.
Unfortunately, Ms. Hastert, that is the end of your 3 minutes. And so hopefully somebody will ask you to continue your point.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Geer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here, Ms. Hastert. Would you please continue your point?
I really appreciate that, Representative. Thank you. I'll just be very quick. There are a couple of provisions in this bill that address low recipiency by strengthening existing law that requires employers to tell unemployed workers about the unemployment program and penalizes them if they don't do that. And requires the department to provide an initial application for part-time workers, and again, penalizes them if they don't do that. Both of those provisions of current law, in our experience, are drastically underapplied. And so we see those problems exist, that is, people being discouraged from applying, not told about benefits, and not have their partial unemployment benefit claim prepared for them by their employers with no penalties at all for those kinds of actions applied. In the survey that Sandy Butler talked about earlier, you'll see that the respondents to that survey, a majority of them, about 55%, said they were never told about the unemployment insurance program by their employer. 1 out of 12 said that they were actively discouraged from applying by their employers. And only 40% of part-time workers were told that they might be eligible, never mind having an initial claim prepared for them. So these are 2 sections of law that are not working now, and we strongly encourage you to strengthen them as LD 1571 would do. Thank you.
Could I ask a follow-on, Mr. Chair?
You may proceed.
The other thing that you mentioned that I'm curious about was you said that only 1/3 of those TANF recipients who applied for unemployment insurance actually got benefits. And so I'm also wondering if there's discouragement at the front end, but there's also, it sounds like there's an eligibility issue after application.
I think there's, as you've heard this morning already, many of the eligibility criteria in this program are antiquated. They were designed for a program that reflected the labor market of the 1950s and 60s and 70s. Today, it's very much different. There are a lot more women, a lot more single parents in the labor market, and often they will have family emergencies that they're the only one able to resolve. And so that's why we appreciate so much the provision in this bill that would provide unemployment insurance in situations of family emergencies when a child care arrangement falls apart, when a transportation arrangement falls apart. Those are all too common occurrences for low-income single parents, and we really appreciate the fact that this bill tries to address those.
And is that the majority of when only the 1/3 got the benefits, the 2/3 that didn't, it was some issue like that prevented them from getting the benefits, or is there documentation of what the causes were?
We did not document the causes per se. Based on my experience, it is the problems with family emergencies and the problems with access to partial benefits, as this bill again attempts to address by increasing the eligibility level for them and in boosting up the benefit level.
Thank you.
Partial employees.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned about employers' responsibility to inform employees of their rights to unemployment. Are you aware that employers have to have a bulletin posted on a board making their employers aware? And also, when you say tell, this bill says tell the employees. Does tell also include a poster?
You're right, Representative Drinkwater. There is a requirement for a poster. There's also a requirement for a direct notice to workers when they are laid off. And that's what, and this bill recognizes the existing law, and it also recognizes that what we learned in the survey, that the majority of workers do not get that individualized notification when they lose their jobs, as is required by statute now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Hasted today? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, for being here.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your day. We will now hear from Robin Stanicki, followed by Maria Woodbury, Megan Lasala, and Ronnie Flannery.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Robin Stanicki from Belfast. Thank you for allowing my testimony in support of LD 1571. I'm a community planner and a resilience specialist, and for years I've been a volunteer and advocate to navigate social services. When the response to coronavirus left me without a job last May, unemployment was a familiar process. However, as the pandemic surged, I could not get hired for nearly 4 months and still had kids at home who could not go to school. Like others, I began to panic. Many of my friends, colleagues, and community members who contribute meaningfully to my world were left inert, paralyzed, and helpless. Many waited 9 months or more to get even one dime of workforce protection benefits. The kids have to leave their home, their bedroom, and their classroom. Moms and dads were expected to continue to complete work search activities without gas to get to interviews or a way to wash their good clothes. If they did receive back pay, it was 9 months into the pandemic. To get back on their feet, much of that was respent on things that they had to sell or leave behind when they could not afford to pay their bills. They were still left without a way to pay for the essentials like food or diapers. The lucky ones found gig work or sold their belongings to eat. I saw so many wedding rings for sale at bargain prices. This is a cost that our community pays for in so many other ways. Displaced workers turn to our homeless shelters, food systems, and general assistance, already stressed to the max. Moving beyond anecdotes, the job market and the economy in Maine leave so many of us vulnerable. Our paychecks rely on so much of what has been lost during the pandemic. We do not feel the impacts of ineffective systems quite like we do when we fully rely on them. Yet a system is perfectly designed to get the results it gets. As public disaster increases pressure on these systems, operational gaps that were known before now displace tens of thousands. Our inaction to repair these issues placed us in a vulnerable yet preventable situation. We are only one weekly paycheck away from poverty. What can happen in the span of 7 days, we did not need to leave to the imagination. Many Mainers lost everything. Instead of stabilizing and preserving our workforce, we weakened it. LD 1571 is an opportunity to inject resilience into our workforce. Don't force claimants to become expert in state operations to capture and distribute a false sense of security. People that hold essential jobs should be protected, ready to bounce back when we are ready. Conversations about who deserves what and why we should care so much need to continue. We will be picking up the pieces long after COVID-19 is reined in, but not soon enough before the next system stressor. Will Maine be prepared? Thank you for your confidence in this measure and for voting ought to pass on LD 1571. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stanicki, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I apologize for putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable of your last name, but we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, Senator Hickman.
Not a problem. Next up will be Maria Woodbury, followed by Megan LaSala, followed by Ronnie Flannery. Good morning.
Hello. Is my audio working well?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. My name is Maria Woodbury. I am in Westbrook, Maine right now. I want to first thank everybody for the opportunity to speak today, for the chair and representatives of the committee, and speaking today in favor of LD 1571. Currently on unemployment insurance. My seasonal job ended in January, so I am thankful that I have been one of the small percentage who have been able to access it. I'm also a volunteer with Southern Maine Workers Center on that worker support hotline that other folks have mentioned. And I volunteered for shifts during all of April of 2020. So I spoke to a lot of workers during that time and saw firsthand through supporting them a lot of the issues that have been raised. I was surprised, or I guess I was horrified to learn that 75% of people who lost their jobs in recent years did not receive unemployment insurance. Unfortunately, it's not terribly surprising. I didn't know the number was that high, but it tracks with what we've seen. It does seem like the system is designed with so many barriers in place that people give up before they're able to access them. And these are earned benefits that workers have earned and deserve and aren't able to access when they need it the most. I wanted to just share some pieces of stories. It's hard to pick one because I heard it so many times. So when I was supporting workers last April, I was also talking to folks online that were posting questions and posting concerns and had nowhere to turn. And again, I heard of people that were told or discouraged from applying for unemployment insurance, employers that were telling people not to apply for it, even though they would have been qualified if they did leave, people afraid for their lives from unsafe working conditions, workplaces where people were not wearing masks, not required to wear masks, where even if workers were wearing masks, clients or customers were coming in without them, where social distancing wasn't possible or just not enforced. People afraid for their lives, honestly, due to their own health conditions, from asthma to other issues. People supporting children at home who lost school and childcare and felt forced to continue working because they were unable to access unemployment insurance because forgotten password or a misspelled password locked them out, and then they had to call in to reset the password, spending hours and hours on the phone. I worked with a worker who did not speak English, and so lining up some—
Ms. Woodbury?
Yes?
Unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes. I wonder if you could encapsulate your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to reiterate that we've seen so many of these issues so many times, and we really do need to fix this. These are earned benefits that workers have earned and should have a right to access them, especially when we need them most. This crisis highlighted that, but these issues were longstanding before. So I do want to urge and request that people support, again, strongly support LD 1571. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Woodbury, for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. We will now hear from Megan LaSala, followed by Ronnie Flannery, and then we will turn to 4 members testifying in opposition to this bill. and we will close with members testifying in favor of the bill before we hear from the department. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Labor and Housing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Megan LaSala. I'm a resident of Portland, and I'm the interim executive director of the Southern Maine Worker Center, and I'm here to testify in favor of LD 1571. Like so many people during the pandemic, I was laid off and needed to access unemployment. I worked a part-time job at a small home weatherization nonprofit with hours that fluctuated seasonally. So many workers in Maine's economy are piecing together part-time work. Our income is typically more precarious than workers with regular full-time jobs, and yet we have less access to the stabilizing support of unemployment. This bill increases the number of part-time workers who can get unemployment benefits and the amount of benefits that they can get, which is a necessary intervention. I also want to speak to a friend's experience who lives in Deer Isle. This friend is not able to get internet at his home, and he had to use a hotspot on his phone when trying to access unemployment. In his words, the website did not function and would lose all the data he entered whenever he tried to submit it. He was never able to get support by phone after many attempts. He also experienced barriers when trying to report income. As a lobster storeman, his income was highly variable and did not fit into the weekly and monthly reporting structure on the website. My friend is one of the 75% of eligible workers who gave up without receiving benefits. Through our worker support hotline, the Southern Maine Worker Center helps so many workers like myself and my friend trying to navigate the dysfunctional unemployment system. Almost overnight, our small organization became statewide experts on the rapidly shifting and absurdly chaotic system, filling a huge gap for workers left to their own devices. As you heard from Arlo Hennessy earlier, the Department of Labor itself was regularly referring folks to our hotline, and we did this all with no financial resources from the state. We've done our best to meet the overwhelming need, but the Navigator program is an absolutely necessary intervention to build out direct support for workers who need it. I urge you to move forward this essential legislation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. We will now hear from Mr. Ronnie Flannery.
Yeah. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is Ronnie Flannery. I'm a resident of Lewiston and a community organizer at the Southern Maine Worker Center. We are a grassroots organization working to improve the lives, working conditions, and employment terms for all workers in Maine. I think of us as something like a community union for all those people most impacted by the structural violence of our employment system and by economic crises, because we know that the burden of injustice has always landed and continues to land hardest on the shoulders of those least able to bear that burden. This is actually a great way to describe the experience of our members over the pandemic this last year. Through our all volunteer run worker support hotline, which was pushed to its breaking point this year, we've listened to and supported and tried to find solutions for the pain and frustration and fear that frontline immigrant and essential workers have faced since the very beginning of this crisis. It couldn't be more clear to us from the relationships we hold with workers across our communities that the need for worker support in our state has never been greater. But due to the design of our unemployment system by inhumane anti-worker architects like Paula Page, this moment of unprecedented need has left working people feeling abandoned, confused, and like their lives and livelihoods do not matter. We truly cannot measure the material and emotional toll that has been balanced on the backs of Maine families this year. LD 1571 would reduce structural barriers and begin to repair many of the obvious deficiencies in this program and allow us to emerge from the pandemic with more respect and care for working people than when we started. I urge you to do everything in your power to create this law and ask to use the rest of my 3 minutes to hold silence for the lives of workers we've lost due to the pressure our unemployment system creates that forced our people into toxic and unsafe working conditions in order to meet their basic human needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flannery, for your testimony. Representative Bradstreet has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I'm just curious, I'm not as familiar as maybe as I should be with the Southern Maine Workers Center. I know a number of people have testified that they're part of it. Are those all volunteers, or are part of those people employees of the Workers Center?
Yeah, we're a member and people-powered organization. We have 3 full-time staff people, Arlo Hennessy, myself, and our interim director, Megan LaSala. Arlo is in charge of providing some infrastructure to the program, but others who've spoken today, like Heather Ferran, Maria Woodbury, and more than a dozen more, are all volunteers. And yeah, we were pushed to the breaking point this year and experienced 300% increase in calls to our worker support hotline.
Good, thank you.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you think it was a system failure, or as you said, the previous governor's fault? Because what I'm hearing from a lot of people is the computer system crashed. And also, were you able to navigate people to help them get unemployment? And if so, did you receive any training for that?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, I think what we try to highlight with some of our testimony today is systemic barriers. And I think it's really easy to point a finger at a computer system, but we do have to acknowledge that our state has resources. The Department of Labor ought to be able to create a computer system capable of, meeting a basic function like, getting recipients the aid that they're entitled to. I just don't want to erase the human element in the design of these systems, and I don't think we can erase either a history of discrimination against low-income workers. And yeah, I would point the finger to previous governors, and I also feel we have an opportunity today. You all have an opportunity today to make the system function, and we're putting our faith in your hands. Your other question was about helping folks navigate the system, and I think it had just been raised in the person who spoke just previous to me that we quickly had to become experts in the system itself, but it is very chaotic for us, and it's not the kind of work that we were set up to do at the start. It was something that came from our commitment to the communities that are most in need.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you for your testimony today, sir, and for offering the moment of silence for all those we have lost. We will now turn to some testimony in opposition to the bill. I see David Clough in the room, as well as Gregory Dougal and Peter Gore. Ben Lucas is signed up. I do not see him. If he is here, please promote him as well, Ms. Thompson. And I will begin with David Clough. Good morning, good afternoon. We just made it, to be honest.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is David Clough, State Director for NFIB, a small business group with thousands of members in the state of Maine. I'm just going to make a few comments. I will be submitting written testimony after the hearing. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. The position on LD 1564, the department's bill, is neither for nor against. There are parts of it that have some concerns on the increased costs, but there are also parts that may have some benefits and don't want to stand in the way of that. The position on LD 1571 The speaker's bill is a position of opposition because there are potentially significant increases in costs and some fundamental changes in the purpose and the workings of the unemployment program, some of which may be helpful, but is not clear to what extent they would be, if they would be, and some which wouldn't be helpful. And there is an attempt in 1571 to transform the unemployment program into something different, almost like a junior welfare program, rather than a reemployment program for people who are temporarily lost their job. I'd also like to say before I forget that 2020, the pandemic recession, was an extraordinary event that no state or the United States had ever seen. The level of unemployment across the country in each of the states was beyond comprehension of people, beyond anything that any state was really prepared for. And I caution against using 2020 as an example of in which a platform on which to base long-term solutions. There are lessons that can be learned, but there are lessons that have to be discussed and probed. Another comment I want to make is that neither bill is the process of a stakeholder group, employers, employee advocates, and the department. Stakeholder groups have characterized every significant change in the unemployment system in the decades that I'm aware of, changes in the program. That does not exist in either bills, and it's particularly glaring in LD 1571 that there's no involvement of employer stakeholder representatives, organizations in that. It's especially important to small business because several years ago, I asked for data from the Bureau of Unemployment Compensation and discovered that small employers account for about half or more, a little more than half of the unemployment taxes that are paid. There are reasons for that, but the stake for small business owners is very, very significant. And they're not, as we learned last year, small business owners generally are not awash in money. Money is very near and dear to them and scarce supply. There are provisions, policy provisions that I won't touch on, but they're clearly there. Parts of 1571 increased costs. We do not yet have the Bureau of Unemployment Compensation analysis on those policy provisions or a cost estimate of what they would do.
Mr. Claw, unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes. If you could summarize your thoughts.
Yes, thank you. I would urge the committee to set aside these bills and call for a stakeholder process before moving ahead with whatever legislation the committee wishes to do so. There are areas for agreement as well as disagreement, but let everybody be involved. And my last point, thank you very much. Employers paid an average $132 million into the unemployment fund each of the past 10 years. They have a very big financial stake in this, and they're not being given a seat at the table. Thank you.
Representative Warren has a question.
Thank you for your testimony. For my clarity, are you acknowledging all the many problems that we've been hearing about today and that are meant to be addressed with this bill that have been testified to, or and maybe you're just questioning whether this is the right way to resolve them?
I thank you for the question, Representative. I don't have personal knowledge about the problems. I am aware from people, my own contacts last year from individuals as well as small business owners that definitely there were problems. And I don't think that we should sweep anything aside in that respect, but we do need a process of understanding the problems. What were one-time only events? What were events that are signaling some other more fundamental problem in the unemployment system? And what makes sense going forward for solutions and involve employers and employees and the department in that process. I'm not even aware that the department has been involved in the deliberations of putting together LD 1571, for example.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
You may proceed.
Thank you. If you're not briefed on the set of problems that this bill hopes to address, then what would be the, I guess, what is the relevance of your testimony, if I can be blunt?
Well, first of all, the relevance of my testimony is I represent thousands of small business owners that are paying an awful lot of money into the unemployment system. So what I say on their behalf or what they say is very significant, whether one agrees with the position or doesn't. It's a very significant voice to be heard. The system is 100% financed by employers. except for the one time, couple of times the governor put in federal CARES Act money, but otherwise this federal, it's employer tax dollars that pay for unemployment. There is no employee funds that go into paying for unemployment. And also the issues that have been raised are issues that haven't yet been explored, as far as I'm aware, by the department, for example, the Bureau of Unemployment Compensation, to investigate. So what was a misunderstanding? What was an error on one party's part or some other party's part, or whatever? It's just taking everything and saying, haha, there's clearly a problem. There may be a problem. We're not denying that there may not be a problem, but need to have a better understanding of what's going on and then what makes sense going forward.
I've got a final question. Is that okay?
You may proceed.
Have you tried to fill out this online form yourself, or have you been speaking with people who have tried to fill it out?
I had people calling me last year about the online form. I didn't personally try to fill it out. I had no reason to, but I know people were having some difficulties, and I know that Maine was not alone in people having difficulties. I think the newspapers in Maine and the TV stations were running stories about difficulties that people are having in Maine and elsewhere.
So, Mr. Clow, if I may, can you respond to the testimony that you have heard today about the problems? Do you have any opinion about all the people who have spoken about their difficulty with trying to access unemployment benefits?
No, Senator, and thank you for asking me that. What goes through my mind is that how do we focus on a system that will work going forward? And trying to design a system for a once in 100-year event is probably not the best approach to take, but trying to understand what events are possibly recurring events and what makes sense. What are the lessons learned that does make sense, but there are different perspectives on what makes sense. And I think all those perspectives should be at the table. Employee perspectives, employer perspectives, and the department's perspectives in administering.
My question is not that. That's your testimony. My question is, you use the term may, that there may be a problem. We have heard from a lot of people who have testified before you that there are problems. Do you have any opinions about what you've heard today?
I say may because I don't have personal knowledge of their problems, but I would defer to the department to express themselves on whether they can or what their opinions are on those problems. I just don't have the knowledge that, so it was not intending to cast any kind of judgment on it. It was just saying I can't myself say yes or no.
Okay, but do you have an opinion about what you've heard in the testimony before you today? Assuming that you have listened to the testimony that has been put forth.
I've listened to a lot of the testimony, and there's more coming. I think the opinion is that there are a lot of opinions on what's been going on, what may be needed going forward. People saying they've been having problems. I can't say that they haven't, and I don't think there's anybody that would agree that the system is working perfectly for everybody all the time and every way.
Thank you. Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Clough. So I did speak to hundreds of small business people, thousands of folks. I spoke to dozens in 2017 when the system was rolled out, and then during this pandemic. And about half of the folks who were small business people calling me were wondering about benefits for themselves and when the government might roll out such benefits. Half of them were seeking help on behalf of their employees to navigate the system because they were shut down. And so many of them were seeking any help that they could get in one of those two arenas. You seem to be assuming that there would not be a navigator for small businesses. And so I'm wondering, since so many of those people reached out for help, wouldn't a navigator position be helpful to small businesses seeking out, whether for themselves or their employees, how to navigate the system?
I can't. The navigator system, as far as I'm aware, is a very novel approach. So a question was asked during the hearing, are any other states doing this? And the answer was to refer to the Affordable Care Act or some other programs, but I didn't hear an answer, unless I missed something, that some other state is doing it for unemployment. The benefits, the pandemic unemployment benefits for self-employed was very unique. That had never been done before. That was federally financed. No state was set up to administer that program. And they were given literally, I think, just weeks or days to do so. And they were scrambled to do it. Going forward, if we have something like that, and that's a big if because the cost of it is very expensive, and where the money comes from is a big question. I would set that aside. In terms of claimants, we have the Navigator program in response to last year's claims volume. I don't think it's a good example or a good basis for that. If we've gone through deep recessions, we went through the recession, the Great Recession in the late 2000s, 2007, 2008, 10 and 11. I didn't hear anybody calling for navigators then, but it's worth looking at.
Mr. Cloud, to know that this is a historical program that has existed from the 40s through the late 90s, and perhaps we can get some information on that for the work session, but thank you so much for your time.
Mm-hmm.
Senator Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Mr. Clough. I certainly appreciate your many years of experience working with employers and their employees. Without an employment, then we would all be on unemployment and the system would certainly not function correctly. I think your idea of a working group is really wise because we obviously need to get the input of employers, because we need to have a system that functions well when something drastic happens, that the employees have the option of going to their employers for some information. And I know employers were contacting me saying they couldn't report the fraud that was going on, many fraudulent claims, and the fraud line was blocked as well as the employee line. So I was wondering, taking all that into consideration, who were you thinking would be good to have on a working group?
Well, the groups in the past have included representatives of claimants. That has been groups you hear from, Maine Equal Justice, Maine AFL-CIO, other groups like that on the claimant side. The groups on the employer side have included NFIB, the Maine Chamber, Retail Association, Hospitality Association, and so forth. And then the department is there with their expertise and their access to information that none of us have.
Thank you.
Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Clough, for being here. You mentioned that this was a 100-year problem, that this is sort of the worst case scenario that we faced. What are your arguments against preparing for a mass unemployment event that may occur in the future?
I would have to probably spend some time on that. Mass unemployment event, first of all, what is mass? In the legislation, mass is defined as, 25% of your workforce. 25% of a small business workforce is a very small number as individuals. 25% of a, we'll say, Bangor Daily News workforce, for example, is a very big number. I mean, so part of it is, what is a mass situation? I don't know, and there's questions for the Director of Unemployment in Maine, Laura Boyette, who's very well-respected and extremely experienced, well-respected across the country. She and her colleagues are probably thinking about some of these questions. And the question is, what did we learn? And what are some problems that we need to be thinking about so that we don't run into some of the situations we have, not because we're going to see another massive pandemic. Hopefully we never will, at least in our lifetimes. But what are things that we can do to make everything work better in the future for what are the usual and customary periods of low unemployment and high unemployment?
Thank you. Mr. Cloud, can you tell me again how many small businesses you represent?
It's close to 3,000, Senator.
And what is your communication with your employers that you represent? Do you have a regular communication? I guess I'm curious about how that works, that relationship.
No, it's not in the same as some other business group where there's a weekly newsletter or a monthly newsletter. It's the curiosity to it is almost like the Sugarloaf Irregular. It's from time to time.
So in preparation for your testimony on this bill, were you able to reach out to any of them to find out how they might feel about a Navigator program?
We certainly will do that. I haven't reached out to them in preparation of this particular statement because we had very little time in which to do so. I have reached out to a national expert on unemployment, and I'll be sharing that person's views as part of my written statement. But in terms of the individual small business owners, no, and that would be part of what we would hope to get is more feedback from small business owners if the committee is willing to not rush forward with this legislation over the next several weeks, but to allow time for people to consider it more in depth.
Well, the chair is asking for you perhaps to reach out to some of the people that you represent before the work session to see how they feel about the Navigator program, because I would like to hear from them as well, especially since you are here representing them and you said that you haven't actually asked them that question yet. So I'm asking you to do that, and maybe you can bring up some information for the work session.
Certainly, I'll see what can be done, Senator, on that. And I said specifically haven't because Navigator program has never come up before, as far as I'm aware.
It's coming up today, though. That's why I'm asking.
It definitely is coming up today, but we don't operate the same way that some other groups do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Warren, you've asked several questions of this witness. Do you have something that you'd like to follow up with specifically? A clarifying question based upon maybe some other testimony he's offered?
Yeah, he answered a question to Representative Rader, I think, about the unemployment rate and 25% being relative. And my question is, you seem to answer like it depends on the sector, but you would agree that 25% unemployment that's the rate during the Great Depression, unless I'm misunderstanding. So I just wanted to make sure, not specific to sector, but just overall, because I think that was what Representative Rader was asking about.
If I can comment, Representative, the provision that I was referring to without saying so specifically was the provision in LD 1571 having to do with mass layoffs, where it uses the percentage of 25%. It's not 25% unemployment, it's 25% of a particular employer's workforce. So if you're a very small business, 25% is a small number of people, smaller than the committee, the committee, the legislative committee. It could be just a couple of people, be 25%. In a 4-person business, 2 people would be 50%. I mean, the legislation makes no distinction between in the size of the business. And by comparison, 25% of Unum, for example, WEX would be a very significant number in actual people, but not in.
Okay, so your argument is that it is, okay, so that it would be far less significant the bigger the business is, in your view?
No, I'm sorry. It would be more significant as a matter of people impacted in a larger business, 25%. A small business that is laying off, especially a very small business is laying off several people, that business is probably in great distress and is struggling to survive, doing what it can to try to survive. That happened to hundreds and hundreds of businesses in the past year. LD 1571, as is currently written, would impose an additional burden on that small employer to also assist employees in a way that the law doesn't contemplate right now. And I'm saying by implication that burden for a larger company that has more expertise on staff and more people impacted is very different than the burden on a very small business. And we'll ask him that question, anticipating perhaps the Senator Hickman's thinking, if I can read his mind, but we'll ask that question.
You can stop there, sir. Thank you. No one can read my mind, not even me sometimes. Are there any other questions for Mr. Cloud? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank
Next
you.
up, we will hear from Gregory Dougal, followed by Ben Lucas, followed by Peter Boyd. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, and I promise I will not attempt to read your mind. Representative Sylvester and distinguished members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Greg Dougal, and I'm here representing Hospitality Maine in opposition to LD 1571. We certainly appreciate some of Speaker Fecto's concerns with the workings of the unemployment system after the unprecedented influx of filers caused by the pandemic that continues right through today, but suggests that a review by a group of stakeholders, as was mentioned earlier, and the department be a solid first step in this process, not the wholesale change included in this bill. This could include a study report or a carryover of this bill by this committee, or fixing the more egregious parts that we've discussed today, or speeding up the Navigator program. We did testify in favor of a job search navigator bill that was in the Department of Education, the Education Committee, and also WorkShare, which really helped the hospitality industry a lot in these past few months. So we feel that the funders of this program, as Mr. Cloud said, the businesses that pay the premiums have not been given the proper opportunity to weigh in on this legislation that will change a system that is, for all intents and purposes, 100% funded by them, other than the grants that were mentioned by Mr. Cloud as well. These are complicated changes that need time to be debated and absorbed. The increased coverages for individuals and dependents will probably result in sizable increases to UI premiums moving forward. So it had been wonderful to give employees and employers a voice in the process. We argue that it is not too late. Changes to the workers' compensation system last session were given a thorough review by all participants in the system, and we believe this review should be no different. We find the increases in the department's bill, LD 1564, to be more reasonable than those in this particular bill. This bill certainly broadens eligibility for claiming unemployment insurance under the voluntary leaves work definition by including non-employment related items, and makes it more difficult to get people back to work. We would be interested in the definition of compelling and reasonable as it relates to this portion of the statute. Those are fairly ambiguous terms. I'm not really sure how a small employer would be able to really deal with that. We're also concerned with the portion of this bill that requires employers to file unemployment claims for their employees. We believe that that should always be a function of the laid off employee. And again, Mr. Cloud did a good job of bringing up, you've got 4 employees, you lay one of them off and you need to do the filing. So the allocation of penalties in that particular area for a violation are also not very business friendly. So we are not opposed to a review of the unemployment insurance system, as this should be done periodically, and especially after the type of a once in a lifetime crisis we just experienced and are continuing to experience as the pandemic hopefully starts winding down. So I thank you for listening. I want to beat Mike Sylvester's clock, and I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Mr. Dougal. Are there any questions? Thank you, Mr. Dougal. Bradstreet has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dougal, for being here. I think you heard the response from Mr. Clow, Senator Guerin's question about being part of ideas of who could be part of a commission or study group or whatever. Do you have you or perhaps some of your members who might be willing to be part of that group should one be convened?
There has never been a time that myself or the group that I participate with was not willing to participate in any discussion on any issue. But this one specifically would be one that we would be very happy to participate with. So the answer is yes, Representative Bradstreet.
Chairman Sylvester.
Oh, excuse me.
Welcome, Mr. Dougal. How are you today?
I'm good, sir.
Thank you. So my question is, you say that folks did not have time to, or did not have an opportunity to speak with anyone about this bill. Did you bring any of your members forward today to this testimony to give us their thoughts and opinions on the bill?
I did not. I'm saving them for the local options tax bill on Wednesday. Actually, we do contact, back to Senator Hickman's point, we do contact our members on a regular basis, almost daily. I mean, our industry was by far the one that was affected probably the most by all of this. And unemployment, certainly, I worked with hundreds of people, employees, employers, people who owned restaurants that were two-person LLCs had to collect unemployment. A lot of people collected unemployment. And so we do have regular correspondence with our members, and I'm happy to get any information that I can. But unfortunately, there's a lot going on right now. I don't think I need to tell anybody that, and a lot of issues that need to be addressed. And I did not reach out specifically on this particular issue, though we've had these conversations before. We do have a legislative committee as well that we also access. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
So Mike, one of the reasons I asked that question is because I know that you have outreach, and I'm wondering, during the pandemic, did you help your members with questions about UI, and did you help them with questions, for example, about PPP and how to go about that process and filing them, or to find resources in the same way as a navigator would, for example?
All I did all day, Representative Sylvester, and I still do it. Today is RRF Day. And so, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Warren has a question.
Thank you for your testimony. Do you also share a view that there are legitimate longstanding issues that have been testified to today, and or are you more saying that this is a once in a lifetime event, and that's the bulk of the issue here?
Well, honestly, I think it's both. I mean, I think it is sort of a once in a lifetime event, but I also don't think that any department in government, or anywhere else for that matter, should not be reviewed periodically to see how things are going. I think what Mr. Clow was saying, and I don't mean to speak for him, was that we shouldn't do all of this under duress. I mean, maybe some of it needs to be fixed immediately, and maybe some of it can be fixed over time. But this is a pretty comprehensive bill that has a lot of things happening all at once without a whole lot of discussion. So it would be wonderful if we could, at least on some of these things, have more discussion.
And can I ask a second question?
You may follow up.
Thank you. And in the same way, because you spoke to agreeing with a lot that was said in the previous testimony, I just wanted to clarify, for a mass layoff with this provision requiring employers file, 25% is equivalent to the amount of unemployment during the Great Depression. So to you, does that also not qualify as a mass layoff?
I think that there needs to be a lower limit, as Mr. Clow said. I don't think every business is created equal, and I don't think every business owner or business management has the capacity and the ability to execute at the same level. So, I don't know what the number is. You think of the state of Maine, there's a lot of 10-person and smaller companies. There's no question about that. So maybe that's the line in the sand. I don't really know. I just think going to 1 or 2, I guess, would be more reasonable, is too low. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other questions from Mr. Dougal from any other committee members at this time? Seeing none. Next up is Mr. Ben Lucas, followed by Peter Gore. I hear feedback. I turned my volume down so it wouldn't reverberate, but I can't control that. I'm sorry. Mr. Lucas, you are up next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Ben Lucas. I live in Portland, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Maine Jobs Council. I am here today to testify in opposition to the unemployment, to making changes to the unemployment system in LD 1571. I'll keep my remarks brief and submit written testimony because I know you've heard from many folks today. We simply oppose such legislation because it is antithetical to our mission, advocating for economic prosperity by promoting the growth and maintenance of foundational jobs. The Maine Jobs Council fully supports making workers a top priority, and we feel the best way to do that is to encourage worker prosperity with a robust economy that is full of quality jobs that provide career choices, career growth, and increasing wages. We do not feel these unemployment changes would do that. Supporting working people is critical, but the important word is working. If Maine companies cannot compete, if money isn't invested here, if the jobs stagnate or leave, then we'll have more and more people who are no longer working. Right now, our members are desperate to find employees. This legislation would do nothing to help solve the pending workforce crisis that exists in Maine. Over the next 5 years, Maine's retiring workforce will leave 158,000 open jobs. In order for our state's economy and tax base to grow, we should be passing legislation that fits into Governor Mills's 10-year economic plan to add 75,000 people to Maine's talent pool. We encourage this committee to start taking a more comprehensive look at how to solve the workforce crisis and keep jobs in Maine. In closing, I would just also note I certainly understand and hear the concerns of a lot of the testimony we have heard today. We're coming at this from the perspective that as we are moving out of the COVID-19 pandemic, we need to start finding a way to get more employees at work. Our members are in the foundational sector of the economy, and they have worked through the pandemic and are just in desperate need to find work. And we feel at this time adding more additional burdens and cost on the employer is not helping them be able to get more workers and increase the wages of their employees. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Warren.
Thank you for your testimony today. Have you yourself or have you been speaking to people who have tried to use this online portal service?
I have not personally accessed it. I do speak with our members quite a bit. We are a small member-based advocacy organization. We only have about 100 members. And as I mentioned, our members were working throughout the longevity of the pandemic. And the number one thing I hear consistently from them is they cannot find a workforce and people to fill jobs. I spoke with one of our members who actually has to turn away specific projects and specific contracts because they don't have the employees to take on more work. And to me, that's a real problem because we won't reach the peak of our economic recovery and the prosperity as a state unless we are fully staffed and can get more projects, which will bring more revenue and more funds into the state. So I thank you for the question, Representative Warren. And I'm happy to try and provide as much information from our members as possible to the committee leading up to the work session.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
May.
Is it would seem possible to me, but maybe you'd have a different understanding that there could be people who are filing for unemployment who don't qualify or for some other reason like transportation wouldn't be in a position to apply for the jobs of those that are aligned with your organization. Is that possible?
I'm not sure I completely follow what the ask is. So could I just get some clarification, please?
It seems that you're describing dynamics that have to do with the long-term workforce shortage in various sectors. And yet it seems possible that these unemployment issues and needs for reforms like the online portal system could be maybe unrelated to that. Like maybe this has to do with jobs and human beings in different parts of the state of Maine who became unemployed for different reasons and might not be in the sectors of those that you've spoken to who are trying to hire people for jobs. So I'm just wondering if it's possible that that may just not be necessarily related to these long-term issues with the unemployment system.
Yeah, I'm certainly by no means an unemployment expert, so I don't know if I have a great answer for your specific ask. The point that I'm trying to make is that we are just having issues finding workers, and yeah, so that's how I would respond to that question.
Mr. Lucas, do you believe that unemployment insurance is an entitlement that is good for a worker who has been displaced from work?
That's a good question, Senator. Thank you. I don't know if I haven't thought about that before, so I wouldn't want to speak and mess up something that I don't intend to say. So I would like to put some more thought into that. But specifically, like I said, we feel as an organization the best way for there to be worker prosperity is by building a robust and as big of an economy as we can, which will lead to quality career choices, quality jobs, and increasing wages.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Mr. Gore? Good afternoon.
Afternoon now, Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester and members of the Joint State Committee on Labor. My name is Peter Gore and I am the Executive Vice President at the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, and I am speaking in opposition to LD 1571. I want to restate something that was said earlier on and by another witness, and that is Maine's unemployment insurance system is completely funded by employers of the state through unemployment insurance taxes. It's based on a taxable wage base. Employees do not contribute to the fund. So that makes us one of the major stakeholders in the system. And if the system is going to work best for employers and employees, there ought to be a joint dialogue about that. But in fact, we received no communications from anyone from the Speaker's office or the advocates who helped write the bill or anybody else about the concerns of the business community and what was being proposed in this bill. The first time I saw this bill was last Wednesday when it was printed and it was scheduled for a public hearing today. So it's disappointing because the problems brought forth as a result of the pandemic were not borne by workers alone. I would remind this committee the economic problems associated with the pandemic were very much a shared experience with Maine's small business community. And furthermore, the economic shutdown was not because employers wanted to close their doors, but because they were directed to by government. It may be time to review our system, but such a review should also consider the concerns of all the payors of the system and what changes or improvement from which the entire system may benefit from. I suspect the writers of the bill were concerned that employers who are struggling today would express concerns over the costs associated with what was being proposed. We would have, and we are. Despite Governor Mills' $300 million infusion into Maine's Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, unemployment insurance taxes for employers still went up $20 million this year, and they are likely to stay up on a going forward basis. What is being proposed goes beyond costs. There is also the societal burden of things like the loss of childcare, which is a societal issue that impacts employees, but also in turn employers. Those are being shifted onto employers who have no control over the employees' childcare issues, and yet are being asked to shoulder that cost through the unemployment insurance system benefits. That's a substantial change to what the system is or has been. There is the administrative burden associated with the filing requirements of mass layoffs. I can't imagine businesses trying to deal with this issue over the last year had they been responsible. And then there's the navigator system, whose job is to help employees. What about, as someone mentioned earlier, the concern of the employers? Nothing in the current language is associated with employers. And it may be a good idea to have a navigator, but at the cost borne solely by employers, we would suggest that if we're going to go forward with that, you look at another funding system. The ACA's funding.
Mr. Gore, I'm afraid that is the end of your 3 minutes. If you could encapsulate your thoughts.
Sure. The last change in the unemployment insurance system, substantive change, was 20 years ago. It took 2 years and 2 study groups, but it involved all the stakeholders impacted by the system. If you intend to go forward with this bill or a similar bill, we would encourage you to create such a stakeholder system and involve all the people, particularly the businesses who pay for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Are there any questions? Representative Warren.
Thank you for your testimony. Do you, I don't know if you'd had a chance to listen to some of the testimony. Are you, if so, have you been aware of long-term issues with this unemployment system, or do you think that it's specific to what's been happening around COVID?
So I've listened to every witness this morning, as a matter of fact. And look, the system's 20 years old. Probably on the day that the last reforms were enacted, there were problems with the system. After you enact, if you were to enact this bill tomorrow, you'd have problems with the system. The only more complex system in Maine state government that provides benefits is probably the workers' compensation system. It's tough for employees to understand. It's tough for employers to understand. Do I think the system is probably meeting all the adequacy of what people would like it to do? Probably not. I don't want to be obtuse about it. But it also depends on what you want the system to look like on a going forward basis. And much of what's been discussed here today is a substantive change in what the system is, more than just a bridge between jobs. It's looking more and more like a social service safety net. That's a substantive change from what it is and will cost employers more money.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Gore, the fact that you weren't even contacted is a bit surprising to me. Looking back in your years of service here in Maine, whenever something major like this comes along, is the chamber or other business groups normally invited to take part in the discussions leading up to big changes in our unemployment or any system for that matter? I'm wondering, is this like a first time for you?
Not sure why my video just shut off, sorry. No, I mean, look, any legislator can put in any bill they want, and it can be as large of it and as complex as the bill that they want. They don't have to ask us about anything. But I think as something as important as this that impacts as many people as it will, recipients of benefits and the businesses who pay for those benefits, it ought to involve a dialogue that's shared.
And Mr. Gore, if I may, the issues with unemployment have been in the news for a long time. And I think that you've been around long enough to know that legislators like to at least put in bills to recommend solutions to problems that are in the headlines. So I guess my question to you as a representative from the Chamber of Commerce is, amongst your members, did you have any discussions about even any frustrations that they were having because their laid off employees were struggling to get their benefit from the state? And did you reach out to anyone in the Speaker's office or the Commissioner of Labor to discuss your ideas about how we might improve upon a system so that it doesn't crash like that again?
I'll try and answer that in two different ways, but try and answer your question completely. So we have heard from members, and not unlike Mr. Dougal, we spent a lot of time during the pandemic trying to direct members and businesses, because businesses' concerns about the system aren't always the same as an individual employee's concern. So we tend to hear from business more than we hear from employees. We worked with the Department of Labor to promote things like WorkShare, because we thought, and our local chambers were very interested in putting WorkShare to work, not only in their local chambers, but in their businesses, because it was a way that people could get benefits, but they could remain connected to work. As far as large scale changes, no, we have not talked to our members about what changes they would like to see or they think they would like to see. I wasn't really completely aware that a significant bill with significant change of the kind, the philosophical kind that are being proposed in the Speaker's bill were. No, we haven't had those conversations. The navigator idea is an interesting idea, but if you're going to have a navigator, it should be for both users of the system, the employers and the employees. And right now, it's just structured to serve employees, and yet employers are being asked to pay the $3 million in taxes to pay for it. We don't think that's appropriate.
And do you have any opinion about the unemployment insurance program generally? Do you think it's a good idea that it's offered to people who have been laid off, or do we need a better way or a different way in your mind?
I don't know if there's that's way over my pay grade, Senator. I don't know if there's a different or a better way to do it. This is more Peter Gore, okay, and not the chamber, because I've worked with the department for a long time around unemployment insurance issues. I think the department encountered something that was unimagined over the last 12 months. Because it was unimagined, they probably weren't prepared for what was the kind of avalanche that was headed their way. I think the department and the employees who worked there did the best they could to serve both sides of the equation. I think it was difficult, and I think it was probably inadequate at times, and I think they probably knew that. But they were working with what they had. At the end of the day, when you look at the broader system of unemployment insurance, is it appropriate? Yes, it's appropriate. Are employers frustrated with it? Yes, employers are frustrated with it because it hasn't always worked the way they think it should or they think it could. So that's my best answer to your question, sir.
Okay, thank you. I hope that perhaps for the work session or going forward, that since employers do pay 100% of the insurance through taxes, it would be helpful for the committee to understand just how the employers would like to see the system made better since they're footing the cost, because we're hearing that a lot from you. And so it's one thing to oppose the changes in this bill, which everyone has a right to do. I don't even know where I'm standing on all of it myself, but I want to hear if there are any solutions from the employer side outside of a stakeholder group that you could present to us because you have had some conversations with your employers about it. That's really what I'm asking.
Senator, may I respond?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to do that. Like I said, this bill came to this committee because of the time schedule you folks are required to be on in a fairly quick manner. All I would say to you is unemployment insurance is incredibly complex, and I don't know if I could get you all the information you want by a simple, a work session, which is why I think the idea of getting stakeholders together to discuss it and taking more time to decide what you want to do is important. I will, however, do my best.
I appreciate that. Representative Warren has a question.
You mentioned a couple times about paying 100% on this insurance through taxes, so that's why you feel there should be a voice in the room. I, pay a gas tax. I don't have a say in how we allocate some of those resources. So I'm wondering if I could clarify. Do you just think it's unfair to not have a say, or is this more just about maybe feeling like some elements of this bill may have unfortunate impacts on employers, and you just think that maybe you could come to a better resolution? It's maybe not so much about the tax, but just about this bill having to do with a stakeholder that didn't have a chance to give input before this.
Representative, I think the business community is an invested participant in the unemployment insurance system and not just an ATM. And the reality is the system is triggered because of actions that they take. In other words, they lay somebody off, which is part of the reason, the philosophical reason that they are required to pay for it. But the sheer volume in taxes that the employer community pays every year, and their involvement with the system, and the fact that the levers that they pull and act certain things that result in benefit payout, yeah, I think they're absolutely entitled to a seat at the table.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, that is all of the testimony in opposition to LD 1571. I will now return to and close out with testimony in favor of LD 1571. I have left James Mile, Jeff McCabe, John Kaczynski, and Adam Zuckerman. If you are here to testify in favor of this bill and you have not heard your name, please let us know. And with that, I will turn to Mr. James Mile. He doesn't see, I thought I saw him. Maybe he's still in the, well, we will wait to see what happens there. I will then turn to Jeff McCabe. who was here and then disappeared. Where did he go? There we are. Welcome, Mr. McCabe.
Thank you, Chairman Hickman, Chair Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Jeff McCabe. I serve as the Director of Politics and Legislation for the Maine Service Employees Association. We are a labor union representing 13,000 workers across the state. Here today in strong support of the bill before you. I did hear earlier a speaker refer to the sector that he represented as the foundational sector of the state of Maine. And I just wanted to say, you know, representing workers here in the state of Maine, I truly feel that they are the foundation of our state. So here we are today. We want to start by recognizing the state employees who stepped up and who did what they could during an overwhelming amount of unemployment insurance claims during the pandemic. These workers deal with their own concerns around the pandemic, their own challenges, their own family needs. And as essential workers, they had a job to do. They carried out that job with the resources they had, and they are continuing to carry out that work as the pandemic continues to rage on in the state and across the nation. Sometimes these issues are not just a sprint, but a marathon. Today, we're here to hope that you will push this issue over the finish line and support this bill. As you've heard from other folks today who've brought forward problems and also brought forward solutions, looking for you to actually carry out those solutions and create action. So we're here today. We've been talking with both workers who are the boots on the ground delivering these vital services and the workers who've experienced the system firsthand. We are truly playing catch up. This is a bill that is preparing for the future. Even before the pandemic, our members have spoken up about the urgent need to modernize the unemployment insurance program. Our members want to ensure that Maine workers receive timely and adequate unemployment benefits. Our state system can run smoothly when all those involved have a system that is streamlined and the resources necessary to support it. We must help people get back on their feet and engage employers in that process. Employers engaging employees at a time of layoff is vital. It is an important step not only to receiving necessary benefits, but also in bringing those employees back online if so permits. Creating a navigator program will help workers more easily access unemployment insurance and identify systematic problems to prevent workers from getting the help that they need. This will be an additional better serve those seeking unemployment insurance. I spent approximately a half an hour this morning in preparing for this, talking with one of our members who has worked at the UI system for quite some time. In that discussion, we talked a lot about that navigator system and just the importance of it. This is a person that works out of the Bangor area. This is somebody that works a lot in issues associated with rural unemployment, seasonal unemployment, and really in talking through it, really spoke a lot to the importance of that navigator system and the potential that it has. I would say that you know, this is an issue that's a statewide issue. This is not a rural or urban issue. This is a Maine issue. And I think what you've seen today.
Mr. Gabe, unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes. If you could summarize your thoughts.
Thank you, Chair Sylvester. You know, I appreciate all the folks that came before me, especially those folks that brought forward problems with solutions and moving forward. I also appreciate the committee challenging the business community to come forward with solutions for the work session and ongoing. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. Are there any questions? Representative Brader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. McCabe. Were you able to hear the bulk of the testimony today on this bill and regarding system failure? And is there anything you'd like to add about that if you did?
I did, Representative, and thank you for the question. You know, having served in the legislature in the past, having worked for MSCA for approximately 4 years now, the issue of system failure is not unique to the UI system. I think often the state looks at ways to save money in the short term, and then it's clear that those efforts to save money and those changes that are seen as cost-saving measures there's consequences. We've seen this with the failure of the child protective system here in the state of Maine. Many of you were in elected office through those repairs, those fixes. And that's some of the worst sort of system failure that we have seen. What you have seen is much more with the UI system than just a computer failure. These are shortcomings within the system that those workers that work for the great state of Maine have been warning. Speaker Fecteau is somebody that has taken this issue on for as long as I can remember, him being engaged in this process. It was probably about 3 years ago where he met with a number of our members. He did some conference calls associated with that. And it was sort of like we saw the writing on the wall. This system failure was due to happen. I think nobody anticipated this pandemic, but the UI system wasn't working. A lot of those were changes that were made during the last administration that didn't work. The current administration was trying to address some of those and trying to get this committee and appropriations to come along with much needed investments. And I think what we had was a perfect storm. And now we have an opportunity to fix some of these things, and it's going to take some give and take. And there are many stakeholders, but I think what you have before you is you have a number of solutions that this committee can move forward with. And it's a sort of choose your own adventure. And I did hear Chair Hickman say, he wasn't necessarily sure where he was on all of these issues. And I think there's more work to be done, but there are definitely solutions that have been presented today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. McCabe, for being here. I think we all agree, as we witnessed through our constituents, that there was a system failure. I also think that this bill proposes major changes to the UI system. Do you think in your years of experience that perhaps we should have a study group to come look at it and come forward with recommendations?
Thank you, Representative Drinkwater. And I've heard a number of folks today come forward, with the recommendations of, a stakeholder group or refer to, not being sort of, having outreach in regards to this bill being developed. And I often have to respond either offensively or defensively for bills that are put in, because I also, in the labor community as a whole, is often not included when bills are put in. I would definitely say there's certain aspects of this bill that probably this committee could immediately implement. There are some pieces that if in the coming weeks that, this committee can't land in a position of moving forward certain aspects, then, a stakeholder group may be necessary. There's some pieces here that probably through the department doing some rulemaking could also achieve some of those stakeholder groups. I would caution the committee not to delay in implementing some of these things. This is, you've heard from groups and individuals who stepped up and played the role of navigators. I think that's very interesting. I think it's also a clear example that a navigator system can work. I also heard folks speak sort of against the bill today, and it was clear that they were operating in a navigator system both for employees and employers. So yeah, it's interesting. I think this was a very important hearing. And I think that I look forward to the work sessions, and it's premature to say, let's all decide to put this into a, stakeholder sort of study group at this point in time. But, if we get to a point where because of time or because, an issue can't be carried out in rulemaking, that might be appropriate. But I think there's a lot that can be achieved in the coming weeks to support this. There's also federal money that is available right now, and I'm not clear on how all that federal money could be used for investing in this system, but I think there's opportunity there as well. I also think for the work session, it might be interesting for the committee to look at how some of the federal money has been spent to support the UI system in the last year, and that's probably some information that the committee might find eye-opening. And also, the committee might want to make recommendations to appropriations in the administration on how to use that money in the coming weeks. But thank you for the question.
And remember, we will hear from the department on their bill shortly after lunch. Are there any other questions for Mr. McCabe? Seeing none, thank you. I will recognize James Maya, who I called on earlier. He is on the phone. because his computer failed. And so, Mr. Mile, can you please present your 3 minutes of testimony or less? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry to everyone. I apologize for being on the phone. I've got very poor connection, so this is the best way to do that. Yes, my name is James Mile. I'm a policy analyst at the Maine Center for Economic Policy. I'm here in support of LDs 1564 and 1571, and in opposition to 1032 and 1260. I think I won't go through and repeat kind of parts of my written testimony that sort of touch on what other folks have said. So I'll focus on maybe some more information that's sort of newer. I think one of the things I would emphasize is that, I think you've heard, especially from some of the folks concerned about the bill in the business community, the assumption that this is a program that primarily benefits laid off workers or only benefits laid off workers. I think it's worth emphasizing that it has broader benefits than that as well. It does act as a support for the economy in general, in addition to helping individuals make ends meet during a recession. The research shows that about every dollar that's spent in UI benefits results in about $1.64 in economic spending more broadly in the economy, and a lot of that goes into the local economy in Maine. So that goes to landlords to pay rent, or to the local grocery store, places like that, the local garage for folks to get their car gassed up or repaired. So it has those broader sort of economic stabilizing effects. It's also a benefit for employers themselves. We know that the research shows, sort of counter to what some of the folks were saying, some of the supporters of the bills to cut the number of benefit weeks. Actually, to the contrary, a lot of the academic research shows that having a longer benefit period is helpful for laid off workers, but also for businesses, because it gives them more time to find an appropriate job again, to sort of get back into the workforce in a job that's suitable for them and that pays a decent wage. And you can see how that's useful for employers. If you have an example from the past year, if I was a restaurant that had to close for health reasons during the pandemic, had to lay off a bunch of my wait staff. If we didn't have a robust unemployment insurance system, most of those folks would have had to find another job as soon as they could. Maybe they ended up working at a retail big box store. And then when I went to reopen my restaurant again, or went to hire up, those workers wouldn't be there again, and I'd have to start from scratch training less experienced people. So there are benefits to employers as well for having a system that supports people and helps them to stay afloat while they're unemployed. I think sort of similarly, we've seen sort of the extra $600 a week or that we saw at the beginning of the recession associated with the pandemic. That didn't reduce the number of folks who were applying for jobs. And when that went away again, we didn't see a big number of people re-entering the workforce. So again, I think there's evidence that the amount of benefits people receive isn't really a disincentive to work. And then finally, I think you heard from some folks sort of referencing the cost of the program. I would point out, as Mr. Gore did, that the governor did add $300 million from federal relief funding to the funds, which is essentially money that all of us are paying through taxes. And that's a substantial amount to replenish the program that offset any employer tax increases and was essentially a
Mr.
benefit
Mile,
for them.
that is unfortunately the end of your 3 minutes. You could summarize your thoughts.
Sure, that's perfect. And I would say sort of the typical employer for a typical worker is looking at paying currently about a 0.4% tax rate. It's very low on sort of total wages that they pay, about $160 a year per employee. So I wouldn't get too caught up in the cost question. But I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. And you said that you have presented written testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, I haven't submitted it, but I'm going to do it right after this.
Okay, that'd be great. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will now hear from Mr. Adam Zuckerman, followed by, John Kaczynski, followed by Adam Zuckerman, and then we will hear from Christina Hansen.
Hello, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, other esteemed members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is John Kaczynski, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Education Association to testify in support of LD 1571 and LD 1509. I've submitted written testimony this morning on both of those, but I would like to offer just a couple comments here. As I'm going to talk about in LD 1509, most school employees are prohibited from accessing unemployment benefits. So as an organization, our interactions with unemployment have been limited. However, last spring, we learned that under the new federal program, school employees could qualify for unemployment if they had a bona fide summer job loss. And as you all hopefully know, many school employees are forced to work over the summer months or during other breaks just simply to make ends meet, specifically hourly school employees. So this was new for us, but we tried to help members access those unemployment benefits. And it led us to a strong position of support for the Navigator program. First, one encounter I had with a staff person, I was told it's not the role of the Bureau to help people qualify for benefits. That really stuck with me. I was kind of shocked by it, given my limited interactions with unemployment. And it's not the role of the state to help unemployed workers access benefits. Perhaps people that are down and out and struggling and looking for a lifeline. It just struck me as odd that that wasn't the role of the Bureau. Fair enough. We tried to provide that role to our members as a navigator, but unfortunately, we're given conflicting and sometimes inaccurate information. As you may remember from the hearing on LD 839, there was actually inaccurate information that we were provided that resulted in thousands of school employees being denied unemployment erroneously, and thousands of others or hundreds others who may have applied without, but we provided inaccurate information that was based on information coming from the Bureau. So the Navigator program is so critical to hopefully have a better quality standard going forward to make sure the information coming is helpful and useful and accurate as we try to help members or members of the public, and as you've heard from others here today, access the unemployment program when they desperately need it. I want to talk for just a second on LD 1509 as well. This is another issue that came up in LD 839. The fact is, in current law, there is a prohibition on hourly school employees qualifying for unemployment during the summer months or other breaks. I include that statute in my testimony. This is patently unfair. It puts hourly school employees at a severe disadvantage, sometimes competing with their own students for summer jobs just to make ends meet. We know it's a challenging problem to solve, but we appreciate Senator Davis bringing the bill forward and would love to work with this committee on a solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kaczynski. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. It is now time for Mr. Adam Zuckerman. Thank you for your patience today, sir.
Great, thank you. With the last initial of Z, I'm used to going last, so that's totally fine by me. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Adam Zuckerman, and I'm the lobbyist for Maine People's Alliance. Our 32,000 members stretch from Kittery to Fort Kent. We are committed to creating a state of Maine where everyone has what they need, everyone contributes what they can, and no one is left behind. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in favor of Speaker Fecteau's LD 1571 and act to strengthen the unemployment insurance system to better serve Maine workers. On March 16th, 2020, days after COVID-19 arrived in Maine, the Maine People's Alliance launched Mainers Together, a community relief effort. Over 6 months, Mainers Together fielded more than 1,500 requests for help, organized more than 1,000 volunteers, and sent more than 850 grocery cards to those who have needed help. While we are proud of Mainers Together, there should have not been such a massive need for it in the first place. If more unemployed workers had been able to access the benefits guaranteed to them by law, they would not have needed grocery cards and stacks of firewood to survive. While they appreciated the support, for many Mainers, it was the first time in their lives they'd ever had to ask for help, and they felt deeply ashamed. When they lost their jobs through no fault of their own, the unemployment safety net that they needed to get by was not there. Our organizers and volunteers spent countless hours supporting vulnerable Mainers, including those in need of their long-awaited unemployment benefits. We connected many of them with their friends at the AFL-CIO, whose staff and volunteers worked tirelessly to help workers navigate our understaffed, confusing, outdated, and altogether inadequate unemployment system. Currently, only 1 in 4 unemployed workers gets unemployment in Maine, and those who do often have to wait far too long to receive those benefits. That's why LD 1571 is so important. It creates an unemployment navigator program to help unemployed workers access benefits and identify systemic problems. LD 1571 increases supplemental unemployment benefits for dependent children for the first time in 20 years. It increases the eligibility and benefit amount for workers who are partially unemployed. It requires employers to file unemployment claims for employees subject to mass layoff or reduction in hours. It removes the disqualification for workers who must leave work for a compelling personal reason, such as loss of childcare or transportation, eliminates the waiting week, repeals interest in non-fraud related overpayments, and penalizes employers that discourage workers from applying for unemployment benefits. This bill is desperately needed. The committee heard critiques of the bill from some big business lobbyists this morning. However, those same lobbyists were not even able to agree that unemployment insurance should exist at all. Thus, this committee should not take their critiques as good faith arguments, but rather as part of an attempt to weaken our already frayed unemployment system. This crisis has exposed how fragile or how our state's unemployment system is outdated. It needs to be strengthened and improved.
Mr. Zuckerman, unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes. You can summarize your thoughts.
Great. Just on the last sentence here. So it needs to be strengthened and improved to meet the needs of today's working Mainers. Thank you. Be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Zuckerman. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Zuckerman, for being here. I appreciate the work that your organization did helping people access benefits. I think you mentioned something about the many hours spent once the pandemic hit and helping those members and other people as well. I'm wondering, before the pandemic, did your organization have to spend a lot of hours helping people access UI benefits?
Yeah, we did not, but that really hasn't been our role. We haven't been sort of navigators or direct service providers. We've been primarily an advocacy and organizing organization, but we felt that the need was so great during this time and there just weren't the navigators in place. You know, as other folks mentioned, some folks were trying to call Department of Labor, called hundreds of times and weren't able to get through. So we tried to step into the void that existed without really having that expertise.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Zuckerman from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your patience for being here. And you weren't the last person because we are going to hear now from Christina Hansen, who raised her hand when I asked earlier.
Hi there.
And you're on.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Christina Hansen. I am the co-founder and GM of Round Turn Distilling in Biddeford, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 1571. In March 2020, we made the decision to close our tasting room to the public, naively hoping that in 2 weeks' time, the threat would have subsided and we could resume service at our bar. We remained open for curbside retail sales in an effort to continue to pay our staff, but with their hours reduced by more than half and tip income no longer reliable, it wasn't enough. I had heard about the emergency measures that expanded unemployment eligibility, so I encouraged my employees to apply for partial benefits. Before the pandemic, I had no experience with the unemployment system other than the annual mailed notice of our tax rates. The first separation and wage information form I received in the mail was intimidating. The language was unclear, and many of the questions did not allow for answers that fully encompassed the situation. I tried my best to complete the form by writing notes in the margins to qualify answers and attaching a separate letter describing in detail what had happened. I never felt fully confident that I was completing the forms correctly. I worried I may inadvertently disqualify my staff from receiving full benefits owed, or that I was risking damage to my business's experience rating. The complexity of the paperwork was not my only hurdle. I received duplicate forms and forms delivered past their due dates. The ones that arrived on time required at least an hour's worth of math on my part, tallying individual shifts and daily tip outs to fit the requested range dates, even though our payroll period is a relatively straightforward Monday to Sunday. I signed up for the Sides portal, hoping to streamline the process, but continued to receive a combination of paper notices, email notifications, and correspondence within the portal with no notification. I was unable to secure any guidance whatsoever from state agencies. Phone calls to the DOL and UI tax office wouldn't connect, or I would listen to a recording saying the offices were closed and to call back during business hours. Requests for help submitted in my supplemental materials and SWI forms were ignored. An email sent in August was replied to in December with no answers, just instructions to call the tax office. My staff waited months for payments to arrive. They too felt unsure about their ability to comprehend and navigate the required paperwork. One employee had hundreds of dollars of aid revoked due to a typo, which the state refused to overturn. I say this all not to complain, but to illustrate that no party in this situation had access to the resources they needed. I didn't, my staff didn't, the state didn't. I realize a global pandemic that shuttered the country is likely the largest possible stress test for any institution, governmental or otherwise. The one lacking element that could have helped to alleviate these issues is support. More staffers well-versed in the legalese who can provide guidance on paperwork, more staffers trained and deputized to receive and process claims, more staffers available to work with employers like me to make sure my staff is protected. The Navigator program proposed in this bill would provide much needed support to Mainers who need to engage with the unemployment system for whatever reason. I know my experience is a mere inconvenience in comparison with families facing eviction, patients unable to afford medication, or children experiencing food insecurity. My hope is that by creating an external network of trained specialists, the next time the system is put to the test, we will not be failed again. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions about my experience.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. It is nice to hear from an employer today who is basically telling us that you're in partnership with your employees and you wanted to do right by them while we all tried to figure out what was happening. Will you just take a moment, if you don't mind, if I'm putting you on the spot, to respond to some of what you've heard about the burden that some of these suggestions are on employers of your size? How many employees do you have?
Technically, I am a W-2 employee as well, so I'm the 5th employee. So to speak to Mr. Clough's testimony, yes, if I fired 2 people, I would have to submit claims for them. But honestly, given my experience, provided that some of these bills help overhaul the application system, it honestly would have been easier for me to do a batch application for employees all at once, rather than waiting for piecemeal forms to trickle in and having to refer back to different pay periods, different weeks, different people. If there is a way to have that be consolidated, I don't perceive that as being an extraordinary burden.
Thank you. Representative Gear has a question for you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here. I'm also very intrigued to hear your testimony as a small employer. When having been a small employer myself, I'm just wondering the pressure, if you could just characterize the pressure that you felt around filling out these online forms and things, knowing the impact that those could have on your livelihood and your employees' benefits as well.
Yeah, it was really difficult to understand. And I have had other conversations with representatives from Department of Labor, Speaker Fecto, he's a local here in Biddeford. And I can't recall her name, but the woman who testified earlier who said that the very first question threw her off. Are you unemployed? Well, yes and no. And so I had to fill out the same form, just from a different perspective. And so it was intimidating. I really, we tried our best to do right by our employees. And I don't think the regulations were relaxed right at the beginning. I think it took several weeks. And in that period of time, we were able to secure a PPP loan. We were actually the first application our bank received. And that was able to get us through the initial 8-week period, where we were actually able to keep all of our staff employed at their previous levels of pay every week, even though they were working half the time, because we just wanted to, that was the whole point of the program, was to be able to keep people earning as much as they were, even if they weren't working that much. And so, I mean, honestly, we're just a little bar. We've never paid the sort of starvation style wages that hospitality normally does. We've always paid above regular minimum wage. But we had, employees sitting here just behind a desk selling bottles of gin to people who were making like $35 an hour. And, that just was how the math worked out to try to match their previous payroll amounts. But when that did run out, we were unable to continue to match that. And so that's when I encouraged everyone to apply for partial benefits, because the regulations had been made more clear by that after that time had passed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Ms. Hanson from the committee? Again, thank you for being here. With that, committee, it is 1:23, and that is all the testimony that I have on LD 1571. Now, I suspect that when the department presents their testimony on 1564, that there will be a lot of questions. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think that because it is already 1:20, we need to give our staff a break to stretch. And so unless someone objects, I think we're going to take break and come back at 2 o'clock. All righty, no objections. We will be at ease until 2. See you then. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I will wait for us to see 7 faces so that our quorum is, we don't really need a quorum to continue, but I'd like to know where our committee members are. There we go. Wonderful. I hope everyone had a good break. Is Ms. Thompson back from break?
Yes, I am.
Great. Thank you so much. So we left off, I left all the public hearings open just in case someone came in late thinking that they could testify on the bill. We're gonna move backwards a little bit now to take the department's testimony on LD 1564. And like I said, I am sure that we're gonna have some questions, and I'm gonna allow 2 people from the department to testify back to back before we open it up for questions, unless people have questions after the commissioner will testify first, and then Laura Boyette will testify after her. So we'll just go with the flow here. Representative Sylvester, we can keep a clock, but we'll probably have some back and forth anyway. So with that, I welcome Commissioner Fortman to the committee. Thank you for your patience.
No, thank you. I appreciate having the opportunity to be here. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Laura Fortman, and I am the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Labor. I'm here today to speak in support of LD 1564, an act to amend the laws governing unemployment compensation. I also want to take a moment to thank Senator Vitale for being the prime sponsor on this bill. It is clear that the need for unemployment insurance program reform is a broadly shared priority. You have been working tirelessly to help address the economic needs of your constituents during the pandemic emergency, as have we at the department. The past year has not only validated the importance of unemployment benefits during times of economic crisis, but also emphasized aspects of the program that need to change to align to today's workforce more adequately. When we compared Speaker Fecto's bill with LD 1564, we recognize the goals that we share while acknowledging our differences. In the end, both bills strive to achieve the same result: to improve Maine's unemployment system for its citizens. My staff and I look forward to working with Speaker Fecto and this committee to identify changes that will improve the effectiveness and efficiency of Maine's unemployment insurance program. As you are aware, unemployment is a federal-state partnership program that is governed by both federal and state laws. The foundational components of this program have remained relatively unchanged since its inception in 1935. The core tenets of the program are that someone must have lost their job through no fault of their own. They must remain able to work, available to work, and actively seek work. The program is funded by a payroll tax paid by employers. We recognize that the world of work has changed significantly in the last 85 years, and that the unemployment program does not adequately meet the needs of all displaced workers, such as gig workers. Change is needed. However, states are limited in making comprehensive reform without broad changes first occurring at the federal level. Comprehensive unemployment insurance reform is being discussed at the federal level, where multiple pieces of legislation have been introduced. LD 1564 represents modest but needed changes that can be made now within the constraints of the existing federal framework. These changes will have minimal impact on the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, but meaningful impact in the lives of laid off workers. The Director of Unemployment Compensation, Laura Boyette, will outline each of the proposed changes in her testimony. Overall, we've proposed changes that will help individuals return to work, will provide expanded benefits during economic downturns, will help parents struggling to support their families during periods of unemployment, and will improve operational efficiency of the program. Thank you for consideration of this proposal, and I am happy to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Representative Bradstreet has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Commissioner, for being here. You probably heard testimony from several business organizations this morning or the early afternoon. You think your department would be willing to work with some of those groups in coming up with whatever solution we need, in addition to working with the proponents of the other bills, with the other bill?
Thank you, Representative Bradstreet. The department has always been willing to work with the business community as well as worker advocates. And we see this program as one that needs to meet the needs of both sides.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Would that be in more of a, even in a formalized situation such as a study group?
As Representative Bradstreet, yes, I think as we were putting our proposal together, we did share the elements of it with both the business community as well as worker advocates before the bill was printed. That was not in a manner that solicited specific recommendations, but we did lay out the proposal and ask and provided an opportunity for both workers and businesses to provide feedback to us or comments. And again, that was in a very informal setting. That was not any sort of a formal process.
Representative Drinkwater has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, for being here. Very important subject we're talking about today. I think we're all in agreement that there are some changes that need to be made. I'm of the impression that the COVID pandemic emergency unemployment is in our rearview mirror. So I think that probably a working group would be the best approach. And in this proposals that we're talking about, I see that we're talking about navigators. In your opinion, do you think navigators are needed? And also, do you think we as representatives have tried to serve as navigators and ran into considerable roadblocks?
So Representative Drinkwater, thank you for the question. The navigator piece is one of the elements that is not included in our proposal. That is in Speaker Fecto's bill. I have listened to the testimony all morning, and I heard the passion from people about the need for navigators. And so I think it's an avenue that we do need to look at. I also heard some people talk about it as similar to the rapid response program that we have had for many, many years. And so again, I think it depends on how it's modeled, but there is no doubt that people had an incredibly difficult time understanding how to apply for unemployment insurance, what the eligibility requirements were, and how to navigate the system. We want to make the system as easy to understand for both employers and employees. And I'm open to any methods for doing that. I do think that we did have a number of ad hoc groups who were trying to respond to the desperate need that people were experiencing. And so that does point to the need to have a robust support system available, again, to both employers and to workers.
Thank you. If I may just have a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Would you agree that as a representative that we serve as navigators also?
Definitely. We were in regular contact with all members of the legislature as you were advocating on behalf of your constituents.
Thank you, ma'am.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here, Commissioner Fortman. I have two questions, if I may. The first is I would like your perspective in specifically about the needs assessment or sort of, I guess I would say post-mortem, but we're kind of not post it as far as I'm concerned in terms of the pandemic, and requirements definition. How much of that process that you would really want to do in retooling a system was done in preparation for creating this proposed bill?
So we have been involved in doing two things. One, trying to maintain the integrity of the program and getting benefits out to people as quickly as possible. And then also seeing how we could make improvements as we moved forward. One of the things that we did was we did a survey of 600 claimants to get some feedback from them about what their biggest challenges and pain points were, and began using a user-centered design approach to retool some of the forms that we're using and how we're asking some of the questions. I think that the proposal that we put forward is more focused on when the pandemic hit, we had a regular state traditional unemployment insurance program, and then Congress recognized that the existing program did not adequately meet the needs of people in terms of the amount of benefit that was available or the circumstances for which people were eligible to receive benefits. And so the proposal that we've put forward, and there is overlap with some of the elements in the speaker's bill, address things like the dependency allowance, which has not increased since 1989. It's a $10 benefit, and Director Boyette will walk through each of those elements, but that was in response to what we were seeing. There's also an enhancement around part-time benefits and the level of benefits that people receive for part-time. There's also a trigger in there to be more responsive for high rates of unemployment, and then some other elements, Representative Gear. So it is an initial take at, again, what we consider some modest but important enhancements to the existing program based on what we have just been through.
Okay, thank you. And I guess what I'm trying to connect is the proposal for those changes and the likelihood that those changes will actually address the bottlenecks and the wait times and the challenges that people experienced if, and this is where I think I tend to be a little more dubious than Representative Drinkwater about our future and the likelihood that we will be experiencing similar public health crises in the not too distant future. So does this go any distance in improving the bottlenecks and the level of service and the problems with that we experienced?
There are three, if I may respond, Representative Gear. There are kind of three buckets that I look at when I look at that problem. One is people, the other is technology, and the third is policy. Our proposal, for the most part, is focused on the policy piece. The people piece, the Labor Committee a year ago, so the previous Labor Committee, we presented a proposal that would strengthen our ability to have adequate staffing, administrative staffing in this committee and the Appropriations Committee, and then the legislature as a whole, put in place a funding mechanism to allow us to do that. That funding mechanism kicked in on January 1st, 2021, and we are just now seeing that funding. So that's how we were trying to address some of the staffing shortages. Technology, when I look at that, there are kind of two buckets there as well. One is the computer system, and then the other system that you've heard a lot about is the phones. The phone system was not part of the modernization of the Reemploy Me system that took place in 2017 and 18. At that point, it was contemplated that the only way of accessing unemployment would be online. And then after some of the challenges that constituents were experiencing, the department was told that you must have at least some sort of a phone system to respond. That phone system has not been updated or integrated into the computer system. And I would say that that's one of the areas that we are looking at, seeing how that could be better integrated into the experience. This is not a one-shot kind of deal. I think there are multiple things we need to do. Some of the steps we have taken are things like reformatting forms, using the user experience for human-centered design to redesign some of the interface that's happening. And we also brought in employers to meet with us. You've heard a lot today about the WorkShare program. There were 2 employers who were using WorkShare prior to the pandemic. We got up to 100 employers who were using it kind of over the summer. And that needs to be modernized as well. And we had applied for a grant from the US Department of Labor, and we just received that grant to upgrade that WorkShare program about 2 weeks ago. So there are many streams of work that we are engaged in and need to continue to engage in, Representative.
And just a quick follow-up on that. When you speak to the computer system, specifically in the website interfaces for applying, are you comfortable now that that system is ready for prime time and would be functional at a higher level than we've heard about today?
Yeah, Representative, the system never crashed. It was down for 1 hour. The computer system itself was only down for 1 hour. I think that the challenges are not so much with the nuts and bolts of the system, it is with that interface. And there's no one who is going to argue that that interface at the beginning of this, at the beginning of the pandemic was intuitive or easy to understand. And we are focused on that with the vendor. The other thing was that system was designed to determine eligibility and accept claims based on traditional unemployment insurance rules and regulations. And so when Congress created the federal pandemic unemployment program, it was basically saying that anyone who is not eligible for the state unemployment programs and those requirements would be eligible for this new program. And in order to determine eligibility, it was required by the feds that first someone be denied state unemployment, and that was part of how your potential eligibility for federal unemployment was determined. So the fact that there was confusion, lack of understanding about exactly how the system was supposed to work was not so much a programming flaw as trying to take a brand new program and then make it mesh with existing unemployment insurance policy and law, and doing it in a very rapid way. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Partway, I guess I'm just trying to figure out how we get from where we are to make sure that we're moving forward to fix the system. So thank you.
Senator Garin.
Thank you, Ms. And welcome, Commissioner. It's nice to see you today. I'm assuming that you've been on this call from the beginning and that you heard the unanimous opposition from our job creator organizations from around the state that this is too big of a change to implement quickly. With that in mind, and the
Senator,
fact are, yes, Senator?
Senator, you are very unstable in the sense that I can't hear anything that you're saying in a full sentence. So I'm wondering if you.
The video.
Thank you.
Yeah, is that?
It's a little better. Let's try again.
Commissioner, Commissioner, thank you for being here today. I'm assuming you heard the unanimous opposition from the job creator organizations from around the state, that this change was too big of a change to implement immediately. And the fact that we have multiple bills and we are coming towards the end of the time when committees can be working. With that in mind, I would really seek your support of a stakeholders group. Is that something that your department could put together if the committee went in that direction?
I think that we would, of course, do whatever the committee directed us to do. I also thought that I heard that there were probably, but it's up to the committee, the direction that you want to head in. There may be pieces that are fairly straightforward that could be enacted. I think we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have for a work session to provide as much information to you as possible. As I had said earlier, we are used to working with both the business community and worker advocates on the unemployment insurance program. We have done that on a regular basis, not about this particular bill, but in the past, the department has done that, and I would see us continuing to do that.
Follow-up question, Senator?
You may proceed.
Thank you. On a different note, I wondered if federal money, the recovery money, is being directed towards some of our, system needs. Is that something the chief executive is discussing with you?
We're having lots of conversations about the federal funds and where monies can be spent. And, the Department of Labor is a lot more, as you know, Senator, than just unemployment. Reemployment is also an area that we are actively involved in. And one of the proposals in our bill looks at the reemployment system as a piece of it. So we look at it kind of holistically. And those are all conversations that we're having with the executive.
Thank you.
Representative Gear, did you have another question? Okay. Are there any other questions for the commissioner at this time? Commissioner Fortman, I think, thank you again for your testimony and the ways in which you look at sort of where the problems lie in the categories, systems, people, and I can't remember the third one, and it's okay. But you did hear all the testimony earlier today, so I'm wondering if you have a comment on the story from Heather Ferran about the gentleman who had more than a first and middle initial and a last name and could not get benefits until he was basically at the end of his life. How do we solve that problem when we're talking about people with different naming traditions?
So, Senator, first of all, that story was heartbreaking. I don't know any other way of saying that. And I think that one of the other challenges that we've experienced is widespread fraud. And so when you look at how the systems are designed, they are designed to flag issues where if an employer sends in information about an employee and there is a name written a certain way, that it will flag it for us to try to sort through. I think this is one of the cases, Senator, where the only thing that would expedite that would be to have access to a person in the department to examine that and look at it quickly. One of the things that did happen during the pandemic, and I think it was Representative Drinkwater was saying, what was the relationship with the legislators? I think those are the cases where legislators frequently came to us and identified particular constituents so that we could provide the kind of individual attention that was necessary. It was unacceptable what happened to that person. It was heartbreaking what happened to that person. And if there is a way for us to keep that from happening, I very much want to pursue that.
Thank you. Any other questions for the commissioner at this time? Of course, she will certainly be available for the Representative Warren has a question.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Commissioner, and I appreciate what you're saying. I think that there's probably, maybe it's just my own bias, that there may be a relationship between those who wouldn't feel always comfortable or able to seek help from elected representative and also need different services. I guess I'm wondering, there's been different talk about other work groups and stakeholder groups. Would that be something that you would be open to considering? Because it does seem like there's a legitimate need to make sure that all of our services are considering people of different backgrounds and just different naming traditions, I guess.
Definitely. And we did have an ad hoc group set up where we had a staff person available to meet with members of who are new Mainers with various organizations to talk about unemployment and try to be that kind of conduit. But again, that was an ad hoc situation that we put in place. There's much work that needs to be done, Representative Warren, and we are definitely open to engaging in that work.
Representative Drinkwater has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned that the phone system wasn't included in the update in the 17. I'm assuming that it has been updated. Is that correct?
No, it's been, the staffing has increased, Representative, but we're looking at ways of modernizing the actual phone system, but that step has not been taken yet.
All right, thank you. And also, you mentioned about they had to be denied state unemployment in order to be eligible for the federal unemployment. Can you talk a little bit about how much lag time that took? Because my concern would be that my constituent is left in limbo for weeks before hearing that they're eligible for the federal unemployment.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. And I can understand that concern. And I think in the beginning of the pandemic, that did happen as systems were getting put in place. But the turnaround time should be in a matter of days, not weeks.
And it was days, not weeks?
It would be now.
All right.
Back in, I'm not saying
Yeah.
not last April or March or May. That was not the case.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for the commissioner? Thank you, Commissioner Fortman. I'm sure you will be here for the work session.
I will be. Thank you.
And now we will call on Laura Boyette, also from the department, who is the expert. On the changes that the bill proposes. Can you hear me? There you are.
I'm having trouble getting the video to really, there we go. Okay, hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Laura Boyette, and I am the Director of the Bureau of Unemployment Compensation at the Maine Department of Labor. And I'm here today to speak on behalf of the department in support of this bill. It is a multi-part bill, as the Commissioner mentioned, proposing improvements to the Maine Unemployment Insurance Program that we believe will facilitate reemployment of unemployed individuals, expand access to benefits during periods of extremely high unemployment, increase the ability of benefit recipients to support their families, and increase program of operational efficiency. It's categorized into 4 objectives. There are 9 components to it, and if you'll indulge me, I'll walk through each of those briefly so to give you a sense of what each would do. The first one under facilitating reemployment is partial unemployment. Unemployment, not a full wage replacement for anyone who loses a job. Under current law, individuals can accept temporary part-time work and still receive a partial unemployment benefit if the amount earned does not exceed their weekly benefit amount by $5. The first $100 of earnings is disregarded and benefits are reduced by any remaining earnings. We believe the $5 margin is really too narrow and discourages people from considering temporary part-time work opportunities while they're receiving unemployment benefits. Our proposal recommends increasing the earnings threshold for partial unemployment to weekly benefits plus $100 to provide a stronger incentive for benefit recipients to accept temporary part-time work while seeking a more permanent employment situation. The second piece under facilitating reemployment pertains to the Reemployment Services and Eligibility Assessment Program. It's called we refer to it as RSEA. And this program actually was in place for years and had to stop in 2017. I think it's right around 2017 due to lack of funding. We've reinstated that program recently. It's now actually a permanent part of federal unemployment law, and all states have it. The goal of the program is to help an individual more quickly attain long-term sustainable employment without having to rely on receiving unemployment benefits for extended periods or repeatedly year after year. Recent changes in federal law eliminated the prior requirement of participating in person and expanded program flexibility to allow virtual service delivery. With this expanded access, the department recently redesigned Maine's RSEA program to provide participants with a virtual one-on-one meeting with a reemployment consultant and receive services fully tailored to their individual needs.
Excuse me, Ms. Boyette?
Yes.
I just wanted to let you know that's your 3 minutes if you want to wrap up, and then I think we will have questions because your information is quite important.
Okay, as I mentioned, there are 6 more categories after this. So I can stop now and open it up to questions.
You said you have 6 more categories?
Yeah, there's 6 more components.
Representative Cuddy has a question.
Well, Ms. Boyette, I was about to ask you if you had about 6 more things that you wanted to make sure this committee knew about. So that's amazing that that number works out that well. So if you had some other components you want us to know about, I would very much like to hear about them.
Okay, and I'll try not to read through them. I'll just try to describe them. The Extended Benefit Program is a program that is supposed to provide benefits during very high periods of unemployment. It provides an additional 13 weeks of benefits. And it's triggered by a complicated formula based on the insured unemployment rate over a long period of time. We did trigger that on this past year, but it's unusual for it to actually trigger on. It is not as responsive to economic conditions as an alternate trigger that is based on the total unemployment rate. And there are about 17 states right now that actually have the alternate trigger in place. We are recommending that we adopt it here in Maine. We have adopted it temporarily during the Great Recession and the recession of the early 90s. Typically, when unemployment hits these very high levels, Congress makes the cost of extended benefits fully 100% federally funded. They did this time. We did trigger on for 13 weeks, but had we had the alternate trigger, we would have gotten an additional 7 weeks for our constituents. We're also recommending increasing the dependency allowance. You've heard mention about the fact that dependency allowance in Maine has been at $10 per child up to 50% of their weekly benefit amount. And that's been in place since 1989, so it has not kept pace with inflation. We're recommending that that be increased to $25 per dependent child per week, up to a maximum of 60% of their weekly benefit amount, or $100, whichever is greater. And the temporary disqualification for unexpected loss of child or elder care, I do want to explain what that means. It does not mean that you can collect benefits while because you've lost your job due to loss of child care immediately. Once you're able to find new child care, though, you would be able to continue to collect benefits while you're seeking new employment. The employer is not charged for those benefits. This is a situation where an individual finds that they have to leave their job due to the loss of child care or elder care, and the employer can't accommodate that absence while they're trying to get themselves back in a situation where they have coverage for that need. Under existing law, if that happened, the individual would be denied benefits until eligibility, until they went back to work and earned eight times their weekly benefit amount before they could start collecting benefits. We're saying don't put that initial denial in place, but allow the individual eligibility that can start once they've secured new child care or elder care and are able to start looking for new work. We also have several pieces in our bill that deal with streamlining or clarifying program operations. Right now, Maine law for adjudication purposes, and this is the process where if an eligibility issue is identified, we hold a fact-finding interview with the individual to gather facts to determine whether or not benefits can be allowed or need to be denied. The language of the law was written when we delivered all of our services in person. And so right now it says that they must personally appear before an adjudicator for this process. We've interpreted that over the years to also mean that they're personally appearing by telephone or in a virtual mode, but it sometimes causes issues and hangups as it goes through the appeal process. We would like to have that language just changed to personally participate so that it's more reflective of different modalities for providing that service. Additionally, rulemaking authority currently resides for the vast majority of employment security laws with the Unemployment Insurance Commission, which is in Maine is our higher appeal authority, and they're separate from the Department of Labor. It's a small 3-person panel with 1 or 2 clerical supports. It is, in fact, rulemaking is a very labor-intensive process. We feel that we're more situated to be able to provide that service and provide that go through the rulemaking process. It is also the only program in the Department of Labor for which the administrator of the department does not have rulemaking authority over the whole law. So we think it makes more sense to make it consistent and put that back into the department. And the final piece of the bill is around overpayment waivers. If somebody is paid an unemployment benefit and subsequently found not to have been eligible for that, they're required to repay that money that they've received. If they're in a situation where they want to request consideration of waiving that overpayment, they must go through the higher appeal authority, the Unemployment Insurance Commission. By federal law, this process should have appeal rights to it, but the only appeal right that would be affordable to that individual would be to the court system. We're the only state that has overpayment waiver authority that high. In every other state, it is at the agency level, which is the bureau level, for us to consider. And if for some reason we deny the overpayment waiver request, if we don't feel that they meet the requirements for that, then they would also have appeal rights for it to be considered as with any other eligibility determination that we make. So we believe it makes more sense to move that back to the operational level. And those are the different aspects of this program. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Boyette, for your testimony and walking us through those changes. Representative Drinkwater has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for what you do for helping everyday Mainers. Very important. We've established that we as representatives are navigators as proposed in the speaker's bill. And I guess my question would be, I just wrote down a few notes from all the testimony, if I could get you just to comment.
Sure.
Obviously, the system failed because it was overwhelmed with requests for unemployment. Some of the complaints was you can't navigate the system, called hundreds of times before getting someone on the phone. So what did we learn and what's being done to correct that situation?
Well, one of our biggest challenges at the very beginning of this pandemic was the lack of staff. We had 17 claims takers for the state. And in 1 week, we had 600 new claims. And the next week, we had 21,000, which increased to 60,000 over the first 3 weeks of the pandemic. It was very difficult. It was confusing. There were a lot of folks applying that had never filed before. There were populations that were filing that had never been covered by this program. So there was a lot of calls that came into the system, and the 17 folks that were on staff were not able to get to all of those calls. At one point, the phone system for the state actually crashed as a result of the number of calls that were coming in any 1 hour. We have since almost doubled the size of the Bureau. We've brought on new folks. They're working out extremely well. We also brought in a contract call center during the early part of it to assist with making sure that someone was able to get through to someone. It was a Maine-based program. They did have employees that were from all over the country, but it was a Maine-based contact center. Most states had to go somewhere in that direction to have enough folks to handle the calls coming in. Lots and lots of questions. But I think the biggest piece that's going to help us moving forward is keeping adequate staffing and getting, right now they've gotten trained up to us, they're more seasoned than they were when they first came on. This is a complex program, so it does take a while to get through to get somebody up to speed so they're really comfortable answering the questions that folks have. Especially during this pandemic, because there were 3 new programs that had never existed before that were also in place. So my staff was also learning those as we were going, and the guidance was constantly getting updated on those programs. But I think adequate staffing is the primary one on that. And the other part for our clientele is to ensure that the interface, especially if they're trying to follow online and running into problems, is written in a way that is understandable to a person who is not trained in unemployment. Our lingo, our wording is not intuitive to anyone who's never worked in this system, and it's always been a challenge how to write that in plain speak. That is what we're trying to do now. And so we do have a pathway forward for transformation of that interface, as the commissioner mentioned, in a human-centric type of design process. And what's very, very important to both the commissioner and I is that the users of the system be part of that design. And so even this past winter, we redesigned the weekly claim application. That was done after surveying claimants and then involving them in the design and in testing the design. They gave us feedback on to the iterations that we gave out. We were changing the design based on what they found to be understandable. Did it improve it? And their feedback was extremely important. We've been doing that also with our correspondence on the employer side of the house. Some of our forms were mysterious, to say the least, in trying to understand what they were trying to say. So in getting actual employers to help us saying, okay, we've redesigned this. What do you think? What does this tell you? Does this make sense to us? Yeah, well, I like this part, but this part could use some clarification here. What do you mean by? And being able to incorporate that type of feedback into a final product. And that is the process we would like to take going forward. The engine behind the system has been very responsive, has worked very well, but that interface left a lot to be desired. And I think that was really the primary pain points for a lot of folks. And because of the confusion that it caused, it actually then tended to put some folks who misunderstood what they were trying to follow into situations that required a lot more assistance in trying to help resolve their issues and get their payments out to them. So those were huge lessons for us. We do not want to forget those lessons. We want to incorporate that in how we go forward from here to make it a much better system for everybody involved.
Thank you.
Representative Cuddy has a question for you.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, and thank you, Ms. Boyette, for being here today to help us understand what is indeed a very complicated system at times. My question is regarding the child care or elder care provision.
Yes.
I want to make sure that I understand what it makes somebody eligible for. It is not that if I, as an employee, my kids are in daycare, I lose that daycare. My employer can't work with me on that in any way, shape, or form. So I end up saying, I'm sorry, I got to go because my kids have nowhere to be. Family can't help, whatever. I am not, the day that I leave, I'm not eligible to collect unemployment. I have to get to the point where I find new daycare, but we assume that my employer has filled my position, so I can't just go back. Now I'm looking for a job.
Right.
At the time, so I have to be eligible for work. I have to be able to answer that question to say, yes, I'm eligible for work today before I can begin receiving unemployment.
That is true, Representative. That the requirement for being able and available to work and actively seeking work, those are federal foundational requirements for receiving unemployment benefits. While the state has the ability to waive work search under our own statute, under certain circumstances, we do not have the ability to waive the able and available piece. There was some, not on an ongoing permanent basis, there were some ways kind of around it with the pandemic, if you were quarantined, this sort of thing, but those were temporary measures that were permissible specific to the pandemic situation. It isn't something that we can waive going forward. So what we wanted to do was to expand. Maine has a number of exceptions. Normally, if somebody voluntarily quits their job, they're not eligible to receive unemployment benefits. Maine has a number of exceptions to that for if someone had to leave their job due to domestic violence, for to either their own illness or to take care of someone else's who is ill in their immediate family, or to follow a spouse who has to relocate due to a new job. And in any of those cases, they cannot collect benefits while they are not able and available to work. But once they get into a situation where they don't have to then start the process all over again. Right now, if somebody is denied benefits just for voluntary quit without good cause, then they cannot, they're denied totally until they've gotten a new job separation, and have earned a certain amount of money before they can be considered for potential eligibility again. We want to eliminate that challenge for the individual who is trying to get themselves back in a situation where they can get back to work. We don't want to put another barrier up, which exists today, to them being able to potentially receive benefits.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Representative Gear has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Boyette. I'm trying to make sure we're thinking through the process. So it sounds like a lot of the measures, the policy measures that you've described here address some of the challenges. One of the things I'm really wondering about is in the system now with the redesign work that you've done to the user interfaces, are there triggers that if a person starts going down a path that is going to get them in trouble, or they're clearly struggling with, maybe entering things that conflict in the system, are there triggers that then pop that person immediately out to say this person needs to talk to someone live because they're putting in information that doesn't make sense, or that sort of thing? A lot of systems will have that today.
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, they're typically where they get into trouble is if they answer something that would trigger or flag as a potential eligibility issue. And then they would be scheduled for a fact finding. And that's why that fact finding process is so incredibly important, because then we can delve into it and find out exactly what is causing, what were the facts that were involved. And a lot of times we do find out that they filled the form out wrong. And then we would what we call no issuing that, which means we don't find an eligibility issue and they would be able to collect. Normally that's a quick turnaround, like within the first 14 days of filing. This past year, that has been a challenge as well, just because of the sheer volume of issues. I think the first piece is to make the forms more understandable to prevent those things from happening in the first place, because there was a lot of confusion when the pandemic hit. There were things like the system was designed for non-pandemic periods of time. So it had not been changed yet. We hadn't had an opportunity yet to change any of the text on the screens. So people were saying that they were unemployed because they were ill. And not because they really were ill, it was just that was the closest thing they could find that sounded like a virus. And that's an issue, a separation that would make somebody ineligible for unemployment. So there was these huge confusions until we could change the terminology to reflect what was happening and during this period of unemployment. So those are the kinds of things that we need to really make sure that it's much more intuitive. We've added things to the weekly claim. We haven't done the initial claim yet, and that's the next one to work on. But the weekly claim, where it's very clear that there's a link on every one of the questions that says, what does this mean? And if you click on that, it brings up an explanation. And even links to additional places that give you even more of an explanation of what's going on. Folks kept saying, where's the helper text? Where's the helper text? They were used to that. We actually had a question mark on the app that we thought would be an icon that we thought would be easier to understand, but it was still confusing to people. They didn't hit it because they didn't realize what that was. So, in talking with folks that had struggled through the process, we were trying to take those kinds of things into consideration to see if we can't help folks navigate it so they can get it right the first time, rather than getting hung up into an eligibility issue that can delay the process even further for them.
Great, thank you.
Representative Bradstreet has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. Possibly a couple of questions. I'm looking at the summary of the bill. It says transfers rulemaking authority pertaining to unemployment insurance from the Employment Insurance Commission to the Commission of Labor. And in the bill, it seems like it might be a little more narrowly tailored than that, pertaining to appeals only. Am I reading that right?
No, it should be all it should be all rulemaking authority to us. I think the summary had something that was a little bit wrong on that one. But what we're looking at is to transfer full rulemaking authority to the commissioner. For the whole. There are a couple of chapters where the commissioner has rulemaking authority, but the vast majority of it it resides with the commission. So we can't do readily do rulemaking on a regular basis.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Yeah, so is that in emergency situations or in all situations? And do we not have procedures already in place?
We don't have procedures for us to be able to, for the agency to be able to do the rulemaking now.
Okay. All right.
Except in a couple of very limited, I think WorkShare is one where we have the ability to do that, and RSEA may be the other, but those were programs that have been at it since 2000. And so, but the primary, the foundational parts of the employment security laws, we cannot initiate rulemaking.
Okay, but that's pertaining to procedures only, I believe, isn't it?
It's to the application of law. Rulemaking is the application of existing law and how that works on the ground. And it does get into very much into the procedures and how it will work. A lot of our rules are very old and are still geared toward in-person services. So they can be limiting to folks. We do need to do a comprehensive rulemaking.
Thank you. And the only reason I'm asking that is regarding the paid time off law that's recently enacted. I know some people have expressed some disagreement with the way the rules have been interpreted. That's all.
Yeah, and those are actually under a different section of law. They're not under employment. Well, part of it is the definition of who is covered, who is a covered employee is under unemployment law. But the rest of the rules are under labor standards and not under the unemployment compensation review.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I understand. It was just the fact that the
Sure.
rules weren't interpreted the way they thought they should have been. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah. Mhm.
Director, I feel like we just passed a law that would give emergency rulemaking power to this commission that currently writes the rules. Is that correct? Do you know?
I'm not aware of a law that passed to give it to the commission.
No, not to the commission.
Oh, to the commission, to us. Yeah, the governor passed an executive order, a temporary executive order to give the department overpayment waiver authority. That may be what you're thinking of. But not rulemaking. Rulemaking, I'm not aware.
No, it was that the current body that is empowered to do rulemaking didn't have emergency rulemaking power, and we just passed a law to give it to them. And so I'll have to check with the analyst to see if I'm just mixing up two different.
Okay, all right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I do have a question about rulemaking, and that is, at what point was rulemaking authority moved from the commissioner to this commission? And
I'm not sure that it ever resided with a commissioner. Years ago, well before my time, so we're talking about over 30 years ago, the department, unemployment insurance was a separate department, and labor standards was a separate department. And I cannot swear to it, but I think that was the unemployment insurance department was headed up by 3 commissioners. And that when they were merged together, I think that was our first unemployment insurance commission, and it may have stayed with them as part of that. And I think it was the rulemaking, the emergency rulemaking you're thinking of was the occupational safety board. Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
You hit it right on the spot.
Yeah, because the laws that pertain to this program already have an emergency rulemaking ability built into them. It just rests with the Unemployment Insurance Commission.
But what problems do you see with the fact that it resides there? And do you know the reason why it's there? Oh, you said probably.
Yeah, I think it would just evolved when the two departments merged together, and there was kind of a separation of duties for the commissioners that were no longer commissioner of the new department. Yeah, but part of the problem too, I think it would make the commission handles the second level of appeal of an eligibility determination. They're a little bit, and they're not part of the department, so they're not really that close to the application of the laws on the ground, the practical application of it. So I think it does make more sense I think that would facilitate it. The Unemployment Insurance Commission should still be part of the rulemaking process in terms of getting input from what they're seeing at that level. But from an administrative standpoint, it would be much easier for us. We have the bandwidth to do a comprehensive rulemaking more so than the commission. And a lot of our rules are incredibly out of date and need to be revisited. That would be a huge, their priorities are resolving those second level appeals quickly, you know.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the director on LD 1564, the department bill? Seeing none. So while I have you here, Director, backwards a little bit, most of the few people who were signed up to testify on the previous bills that we are still in public hearing around seem to have left, but you are here also to testify neither for nor against LD 1509 and then against 1032 and 1260.
Yes.
So if you need a minute to prepare your remarks, fine. If not, we will take them as soon as you are ready to give them to us.
I'm ready.
It's one-stop shopping.
One-stop shopping, yeah.
So you can speak to those bills in any order that you choose.
The school bus drivers bill, the 1509, which we were testifying neither for nor against. It was actually very helpful to hear the sponsors' testimony, Representative Davis's testimony, because I really wasn't quite sure what the intent was or who was actually responsible for the unemployment, given the text of the law change on that one. I'm not sure that it's really needed. I know the problem he's trying to get to. If under Maine law, if a school employee has reasonable assurance of returning to their job in the fall after the school term ends in the spring, just before summer, then they're not eligible for unemployment benefits over the summer. What he was describing was a situation where schools were uncertain whether they were reopening up or not. If the school is saying there's no reasonable assurance that that person's going to come back, they can collect benefits during the summer. They're still covered by unemployment protection. It's just the situation where it's a between terms piece where there's a written assurance. They said they had signed a letter with the school that they had their job to come back in the fall. The awkward part on that if that employee had filed for unemployment benefits, we would have denied them and not paid them and just continued to file weekly claims during the summer. We would have just held those. And if the school then suddenly decided they were not going to take that individual back for some reason in the fall, they could have picked up unemployment benefits for those weeks because the reasonable assurance would have been canceled. And I'm not sure how you address that piece in law, but there's no prohibition from providing non-professional staff of a school the ability to collect benefits between terms. The one consideration that I would put out there for you, and which has been proven problematic in passing those things in the past, is that the vast majority of the school districts are what we call direct reimbursement employers. And they've chosen the option of not paying annual unemployment taxes, but if they experience unemployment with some of their employees, they have to pay the full cost of that unemployment. So what's usually been problematic is the fiscal note on those kinds of bills. And I wasn't sure from the way the bill was written how much unemployment it would have been. If the person could have been, was not needed during some part of the school year, it was outside of the scheduled school breaks, they would be eligible for unemployment. So they're subject to all the same requirements as any other person collecting unemployment, but the eligibility would be there. So that's all I wanted to kind of bring forward for the committee to consider in looking at that bill on an ongoing basis.
Questions about that bill from the committee? Representative Prescott.
Well, thank you. Commissioner, a few years ago, I thought we put in the statute something that was already in place, but we put in the statute that school bus drivers could collect 6 weeks unemployment through summer without having to look for work.
There was a bill year before last, but it was not passed because of the fiscal note on that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's been tried in my tenure. It's been tried a couple of times, but that always seems to be kind of the stopping place is the fiscal note on it and the impact on school budgets.
Okay,
Yeah.
Chair, can I have a follow-up, please?
May.
Thank you. So come summer, if they're guaranteed that they're going back to work, they can't collect unemployment.
That's
Is that
right. That's correct.
I have to say, I mean, school bus drivers are squeaky clean record, federal fingerprint background check, drug tested, physical. They're going to find work. Who's going to drive the buses?
I don't, this is in all of the times that I think I've seen this proposed 2 or 3 times since I've been with the unemployment program since the middle 90s. There's never been any opposition to it. And it's just the matter of how do you fund it?
All right, well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I understand what you said, if the school writes down that John Smith has a reasonable expectation in September to get his bus driving job back, then he cannot collect unemployment. But if a contractor who lays people off in the wintertime because there's no more paving, writes that nobody's guaranteed a job next spring, they're eligible for unemployment.
That's right.
So all the school's got to do is say, hey, you know what? We like this bus driver, but we can't guarantee him a job. And then he would get unemployment.
Yeah, I mean, it's typically done in a contract with the school employees, and that's the same for any the non-professional. It's the same for any school employee. Professional staff are actually denied under federal law, but non-professionals. So you're also talking about your janitorial staff, which sometimes can be the same individual, and cafeteria workers, ed techs. There's any of the school employees who are non-professionals. Right now, our law prohibits them from collecting between terms or during school breaks, like the winter break, if there's reasonable assurance that their job will be there for them to come back in after the term.
I just find that very interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chairman Sylvester has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you're saying the fiscal note, that those bills do not fail, they fail because of the fiscal note, is that the part that the state pays, or is that the part that would be a mandate on municipalities?
It's a mandate on the municipalities. They're depending on the attorney general that's been in a place when each of these bills is done. Some have said that it's an unfunded mandate. Others have said that it's not an unfunded mandate. But in any case, it requires funding at the school level to be able to cover the cost.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
May proceed.
I'm wondering how this situation is any different than mud season for loggers who not only get to collect unemployment but get to waive work search.
Well, and those are, we do have the ability to waive work search if to impose it would create an excessive burden on the individual that's contrary to the intent of the law. And on the mud season, though they cannot physically get their trucks and equipment into the woods to work because the roads have been posted as shut down, and there's very little other opportunities for work in the area. And that's usually the basis for the work search waiver. But the work search waiver and funding the benefits are really two different pieces. Those are also individuals that whose employers paying into the system. It's a contributory or a taxable employer. So there's money going into the trust fund. The same with contractors. In the piece about the school, so the employer is paying a small percentage of what the actual benefits will be because they're in a shared risk pool. If the school district has elected not to pay taxes, but to be responsible for the full cost, that's a heavier hit during the summers. during those breaks if it occurs every year too. And that's where the consideration is. I'm not arguing for or against it on that one.
No, I hear you. For the
Yeah.
work session, I would be interested in any information that you can give us. I won't blindside you.
Sure. Yeah, I'll pull.
Municipalities ended up being self-funded in this way and let out of the system, because we find it a problem in UI and workers' comp, and
Sure.
then they save money during the times that there's no claims, and then when there's claims, there's always sort of
the cost
big problem all of a sudden. So
well, it's based on federal law. Any governmental entity or certain nonprofits can have the option of electing whether to pay taxes or to be direct reimbursable. And when employment was extremely stable and there was very little turnover, towns and schools and government agencies felt it made a lot more sense to be the reimbursement, to take the reimbursable option. Sorry, I've got pets racing around the house if that noise came through. And so I think it was just that it was more cost effective to go that route. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any questions for the director on this bill regarding bus drivers? We don't have the bus driver from earlier today, unfortunately, right now to testify and tell us a little bit about his situation. He was here and then he wasn't because things went a little bit long and I know there's some technical issues. Director, if you could just be in holding, I'm changing my mind slightly because I do see Stephen Bailey here from Maine School Management Association who is testifying on this bill. So I'm going to let him give the testimony and then we can talk about the other two bills that are rather identical. So Mr. Bailey. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience. It's been a day.
Yes, good afternoon. It's been a very interesting day in Labor and Housing Committee.
Yes.
Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I am Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and Maine School Superintendents Association in opposition to LD 1509 because we feel it is unnecessary. Bus drivers who are employees of schools, and I do have to differentiate there between bus drivers who are contracted through companies who may have their own stipulations and set of circumstances. But bus drivers who are employees of schools in most cases are members of an association that have collective bargaining agreements. Typically, these agreements include a set number of days that bus drivers work during the school year. And normally this includes days students are in session and also during certain staff development days when bus drivers would engage in training. And typically it's for about 185 to 189 days over the course of the year. Snow days are built into the calendar in most cases. They're not paid days for bus drivers, although they may have some call-in hours that they're able to use to be able to make sure buses are cleared and taken care of, either ready for that day later in the day or for the next day. Should the day get made up, the bus drivers would be paid for that day. School vacations are factored into the work year in our anticipated breaks in the driver's work year. And I understand that the bill had the intent of the unanticipated work layoff or non-work that would prevent them from being paid on days that they normally would be working. Bus drivers, as other school support staff, have the ability also to pay average. And I know this was a bill that was considered last year in terms of a support staff being able to pay average over either 21 weeks or 26 weeks. And in that way, employees could choose to have their pay spread out over those 21 pay periods. And regardless of whether or not they had time that they were not able to work, be it of extended snow days or some other means where the buses weren't running, they would be able to receive their pay during that time period. So with those reasons, we would stay in opposition to 1509, and I'd be available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Representative Prescott has a question for you.
Well, thank you. You mentioned collective bargaining. It's my understanding that bus drivers don't qualify for any kind of that, anything like that.
They do within certain excuse me, they do within certain bargaining units, if they're included as one of the recognized groups. And I know several many that are included as part of either educational support professionals, or they may have their own, and they may be connected or collected with custodians.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Bailey? Seeing none, it's my understanding that the bus driver will be here when he's finished driving his route, which is happening as we speak. And so with that, I will ask Director Boyette to reappear to discuss the opposition of the department to LDs 1032 and 1260, which are pretty much the same bill. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. And in this bill, we have one testimony for both on this one. So we are opposed to, the department is opposed to any reduction in the 26 weeks of potential benefit collection that's allowed in current state law. The benefits paid to individuals who are suddenly unemployed provide a temporary but critical financial safety net to help sustain them while seeking new employment. During periods of economic downturn, these benefits act as an economic stabilizer by maintaining individual purchasing power such that benefits received flow immediately back into towns and communities to sustain business and reduce the risk of further unemployment. Any reduction in the potential weeks of benefits allowed undermines the effectiveness of the unemployment insurance program to carry out these objectives. The proposed definition of a state average unemployment rate could be problematic and could cause a disconnect between the total benefit weeks allowed during a year and the actual economic conditions of that year. Had this definition been in place in 2020, the total benefit weeks allowable would have been limited to 12 based on the third quarter of 2019 as the most recent completed third quarter. Even though economic conditions during the pandemic were unprecedentedly poor at that time, the total available benefits for 2021, as we're actually recovering, would have actually been 17 weeks based on the 2020 third quarter. So there can be kind of a disconnect in terms of when the benefits were more greatly needed. We would have been at a shorter duration period, whereas as things are recovering, there'd be a lag held over from the earlier year. Additionally, if we had this in place during 2020, it would have reduced about the benefits that went out during that year by about $184 million that were funneled back into Maine communities and business to keep those going. So we see that as problematic. If it had been enacted in 2020, if it had just become enacted then, it would have actually reduced Maine's ability to receive some of the federal temporary benefits that were available to folks, including the federal unemployment, pandemic unemployment compensation, the FPUC payment, that $600 payment, and now $300. And also currently a new program that's just started, the mixed earners unemployment compensation and the pandemic emergency unemployment compensation that provided an additional 13 weeks of benefits after regular unemployment ended. And because there is a requirement, those were all tied to a requirement that states not reduce their benefit amount. So it can have an unintended consequences depending on Congress's reaction to a recession. So that could be problematic down the road too. There are bills currently in Congress that are looking at the much needed reform of the unemployment insurance program, including the President's American Families proposal that may address some of these concerns that are raised by these two proposals. Part of what that bill is looking at from an unemployment perspective is trying to determine what's an appropriate amount of benefits to receive based on what's happening in the economy. So it's looking at tying the two together. on that one too. So it might make sense to wait and see how some of those bills that are dealing with this progress at this point before taking action on this. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jane. Are there any questions on this matter from the committee? Seeing none, I will now call upon Mr. Adam Good, who has testimony in opposition to these identical bills.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Adam Good, Legislative and Political Director of the Maine AFL-CIO. We're testifying against both of these bills. I'm not going to read my full testimony because you have had a very long day. And like you, I've also listened to the testimony that many people said and don't want to repeat too many things. I think as you consider both 1260 and 1032, it's important to recognize that unemployment is for working people who have lost their work through no fault of their own. To qualify for unemployment, people already have to be able to work, available to work, actively seeking work, have to have earned a certain amount of money prior to becoming unemployed. And we think fundamentally reducing the number of weeks somebody can qualify for unemployment by up to 14 weeks isn't going to magically make it so people can find work. They're already required to be looking for work. That's already a part of the program. It's come up a number of times today that unemployment is funded by employers. That is certainly true, but there's many economists and many perspectives on unemployment that hold that the funding generally is regarded as falling on workers based on the theory that the dollars employers pay in taxes would otherwise go to workers' paychecks. So efforts that make it harder to access these funds, which typically only replace about half of a worker's previous wages, essentially prevent people from receiving wealth they created and that was set aside for their potential unemployment scenario. In 2019, only 1 in 4 unemployed workers received unemployment in Maine. Cutting that from 20 weeks to 14 weeks would make this number worse. Maine, I think, will become an outlier. I think there'll only be 6 states who vary their unemployment based on unemployment rates. 7 states provide less than 26 weeks in total. We certainly agree with Laura Boyette's comments about what would have happened in 2020 based on this. I'm not going to go through that part of my testimony. I would say if we have anything else to add, it's that unemployed people already have to meet certain requirements when they are unemployed. And if you go forward with this bill, you're effectively ignoring any other factor impacting a person's ability to find employment outside of the unemployment rate. Black workers make up 22% of the long-term unemployed and 15% of the newly unemployed. Single parents represent 13% of the long-term unemployed and 7.6% of the unemployed entirely.
Good. Unfortunately, I have that as the end of your 3 minutes. If you could summarize your thoughts.
Yeah, I was winding up and just think that there's a lot more factors than just unemployment rate that go into a person being able to find work when they're unemployed. So happy to answer any questions and appreciate all of your attention today.
Thank you, Mr. Good. I want to just go down the point you brought up to see if I got this clear. You are suggesting that when an employer sets someone's rate of pay or their salary, that they take into consideration the amount of unemployment insurance tax that they're going to have to pay to hire that person. And you are arguing that that might have been their salary had they not had to pay into the insurance program. And so therefore, in some ways, workers are contributing to the unemployment system as well.
In short, I mean, we all hear these types of arguments on all kinds of policy, whether it's insurance mandates or tax policy. But certainly there are employers out there who, if they did not have to pay a tax for unemployment, would probably give some of that money to their workers. And so it's intellectually true that employers pay for unemployment funding through the tax that's only on employers. But certainly, if employers didn't have to do that, there would be some workers who would have higher wages potentially through that tax not existing. So we think it's much more nuanced than saying that only employers bear the cost of the unemployment system. There's certainly some skin in the game on the employee perspective if you hold, as many of us have probably argued throughout our careers, that these financial responsibilities sometimes would be benefiting workers if they weren't there.
Chairman Sylvester has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Good, I know my views. Do you see any conflict between the department bill and Speaker Fecto's bill, or are they complementary?
They are complementary in that they are both attempting some larger term solutions to long-term problems, but there's definitely differences there. I mean, the aspect around requiring employers to file unemployments for mass layoffs, the penalties for not notifying employers, the navigator part is super important. You guys know this because members of the House and Senate did a lot of work trying to help sign people up. And then I just think fundamentally, like, there's important parts of the speaker's bill that make a long-term plan to increase the recipiency rate. And that's just really important. I'm not saying that Senator Vitale and the governor's bill won't help increase the recipiency rate, but that's a core part of the speaker's bill. And, if 1 in 4 5-year-olds were entering kindergarten, or 1 in 4 senior citizens were enrolling in Medicare, we would be appalled by that. And the fact that only 1 in 4 unemployed workers are receiving this support that they need is really just an important fact that we need to address.
Follow up?
You may proceed.
So, but more directly, what I'm saying is that if both were enacted, there's nothing in one that would directly conflict in statute with the other. They're essentially trying to do different things.
I don't want to do the work of the errors and omissions bill ahead of time, but I don't think there's a lot of things in 1564 that we dislike. And there are certainly things in 1564 that we like that are not in the speaker's bill.
Thank you.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Good, I'm going to have to push back a little bit because I was a business owner, automobile business, and never, ever did I take into consideration the taxes when it came to paying somebody. I always looked at their qualifications and are they making me money? And I always paid way above minimum wage. So I'm going to have to challenge you a little bit on your statement about perhaps they take the. Yes. So do you have any facts to base that upon?
Because I can definitely share economist perspectives on the trickle down type theories on these type of things. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if you did not have to pay the employer portion of unemployment, you would have more money at your business, and maybe you'd put that into advertising, maybe you'd put that into equipment, but you might put some of that money into your employee salaries. So this is me taking a more trickle down type approach to finances. And what I'm saying is that businesses, whether they're, car repair shops or a bookstore or whatever type of business, if they didn't have to pay this money, that they potentially would spend some of it on raises. It's not a criticism of what you paid or currently pay employees. It's just that, there is a sound body of economic research that this money might benefit workers if it wasn't being put into the unemployment system.
And I would challenge that. So that's my point. Thank you.
That's helpful.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Good from the committee? Seeing none, and I'm looking in the lobby to see if there's anyone else who would like to testify on any of these bills who hasn't already, and it doesn't look like it. So we are in a place where I'm going to keep the public hearings open except for the first 3. So I will now close the public hearing on LD 1020, LD 1032, and LD 1260. And I'm going to request that we move into work session on LD 1020, which was Representative Bradstreet's bill that he asked us to dispense with today with an ought not to pass vote. And if I can see 7 people's faces to know that we have a quorum to do that, committee, that would be great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I see 8, 9. So I will entertain a motion on LD 1020. Representative Cuddy.
I would make a motion of ought not to pass.
The motion is ought not to pass. It's been moved by Representative Cuddy, seconded by Representative Drinkwater. Is there any discussion on the motion at the request of the bill sponsors? Seeing none, the committee is ready for the question. The committee clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin.
Yay.
Guerin, yay. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Miramont, yay. Representative Sylvester.
Yay.
Sylvester, yay. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater.
Yay.
Drinkwater, yay. Representative Gear. Representative Gear is absent. Representative Morris. Morris is absent. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott.
Yes.
Prescott, yes. Representative Rader.
Yes.
Rader, yes. And Representative Warren.
Yes.
Warren, yes. That is unanimous of those present.
That is 11 members voting in the affirmative and 0 in the negative. The motion prevails. I'll close the work session on LD 1020. And now my question for the committee is twofold. I will not close the public hearing on the 1509 unless or until we know we will not be able to hear from the bus driver who wants to share his story with us, but who is working at this moment. And so I think that this represents a place where we could do a lot more work sessions if we were able to do them in this format, because we would have to close this out to open up our work session format because we've invited people from the public to a different link. And I think we're getting to the place in our schedule where we need the flexibility of one link for a whole day. And this is one of those moments because I cannot literally open a work session on our work tonight until we close this. And I don't want to close the public hearing until we hear from the bus driver, but we could be doing that work. The other question that I then have is who will object to one link for the whole day, all day, and then we have to do our caucuses by our own Zoom accounts? Any objections to that? Representative Drinkwater, state your objection.
My objection is that not all of us are well versed in having our own Zoom link. And so we look to our staff in order to send us to the breakout rooms.
I hear your objection. Is that something that you can work with your staffs to solve? Your staff, meaning your office staff, your legislative staff, your caucus staff, to help solve that issue? Because what I don't want to do is have to be in this situation in 2 days or 3 days or 4 days. Chairman Sylvester.
Senator Miramont was in before me.
Oh, okay, Senator Miramont.
And I'm sorry, I cannot mute this other meeting, the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries. So you don't have to understand how to use Zoom. All you'll have to do is click on a link from one person in your group or your staff or office who can send the link. So very simple. So you don't have to learn another technology or skill or anything like that, Representative.
Chairman Sylvester.
Well, I just mentioned that you will have to close the link that you're in for the public hearing and then come back in, because in order, most folks are working on one computer that will only allow you to have one Zoom open at a time. And so it will mean that all of the members of the committees leave this public hearing to enter another Zoom and then come back in rather than having the leave and exit. And so I feel like we're in a sort of extraordinary position right now where we're waiting for one person for a public hearing to close, which is certainly your prerogative as the chair. But I don't know when the conflict would come up again. I'm happy to do either, but I'm just pointing out that the discussion involves a little bit more than just clicking. People will have to leave the Zoom, go into another Zoom, and then come back in. So, but I would welcome everyone's comments because I think that it's something that everyone should decide. And I don't know if looks like we've lost some folks here.
That's fine. We don't have to decide this today. I'm bringing it up because I think it's an important discussion to have. It could come up again. Flexibility is the key when we're trying to move a lot of work. As it is, we have to close this and then open up a new link. It would take one step away from our committee clerk, who wouldn't have to send out 2 different links to the interested party lists for both the public hearing and the work session. And we're the only committee that does it this way, which doesn't mean we shouldn't do it this way, but I am going to hold this open for another 5 minutes so that we can hear from the person that Senator Davis put his bill in for. And given that it's a school bus driver, I just think that's an important thing to do. So we can postpone the conversation on the rest. However, we do have the authority while we wait to ask the committee if we are going to keep both vehicles, 1032 and 1260, or are we going to dispense with one and leave the other open, or are we going to dispense with both, given that there's been no testimony in favor? I'll leave that up to Representative Bradstreet, and maybe to take a few minutes for the caucus to decide if you want to. We don't need both vehicles. I think that's clear. So what would be the pleasure?
What are the numbers again?
1032 and 1260. They're the same bill. One is presented by our own Representative Bradstreet, and the other is presented by Representative Stekis.
Well, my opinion would be that we would keep Representative Bradstreet since he is a member of our committee.
Any other people like to weigh in on that? Who would like to weigh in on that? Senator Miramont?
I agree completely. I think he has a better grasp. I think the bill covers everything and we don't need the other one. And I'd move to go into work session and kill that bill of Representative Stekis.
It's been moved to open the work session on LD 1032. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Representative Cuddy. It's been moved in session to go directly into work session. All in favor, please turn your screens on. We will not take a roll call vote. If you are here to vote, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, please by a show of hands. And who is opposed? One person is opposed to going into work session. The motion prevails. We are now in work session on LD 1032. Chair would entertain a motion. Senator Miramont?
I move the bill ought not to pass.
It's been moved by Senator Miramont, ought not to pass. Is there a second?
Second.
By Representative Cuddy. Any discussion on the motion? Is the committee ready for the question? The chair will call the roll.
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin.
Yay.
Guerin, yay. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Miramont, yay. Representative Sylvester.
Yay.
Sylvester, yay. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater.
Yay.
Drinkwater, yay. Representative Gear is absent. Representative Morris.
Yay.
Morris, yay. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott.
Yes.
Prescott, yes. Representative Rader is absent. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Warren, yes. That is unanimous of those present.
11 voting in favor, 0 in the negative with 2 absent. The motion prevails. The absent members will have until noon on the second day to cast their vote on this preliminarily a unanimous committee report. So with that, we will be at ease for 5 minutes or so. It looks like Mr. Sprague will be here then. And so I would just encourage folks in the wait, take a break, stretch. If you want to talk to your colleagues about the best way to move forward with our work sessions that will start a little bit later. I do intend to work until 5, and then we can see if we want to work after that or not. That, again, like we said earlier, will be to the committee's discretion. So we're leaving this open for now. And if we don't hear back from Mr. Sprague by 3:45, he's supposed to call in shortly. We'll go from there. Thank you.
Senator Hickman, are you at your computer?
Hello?
I'm here.
I believe.
Yes, this is Dan Sprague.
Mr. Sprague?
And I would like to,
Mr. Sprague, can you hold on one second? I just want to make sure that the committee is back to hear your testimony. Thank you for your patience today. It's been a long day. And for you
It
calling,
has.
but we know that Senator Davis put the bill in, at least at your request and on your behalf. And so we want to take your testimony now. And it looks like the committee is returning. And so with that, I will invite you to present your 3 minutes of testimony on the bill LD 1509. Thank you.
LD 1509.
Yeah.
Okay, so when do you want me to start this thing?
Right now, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. This is Daniel Sprague. I'm a bus driver for RSU 19 in Newport. And I would like to say thanks for taking the time to listen to me. I am in favor of LD 1509 sponsored by Senator Davis. I've been a bus driver for, well, since 2008, and we, in the summertime, are not allowed to have unemployment benefits like everyone else is that works for a living. Construction workers work all summer, get laid off in the fall as we do, and they can draw unemployment all winter. And I guess I'd like to have an even playing field for the bus drivers as well. We have to sign a letter of intent so that we'll go back in the fall to drive. And if we don't sign that, the school or the superintendent's office can replace us. And I think that's an unfair situation for everybody concerned. Bus drivers right now are really hard to come by. We're a premium, and we have to jump through a lot of hoops and have background checks and blood tests and all kinds of crap before we can become a bus driver. And not everybody can do it. I'd like to, at this time, thank you for listening to me, and hopefully I covered about everything that you need. Again, I would support LD 1509. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sprague, for your testimony and for serving our students so well. I will ask the committee if they have any questions for you at this time. So hold on one second, just to see if you have any questions for you. Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Sprague, for being here today. I was glad to hear your testimony. I'm curious, you know, the thing that they can do now where you can spread out your paycheck over the year instead of collecting it. Do any of your fellow bus drivers do that? Or do you just collect your regular weekly and not get paid in the summer?
I don't get paid in the summer. I don't know what the rest of them do.
All right. I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet has a question for you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sprague, for being here. Appreciate your work. Somebody mentioned earlier that a lot of some bus drivers come under a collective bargaining agreement. Is that the case with you in your RSU?
I thought you what?
You come under a collective bargaining agreement. I guess you have a union representation. Is that the case?
We have we do have a representative. We have a president. Yes, we do. Yeah.
Okay, you have a contract, I guess is what it is then. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Clarifies it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Senator Garing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Sprague, I don't often have people from my district testifying, and so I just wanted to thank you for the service you do for our community, transporting our children and keeping things stable on the bus is an admirable occupation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, again, we thank you for taking the time out of your very busy day to come back and let us hear your testimony. And so have a great day.
Thank you for listening.
You're welcome, sir. So with that,
Yep,
I will
bye.
close the public hearings on LD 1509, 1564, and 1571. We will close out of this platform and we will be back in our new work session webinar coming up soon. As soon as I can
Okay,
find it.
thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir.